and she had a toss win. You can see Georgia Plymouth thought it was pretty funny. ND electing to bat first in the final. Any surprises there, Emily Drum?
Not at all. I mean, I'm a bat first captain myself, and I think runs on the board, you can control the game. I don't think weather's a factor. That's certainly something that you need to just put out of your mind at all. But ND just need to play the same brand of cricket that they've played, take the emotion out of the final. The reward will come if they play good cricket. It's as simple as that for me. Yes, they need to nullify the strengths of what the Wellington bowling lineup will be. The Kerr sisters, Zara Jet Li, three big bowlers you're going to need to really work hard and nullify and certainly build a base that they can put a decent score on the board with.
Absolutely, and the player there, Kaylee Knight as well, called up to the White Ferns. So exciting for her, a pace bowler. What I guess does that do for a player? Their confidence heading into a final, knowing you've been called up to the national side for the first time.
Yeah, I'm so excited for her because I saw her probably 5 or 6 years ago debut for the Brave, and I thought, right, this is a player. This is the next in line that's going to take the White Ferns through the next generation. I thought she was a generational talent, but very young and slightly built, and now she's finally come through the growing pains of a first-class cricketer and realising that talent now is coming through. Whether she can produce it today, she's had a great season, Super Smash and ODI, and the longer format, and this ODI potential debut is around the corner, so it's so exciting.
Absolutely. Well, it's Kaylee Knight who we'll be seeing a little later with the ball, but at the moment it is Northern Districts with the bat. Their captain right there, Jess Watkin, winning the toss and electing to bat. She has Yaz Kareem with her to open up, and it will be interesting to see who the Blaze open up with. You're expecting Jess Kerr, but I did note Zara Jet Li actually took the new ball in one of their last rounds as well. But it's going to be Jess Kerr standing at the top of her mark here at the Cello Basin Reserve. The sun is shining. It is finals weekend, and the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield Grand Final is go. And already you can see that prodigious swing that we expect from Jess Kerr.
Yeah, typical Jess Kerr induckers, and the contest between the two Jesses. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Watkins will take on Jess Kerr, because her natural game is to go after the bowling, but it's important that she understands her role. She probably won't change much, but she likes to take control.
Yeah, Kerr right on the money. Looks like a relatively fresh wicket as well. Obviously a lot of cricket being at the Basin Reserve. Last round of the HBJ Shield was here, of course. The Eliminator final for the Ford Trophy yesterday, and there'll be the Ford Trophy final as well tomorrow. But Jess Watkin, she is a stroke maker.
They're certainly looking respectful. It's not always easy changing from that T20 format to the longer format. You certainly need to have a few nets to get yourself and your mind and hands realigned, if you like, to make sure that you're not getting ahead of yourself and trying to force the action.
An impressive start from Kerr here. She is right on the money. Jess Watkin, of course, made her name as a stroke maker, a big hitter, played for the White Ferns a few games, sort of 2017-18. Is she still a player you see can offer something to the national side?
Yeah, I do. She's certainly capable. There's no doubt about that. She has plenty of talent, very handy with the ball as well. So, yeah, I certainly do.
Oh, that one off the inside edge, and that'll be enough to get the account open. Squeezes out to deep backward square. That's that prodigious in-swing we've been talking about from Jess Kerr. Always good to get the account underway.
I bet you she wouldn't have picked herself playing the French cut between the legs for a single as her way to get off the mark. She won't mind, though. It's certainly nice to get off the mark, and there's always nerves. There's always nerves. I don't care how good you are, where you've played, the experience, you still get those butterflies.
Well, the first ball for Kareem. There's a backward square. The slip. Looks like they're going to have a first slip, of course. The swing will go across the left-hander. It looks like 1.5. And it looks like Rebecca Burns potentially there. And they've got a gully as well. So looking to get that outside edge. A little bit short. And that goes through to the keeper. And that'll be the end of the first over here.
Little nervous dabble outside, you're off peg. It's easy to just not have control of your emotions, and the mind is not at its freest state. You're anxious and you're trying to calm yourself down. So there's a lot going on in your head. It's hard when you've got those nerves and the butterflies, and certainly I like the left-hand, right-hand combination of the openers, Watkin being right-hand and Kareem being left-hand. It makes it hard for bowlers any level.
Yeah, and I guess how important is a safe and steady start here for Northern Districts? We mentioned them chasing history. It's going to be from the other end, Jess Simmons to take the new ball. She'll come from the scoreboard end here, bowling to Jess Watkin.
Yeah, Jess Simmons, another Jess to have to deal with. Popular name. Made the move this season from Canterbury up to Wellington. She's slotted in quite nicely. She'll be delighted winning the Super Smash, getting the opportunity. I think she tried really hard to get into that Canterbury side and be ever present, but in and out a little bit.
That one's over pitched. Watkin can't beat Georgia Plymouth there at cover. It was a bit of an errant throw. McFadgen was beaten. I think Rebecca Burns might have tidied up. The captain with a wry smile.
Yeah, Simmons, a nice little, I'd say medium, slightly more than medium, little slinging action. Gets it in a away movement type delivery as her stock delivery.
Should be looking to bring in that first slip there. Watkin is able to work that into the leg side for her second run. Indy move to 2 without loss. Yeah, it's a nice combination as well with the new ball, isn't it? You got one swinging in with Jess Kerr and then Simmons taking it away. So 2 different challenges for the opening batters.
Yeah, it is. And as I mentioned, when you've got lots of nerves flying around, it's not just the batters that are nervous, the fielding. I've seen a few wayward throws already, and the girls just need to calm themselves down, just shake off those nerves. And it's important for the brave to give themselves a chance that they get the base that you badly need to set up a defendable total. You certainly can't win the game in the first few overs, but you can certainly move towards losing it quite quickly.
That one's down the leg side, and it is wided. Yeah, well, ND, of course, the top qualifier. They only dropped the one game during the regular season. They were the team to beat, but, of course, that one defeat was to the Wellington Blaze as well. So how much that is a factor in this match. There she is, Mealy Kerr, fresh off her 100 in the final round of the HBJ Shield on this very ground. Fantastic to see her in this competition and playing in the grand final today. That's full face of the bat as well from Kareem.
And freshly named White Ferns captain in both formats. Pretty exciting in her world. There's not much that Mealy Kerr has not achieved, and that's probably the crowning glory for me. Captain in your country, yes, she's destined for that for a wee while. That's been no secret at all, and I'm delighted for her. I just hope that the workload is managed, because she's wanted by everyone at all hours of the day.
Good fielding off her own bowling. Yeah, well, no better person to talk to than Emily Drum with me here in commentary about, I guess, the rigours of being the captain of the national side, and it is a lot to place on a player, particularly one that, although we've seen Mealy playing for almost 10 years, she is still only, what, 25, 26?
Yeah. She's still growing into her game, would you believe it or not, and she's achieved so much. There's more to come, of course, but with franchise cricket, the demands of that plus captaincy just needs to be managed so that she is looked after and catered for.
Oh, and lovely flowing cover drive from Kareem. That'll run away. The first boundary of the HBJ Shield final. Lovely shot. That'll feel good. Into the second over, 7 for none.
Cracking cover drive. That'll make you feel good. It was almost allowed herself to smile and on the delight of getting that ball over the ropes. And she's a player that's worked hard on her game. She looks fitter than she has been for a while. Spent a little bit of time with her at club, not a lot, but I've been in and around the group and I've seen the work that she's put in hasn't always come off. Certainly as a youngster, you expect a lot just because you make a side in the age groups and you have success. It doesn't always come straight away, and she's certainly one player that's had to wait for her turn.
Well, a bit of a wild card here. Kerr rather, after one over's come off. Zara Jetley, a bit of spin for the third over. Yeah, interesting move there. This is a mouth-watering duo I think you could have together if you wanted to pick the top wicket taker versus one of the most dominant person in terms of batting. Watkin on the sweep shot. She finds the gap as well, and it'll beat the boundary rider. It's a lovely shot. That's her first boundary. Moves the scoreboard through to 11.
It's a lovely shot. This is very Jess Watkin-like if you really look at the way that she plays, but you can just see the quality of cricketer that you've got here, and just getting down, sweeping hard in front of square. Typically, Jess would go down the ground and hit through the line of the ball, but low risk, perfect cricket, and safe. I'm not sure I like this move with the off spin. I don't think they needed to do that. I thought Jess Kerr was doing. She's the wicket taking bowler for me. She's the one that will cause the most damage because of the way that she moves the ball.
Down on the sweep again, and that'll beat square leg. It's another boundary, 2 and 3 balls. Watkin feasting on the off spin of Jetley.
This is even better, this shot. She's hit this hard, and again, just simple cricket. The shot that I love the most against spin is the sweep shot because it is low risk. You can manipulate the field. You're able to dictate what you want, and you can choose to do it whenever you want. So for me, again, I would rather see Jess Kerr still on.
Watkin on the sweep again. That one's just going down leg. I guess there is a chance of the LBW if she gets that online and misses.
Yeah, in this case, going well wide of leg stump. Tried to hit it too fine. You've got to make sure that you keep your head straight, hitting really through the line of the delivery.
A big shout. They're pleading. They've got her. Jetley strikes. Watkin took the 2 boundaries, but Jetley has the last laugh, and it's the first wicket of the final.
Just as I say, commentators curse, but gosh, this kept low. It wasn't a good shot from Jess Watkin, I have to say. I don't know if this has hit her in line with off stump at all. I'd love to see the replay. The benefit of doubt for me should have gone towards the batsman. A little bit unlucky there, but not a good shot option. Jess Watkin, she's got to go though. A handy 10, but not what the Brave wanted, Willie.
Yeah, it was an impassioned appeal from the Blaze. They all went up. Jetley was down on both knees, pleading with the umpire. They got the decision, and that is a breakthrough. So potentially the ends justifying the means there. The ND Brave 15 for 1 after 3 overs here at the Basin Reserve.
Yeah, this is a dismissal. It's probably given out on the basis of the appeal and the demandingness of the Wellington Blaze. A little bit unfortunate for Jess Watkin. Looked in control, but this is very much a one mistake sport and you're gone. Unfortunately, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. And as I asked for Jess Kerr to stay on, she's come on at the other end and had a plan. She wanted to change ends potentially, so the right move to get her back on. I do think she is the wicket-taking option for the Blaze at this point.
Yeah, well, I've swung her around. She's now coming from the scoreboard end, Jess Kerr, after bowling the opening over from the RA Vance stand end here at the Cello Basin Reserve. The Blaze, they have their first wicket, the one they wanted. And Kerr here looking for a second. Oh, that has started, well, looked about on leg and finished on about fourth stump. There is plenty of swing out there, Emily Drum.
Yeah, there certainly is. Jess Watkin looked so much in control, and I just don't know where the concentration levels went here. Like she missed out on that third sweep potentially and then wanted to make up for it. So lots of things going wrong in that delivery. Frustrating probably for her now.
Can't beat Georgia Plimmer there at Gully. Yeah, she looked very disappointed when she walked off. Jess Watkin, the Northern District's captain, such an important player for them. But the new batter to the crease is Tash Wakeland for the visiting side. Batting in at number 3, Caitlin Gurry will come in at number 4.
Yeah, Watkin, for me, big wicket, has set the scene for them so often this season. And another 20 or 30 runs would have been really good for the Brave.
That one's on the legs, and it's worked round the corner by Kareem. Burns is scampering after it, but they will get a couple. Not sure if that was off the bat or that will be leg buys. Just wait for Greg Pennell there. He looks at his square leg and
a little bit of bat pad,
a little bit of
certainly.
each. Great for a batter. Batter will always be claiming it.
Yeah, we'll take that to the tally. Big challenge here for Yaz Kareem. Jess Kerr putting her under a lot of pressure.
Well, this is what you want, isn't it? The rising stars of our domestic competition coming up against an established white fern like Jess Kerr on her home ground at the top of her game. She's got the one slip in there in Rebecca Burns and then a gully as well. So obviously looking to sort of square her up and go across her and get that outside edge.
It's important that you don't get drawn in outside the off stump, showing the full face, and Yaz Kareem's really strong and compact with her defensive shots so far. It's just the one that you chase that's a little bit outside your eye line, outside that off stick, whether she's able to really get across and over it, not bringing in those catches behind the wicket into play. It's a patience game. We are still very early on in this game. It's important that she stays tight with her shot choices.
That one's fallen, driven well up to mid-off, but it won't beat it. And that'll be the end of the fourth over. It's Northern Districts 17 for 1.
Yeah, Tash Wakeland starting to find herself at the top of the order. Like most new players that come into sides, they do tend to start around that middle to lower order, and then they start to have a bit of performance, and then all of a sudden they're asked to do a bigger job. So exciting for me. She's a former under-19 New Zealand player. A lot of expectations on her too, Willie. These players in this current world that we live in, the expectations have climbed so much because they're getting so much more exposure. They're having so much more coaching, playing more cricket, and we're all getting excited. So, yeah, and there's a little bit of money that floats around at this level too. So another exciting player that I've got high hopes for.
Oh, Jess Simmons back into the attack. Zara Jetley just the one over. She got the wicket of Watkin and straight back out. Simmons back in. All those little outswingers to the right-hander.
interesting tactics, or the changing up of the bowlers, and it's certainly something they've been thinking about. I feel a little bit robbed that I don't get to watch Jess Watkin bat for a little bit longer, because I love the way that she plays this game. She's very much see ball, hit ball cricket. I thought she had good choices in her early on in her innings, and I just feel it's taken away from us a little bit. I feel a little bit robbed.
Oh, and that did move, and a little bit of nip there as well. A wry smile from Wakeland. Tash Wakeland, of course, 218 runs, I think it is. Yes, 218 runs so far this season. So she has delivered on that potential Emily Drum was speaking about, but she would dearly love a contribution here in the final. Yeah, I'm trying to think the last time 5 different overs would have been bowled by 5 different bowlers to begin the HBJ Shield final. There's a bit of width that, not wided though. Judged to have gone potentially past the bat and kept going.
It's wide for me. It's almost unplayable. But what I've noticed already is there's a very low bounce in this pitch. Not really getting up at all. Yeah, so when it passes the bat, it's going to be tough for this bat. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring final unless someone has a blinder. Already I feel like it's going to be a bit of a grind.
Yeah, ran with the shot well. It's beaten cover, and they will look for 2. They'll get 2. So Wakeland off the mark in nice style as well. Just a push, and she ran with the shot well.
Yeah, this is good cricket. Not a scintillating shot to get off the mark, but I like the way she leant into it and sort of bunted it past cover. Travelled quite quickly, and that's obviously a strength for her. She's got the power. She's actually quite a big girl, tall. She's got a power game, had lots of good cricket in the T20 format. This is an extension of that. Good between wickets, and yeah, the promise that she has is certainly an opportunity on offering today to see that again.
Well, the Blaze have got a gap there in the covers, so trying to tempt the ND batters into that cover drive. As you can see there, they've got the deep cover sweeper out, but a big gap at cover. They're wanting to promote that cover drive, but Wakeland was up to the task there.
It's very much like a T20 start, isn't it? Got that feel about change of bowlers. Got the field protected.
Well, if it is going to be a low-scoring final, as Emily Drum alluded to, running between the wickets is going to be so important. Oh, wow, what a delivery that was. Wakeland thought it was angling into the pads. Next minute, it was on the 4th stump. Beater all ends up to end the 5th over. ND 19 for 1. And we're going to have the first change in the commentary. Myself, Willie Nichols, will step out. And former White Fern, Katie Perkins, will join Emily Drum.
Oh, that's a delivery from Jess Simmons to finish the end of the over. And certainly the Blaze will be pretty happy with where they are. 19 for 1 off 5 overs. You'd take that if you were asked to bowl, I guess, as far as winning the toss. You'd like to think that you could set the scene by posting a total. Katie Perkins. Would that be yeah, good morning. Would that be a fair assessment for you?
Yeah, if I was Georgia Plummer and the Wellington Blaze at the moment, I'd be fairly happy with, well, not the 4 just now, but everything else has gone fairly to plan. Even the counter punch with Zara Jetley going for a couple of 4s early in her stuff.
Kareem edging the first ball through the gap in the slip region for 4. And no protection down there. It's raced away. Jess Kerr will probably feel a little bit aggrieved to give away an easy boundary, Katie.
Yeah, just nicely played really by Kareem. She just leaned on it, didn't try and force it anywhere. Probably knew that there was a gap.
Strongly through the offside. Races out to the cover boundary. Glorious from Yaz Kareem. 2 in a row, Katie. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, that's really nice counter again from Yaz. She's sort of just had a quiet little start, sort of watching things happen more so at the other end. But then just that left-handed cover drive, you can't really beat it. It's beautiful from Yaz, and having seen her grow up through the Auckland ranks and then head down to ND to play for them, it's awesome to see her just now stepping up in a final stage and, yeah, looking really, really calm at the crease as well.
Jess Kerr thinking about her options. Where does she bowl that next delivery? Has she got the batsman feeling a little bit comfortable? It's always a danger time for a batsman after 2 boundaries. And a good response there from Jess Kerr.
Yeah, really solid. Also, though, from Yaz, didn't look to try and force anything. Happy that she's already got a couple of 4s early in the over. She's well ahead of the game in terms of if you take each over as a little game within the match itself. She's on top at the moment. Put Jess Kerr under pressure early in the over.
Well, I think she's got one of the best cover drives in the women's game. It's so fluent. A little bit beaten for pace there, Kareem. Jess Kerr has the ability to roll the fingers over the ball, just taking a fraction of pace off and forcing a little error there, but nothing to potentially lose her wicket.
Yeah, I think the thing that's saving Yaz at the moment, just generally, is that she's not trying to overhit the ball at any moment. So had she tried to force that, could have potentially gone back to the bowler for a catch, but she's in control as a batter at the moment.
Wide down the leg side, Jess Kerr. Disappointed about that. She knows that she's gone for a couple of boundaries. The overs, the damage is being done. It's important to get out of the over without further damage, Katie. It's quite mentally challenging as a bowler to bounce back from 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls. Yeah,
she's definitely chasing the over from here on just to try and close it out. That 6th ball can't come soon enough for her in a way. Yeah, easy stuff for Jess. If that's her line, that's her stock delivery.
It's a much better line and length, that one. Not drivable, not too short to cut.
But also for Yaz, who's on top of the over so far, very happy just to let that go. So that's very classical one-day cricket, what we've just witnessed in that one delivery, just the ebbs and flows within an over in the context of the match as well.
Flighted, dot ball to finish the over, 28 for 1 off 6.
And you'd give that to Jess in terms of ability to bounce back after a couple of 4s early in the over. The first one more just finding a gap through the slip region. The second one, beautiful shot through the covers, and then for Jess to be able to knuckle down. Yep, slip the wide in there as well, but everything else, again, sort of back on the money as the international player that we'd expect from her.
A little bit of a partnership building here that ND desperately need. Yes, Kareem, not really known for his strike rate. More Tash Wakeland for that one.
Yeah.
But good to see that momentum still continuing for the Brave. I mentioned potentially about being lower scoring. I think the pitch will get lower as the day goes on. I mean, it might be a bit early to call out numbers as to what is the magic number that they need to be, so I'll hold my judgment on that. Give me another 5 overs or so,
yeah,
Katie.
A little bit later.
Jess Simmons back on. Peel for LBW, potentially pitching outside leg stump. Wasn't that far away though.
Yeah, just interesting watching the different shape that both obviously Simmons and then Kerr bring. And I wonder if that was the whole reason they switched ends early. They figured out actually maybe the breeze isn't quite where we're thinking it was. It did come back a lot, but like I say, pitching outside leg.
Yeah, the right decision. You'd probably be feeling a little nervous as a batsman. You're looking straight up at the umpire, but Tash Wakeland certainly under pressure here a little bit. Beautifully cut through, hit hard, through the cover region. Good protection out there. It seems to be a popular fielding spot these days. Always having that cover sweeper out there does save a lot of boundaries, and she'll be happy that she got a piece of that. Not beautifully timed by any means, but the Blaze are quite happy to give away just the one rather than single.
Yeah, it's that finding that balance between wanting to attack and stop any sort of momentum of changing ends between the batters, but also as a batter, when you put it away through the covers and you only get one, you feel a bit ripped off as well. So
it's very true, very true word. I don't think anyone's but felt ever comfortable about a ball that's been smashed out for one, and you certainly feel like you deserve more, but that's not how the game goes.
For me, it'd be seeing how Yaz now goes, whether she can rotate the strike.
For the delivery from Simmons. Certainly looks comfortable on that front foot, playing very straight. She's hardly played across that front pad, and I like, she hasn't changed anything. I like what she's bringing so far to the game. Still early days, she's only faced 17 balls, but I like so far what I've seen.
Yeah, she's looking to stroke the ball. I just wonder if there is the opportunity for that drop and run. There is that space in the covers and just off her legs as well, just to avoid becoming too sort of blocked. Not bash, because she's not trying to bash it, but just sort of dots and fours has sort of been her MO so far.
Well, they've got an interesting field. With the field restrictions now, where you don't have to have the two stationary catches, as once upon a time, feels like nearly a century ago that we donned the colourful clothes. You certainly see now the fielders are more in that front of the wicket. Yep. It's like the abandonment of catches behind the wicket, because there just aren't many. So trying to force an error through a catch through that extra cover, short mid-wicket, backward point is a popular position. Head off the legs, down through to backward square boundary, just for the single for Kareem. She won't mind that. That's an easy collect for her.
Yeah, and well worked. Wasn't forced in terms of playing too much across her. She just leant on it. And that's the difference between a player who's trying to force a shot into the leg side and starts exposing themselves to those potential LBW decisions versus someone who's actually watching the ball close under their eyes and just then leaning on it into the gap.
Wayward there from Jess Simmons. It was a pretty poorly directed delivery down the leg side. Jess McFadgen did well there to stop that, Katie, and I was just thinking to myself that she'd actually done a good job, left-hand, right-hand combination, Simmons.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a change-up gone wrong or something.
Probably feels like she deserves more in the wicket column, and that can be that over-excitement or desperation to try something different. Good push out into the offside, into that gap that we've talked about. Fairly large gap. It's almost hit and run sort of cricket. Brings the end of the over. 7 gone, 32 for 1. And Wakeland will quite happily collect with those sorts of deliveries, and it seems to be playing nicely into her strengths.
Yeah, that's the balance. As if I was captaining there, I'm like, that was a nice tidy delivery and we've given a single away, whereas if we were squeezing in, it would have been a dot. But there's that balance of as soon as they overpitch slightly and they can smack it through the covers for 4, are we happy with that as the counter balance? So at the moment, Wellington just happy to have them tick over with the ones, feeling that that's not going to maybe provide the Northern Districts as much momentum and satisfaction.
So Jess Watkins, the only player that's been dismissed so far for the Blaze. LBW, keeper standing up, will be putting a little bit more pressure on the batsman. I think this is a good move. It's tough standing up to the cricket bowlers, but Jess Kerr will certainly want to get a breakthrough here. The Brave are looking fairly solid so far. We've recovered after they've lost Jess Watkins, and whether that extra pressure is going to put on the batsman, we'll soon find out. Gosh, she just seems to be able to be very much repetitive, Katie. She's a vital cog in the Wellington side, but not only that, the White Ferns as well. Here's a dismissal of Jess Watkin, just playing across the line. Big appeal by the Blaze. Wicket given. Sarah Jetley, she's been the wicket taker. Worked on to the onside. It's a good cricket shot, just working the gaps. It's very good batsmanship, I would say. Sarah Jetley. Can't keep her out of the game, Katie.
Nah, she's a live wire, and she's great for the women's game in terms of having a personality who's out there on social media. She just brings energy into whatever context she's in. And I saw an interview with her the other week, and I was really stoked to hear her talking about her goals and desire to become a White Fern one day. And I was like, with the kind of tenacity that she shows, I wouldn't bet against it.
Well, got someone like Nancy Patel, who's just been called up for the first time. It's taken her 10 years.
Yeah.
Coached her when she was 15.
Yeah.
And now she's got there. What a moment for her.
Oh.
What a week for her and her family. She has worked so hard. And sometimes you get a good things come to those who wait. It's certainly the case for me and what I see in that reward.
Oh, 100%.
Lovely cover drive there by Kareem.
Yeah, for Nancy, when you have to wait that long to achieve a goal you've carried for so long, the realisation of it is just that much sweeter. And she'll be a better player if she does get the opportunity then to debut. She'll be a better player than she would have been a few years ago if she'd got sort of picked more maybe on potential. Then now it's actually, she's got the talent, she's ready.
Here's Kareem, just shimmied across to the offside there, trying to alter her presence at the crease. Nancy Patel, you know, what a week with the emotions being called up. She probably, the sort of person that she is, probably thought it was a prank, you know, and just like you probably can't take the smile off her face. She's a very happy girl, but developed into a fine cricketer, but it's taken time. A bit of frustration coming into, yes, Kareem, just trying to force the play a little bit, Katie. And certainly a better over from Jess Kerr.
Yeah, it's sort of what we come to expect from Jess Kerr, just keeping it very simple, forcing the batter to try and do something that they're not comfortable with. And interesting just seeing how they've obviously got a bit of a plan around Wakeland. Meant that McFadden was up at the stumps, whereas for Kareem, happy to step back and try and maybe see more of an edge coming through to that slip cordon. So they've done their homework, and just those little things that you can pick up from watching this Wellington Blaze team operate.
Zara Jetley coming on for her second over, 33 for 1, steady going for the Brave. Similar delivery to the dismissal of Jess Watkin. Batsman going back and across, Katie. Do they need to play a little bit straight and play more offside, or playing more through the mid-wicket area rather than square? What do you think?
Yeah, you don't really get caught going too square across your pad. This one just sneaks
Sweep.
under the bat somehow.
A very good sweep, we would call that, by Tash Wakeland. Moved across his stumps, exposed the stumps, got away with it.
Well, potentially good signs if she's that happy to sweep no matter sort of the line of the ball. Says that you're potentially playing it on instinct as opposed to a premeditation. But thankfully she's able to get something on it. Otherwise, yeah, that could have taken out middle.
An excellent piece of fielding there by the Blaze. Desperation, saved a run. Already Zara Jetley, accurate. This is what's brought her to the top of the wickets tally. Accuracy is everything in this format. not giving any freebies, asking the batsman to do something different.
Another sort of thing about Jet Li, I didn't personally enjoy playing against her because of the energy she brought. Like, I didn't want her to do a backflip because she gets me out. There's this whole weird extra psychology that's going on there, which is...
So not only are you playing the bowler, you're also playing the ball. So you've got two games going on in your head, which is exactly what she wants you to do.
Exactly, and it makes her successful, additionally successful, I guess I should say. But yeah, it's the funny thing around athletes and egos and trying to balance that at the same time. Interesting
field setting, I'll call it out. Katie, as the full screen will come on, you're going to see a short cover. Oh my goodness, it's an interesting position. And then she bowls it short. Again,
just getting in the head.
Trying to give her something different to think about. Look, I'm okay for all funky fielding positions because it's giving the batsman something else to think about. It takes them away from their core plan. So we've just seen a shift of that short catcher move a little bit wider. Big peel for LBW. Gosh, this is close. I was holding my breath. The silence was, is she going to? Is she not? Where did this hit in line? This is a very, very close and a big appeal by the Blaze. The demanding and the collection of a single at the end of the over, 37 for 1 off 9. The Brave probably dodged a bullet, you'd potentially say. Just wonder what the mindset of the umpire is in deciding whether this is hit in line or not. That can be the only question for me in going on.
Yeah, exactly. And I know I'd be a useless umpire because I was like, I thought that came off her hands maybe. And so
potentially.
I was waiting for it just to be a run. But then she did call it off the pad. So then the umpire has believed it's hit her pad. So then you're back to the, was it hitting or not? So potentially just going down would have been the only thing that was saving her on that occasion.
Well, Jess Kerr choosing to come round the wicket to the left-hander Kareem. Another strong cover drive, little misfield.
Good awareness by Northern Districts to hustle through for the single. You don't often try and run on a misfield. That can be a fatal mistake. But they went after it straight away. Jamie, would you make a good umpire?
Depends. Depends if I'm batting.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough job. Tough job. This is, you know, it's on full exposure. In the air, down the ground. Ooh, mistimed by Wakeland. Probably got away with that. Saved her, I would say, Katie. Just feeling like there's a little bit of anxiety creeping in. It's not like their strike rate is poor, but you've got to graft through these hard times where it doesn't feel great being out there. And that's the weird part about batting, is that it's okay to feel icky out in the middle. Just don't give your wicket away.
Exactly. It always feels harder than it is, or that it looks maybe to your teammates.
In the air and taken.
You talked that one through there, Drummy, just talking about how it was looking a bit hard. The batters were getting a bit scratchy and maybe they were starting to force shots that weren't really on, and that's exactly the case on this occasion. Yes, Kareem trying to go big over the top and instead has just sort of sliced it up and managed to lose their wicket, caught by Nicole Baird, who came around and took it fairly comfortably in the end.
Disappointing end, you'd have to say. All the hard work done by Yaz Kareem. She had won the battle over Jess Kerr last over. Jess Kerr started to come back really well, and then something changed with coming around the wicket. The angle had changed, and I could feel walking, shuffling across her stumps meant that she was having to think of something different where she didn't need to change a single thing. And this is probably the disappointing thing for me. She's worn her down over the last few deliveries, and you could feel it. You can see it. You sense it. Jess Kerr will be delighted. She's broken her down, and certainly a nicely brewing partnership has been broken.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of one-day cricket. There is a lot of patience that is required, and it's a battle of wills. And Jess Kerr just has shrugged off a couple of fours earlier on in her spell and just got back into just on a string kind of bowling that she does. And you've spoken about maybe this wicket is potentially a bit low, it could be a bit slow. And so, again, that patience game in Wellington at this point, I'd say on top.
Jess Kerr into the new batsman, Katie Gurry, and what a player to have come out in the final, the run machine.
Not a bad one at all. Gurry has been a torment of Auckland Hearts and many other domestic sides for many seasons. And the beauty of Katie Gurry is that she just goes and bats. She doesn't overthink it. As we can see, the dismissal of Yaz Kareem.
Jess Kerr into Katie Gurry, just that late dip, able to work that ball square, soft hands. Katie Gurry's been an expert at that type of cricket.
Yeah, just watches the ball onto the bat. If you ever want to look for someone to template off, watch the ball, hit the ball, don't overcomplicate batting. Caitlin Gurry's the one.
She sure is. Couldn't agree more. Boulder. Fairly standard delivery by Jess Kerr. Getting the ball to come back in. Started out wide, swung in, and Tash Wakelin has gone for 9 off 14 and a double blow for the Blaze side. The Brave now losing 2 in a row. Just not the shot option on offer for the type of bowling that you're facing, Katie Perkins.
Yeah, that's just coming in all the time, and there's no room to try and cut that away. It's the last ball of the over. You just really need to get out of it. You've already lost a wicket and trying to force something that wasn't on, and it's a real disappointing way for Tash Wakelin to finish her batting innings, and has just put another positive wicket for Wellington at the end of the power play. After 10 overs, Wellington will be pretty stoked with themselves. Georgia Plymouth skipper will have thought that although there was few ebbs and flows early on and a few changes of ends with the different bowlers trying to sort out which end was going to work best for them, they've now sort of found a real settled groove. And Northern Districts with all the work to do at this point, will he?
Absolutely, Perky. Well, yeah, a big swing and momentum there in that over as Jet Li continues for her third. Northern Districts, I was thinking 1 wicket down in the power play, 39 for 1. A little bit on the slow side, but just the 1 wicket. It might have been just their power play, but Jess Kerr showing her class. 2 wickets and 2 big wickets. Really swinging the momentum here in this final. And I must admit, I've been impressed with the Blazers' energy, like you mentioned, that you didn't used to love playing in Zara Jet Li bouncing around, but they've been prepared to bring that energy, bring that intent, change the field around, change their bowlers as well. Always hunting, always asking questions of the batters. Lindsay Patel on the sweep early. And I guess as a batting side, you do feel that when the fielders look up for it.
Oh, yeah, and that Wellington team, where they say with that energy and their bright yellow all sort of in and around the bat, in your face, you look up and you're like, where are the gaps? They're right in the grill here.
And Gurry just turning another one off the legs. So the singles between these two as they look to build a partnership, and that's what they're going to need here, is a partnership to to get this innings back on track. And I guess alongside the energy in the field, Katie Perkins, it's also the chat, I imagine, out there as well.
Yeah, they're not like a negative chat kind of crew, the Wellington team, but they're a bit annoying, probably, if anything. They'll just talk absolute rubbish. I'd say mostly coming from Jet Li and Plummer. Because, yeah, our mate McFadden behind the stump, she ain't going to say anything nasty. She just loves a chat.
Oh, that one's down leg. It's well taken by Jess McFadden. Tried to run it to the other end, but is quite rightly wided.
Yeah, I was a batter that did not like people talking to me, and I just purposely well, I'll take it as motivation to try to shut them up more than anything.
That one's whipped into the leg side by Nenzi Patel. She'll move her score through to 2. Northern Districts 45 for 3 at the end of 11 overs. Let's have a look back on that power play. So the Blaze, after being asked to bowl first, a couple of lovely cover drives from Kareem. Jess Watkin got into the sweep shot. She was undone by Jet Li in the end. A judged LBW. There will be discussion about that, I am sure. Jess Kerr, she got that swing that we mentioned. There's that lovely cover drive from Kareem. She does play that shot well, but then one she might like to forget, chipping up to Plymmer at cover there. And then the top of off, walk off for Jess Kerr. Classy bowling.
Yeah, we're talking about the quality of Jess Kerr, but then it's also the mistakes, really, of the Northern District's batters against her. Jess is just keeping her game simple, putting it on line and length, maybe the odd change up here and there, but Kareem gave a wicket away playing a shot, or forcing a shot that wasn't really on yet, and was different to how she'd been approaching her innings up until that point. And then Wakeland just trying to force a shot again that wasn't on.
It is always the threatening ball for the right-hander, isn't it? That swing where she goes wide of the crease, Jess Kerr. But canny bowling as well. She did change the way she came around the wicket to the left-hander. That change of angle Emily Drum mentioned might have also just proposed another question or a challenge.
Yeah, and that's the smarts of Jess Kerr, looking for little other ways for the batter to have to deal with what she's delivering.
Oh, Patel whips that one away, but there's 2 back on the leg side. Good intent from Nenzi Patel. We mentioned her recently called up to the White Ferns. A potential to make her T20I debut. Very exciting times. And a player, as Emily Drum mentioned, lots of potential. A good all-round player and bringing plenty of intent to this final, Katie Perkins.
Yeah, and for her now, it'd just be trying to put everything around selection for the White Ferns to the side and be back present for her team today, which so far, so good. Looking very composed at the wicket and just getting on with the job. Again, you can tell with Wellington, just they do their homework and they know that Nancy's probably not going to boost them down the ground with their shots, and so more so fielders behind the wicket and with the swing of Jess Kerr.
Jess Kerr into her 6th over. Interesting to see how many of the Blaze will want to bowl her, whether they'll stop her there and leave her for the back end. She is right where she wants to be.
With McFadden standing up to the stumps, you can be brave enough and step out of your crease still and back yourself that you're going to hit the ball. But it really does put that doubt in your mind that, oh, can I really move around the crease and to negate the swing that Jess Kerr's up to, or obviously if I miss it, I'm going to get stumped.
He leans back and cuts, and that one does beat the fielder, and it's onto the pitch blocks, and it'll run away. So Nenzi Patel with her first boundary. She got just a little bit of width, and that'll bring up Northern District's 50 runs. It's come off 71 balls in decent time, but they have lost 3 wickets. But good intent, as mentioned by Nenzi Patel.
That is classic Nenzi Patel batting there. Ball wasn't maybe potentially super short, but because of her own height and her ability to use her depth of crease, she ends up going back and cutting things that your standard average player just probably wouldn't be looking to cut. So, yeah, another quality shot from Patel. You can see what she's sort of been able to bring into her game for the last few seasons.
Yeah, the feet look to be working nicely early, along with Rebecca Burns there with some dancing feet to get down at the gully to finish the 12th over. It's Northern Districts 51 for 3. I know it's early days, Perky, but a run rate of 4.25. Emily Drum mentioned a couple of balls going a little bit low. There's been a little bit of nip around as well, but what do you start thinking is a good score in this final from a Northern Districts point of view?
I think trying to knock towards that 250 mark would be an ideal. I don't know if being 3 wickets down at this point is going to sort of slow that potential, but the fact you've got Gurry there, as long as Gurry's there, they could still be looking at 300 type of thing. That's reality. I would be, there's sort of almost not a score that is safe with a Wellington team that love playing at the Basin, that has the 2 Kerr sisters. So,
and here's one of them now, Amelie Kerr, the New Zealand captain, in for her first bowl of the day. And straight past the bat, McFadden takes the stumps. And I like they've got the slip in early.
Yeah, they're going to really just attack here. They know that this partnership here is key. If they can break this partnership, send these 2 to the shed fairly early, well, you wouldn't say the game is theirs, but their hand is half on the trophy at that point.
Oh, and that one's helped on its way by Gurry. That will run away. Her first boundary. And that's great intent as well. Doesn't matter who's bowling you the ball, whether it's the former World Player of the Year and the New Zealand captain, Amelie Kerr, but if it's there to be put away, you've got to do that. Yeah,
that's Caitlin Gurry, 101. Just able to manipulate her feet quickly enough there and help it on its way. She saw it was short enough and it was dragged down. And yeah, Gurry happy to find the gap, not trying to overhit it or do anything super special.
Yeah, Kerr looking for that trademark googly, the one that just slides on. Gurry up to the challenge. And if you do look through the order as well, Katie, I just wonder if these 2 need to do a fair bit of the batting here.
I'd say they have to. Absolutely, they need to get them through to around about the 30 over mark at least from this point. And once, if they do get that far, well, the partnership will be humming.
Oh, and smacked it straight to cover. Plymouth's there, does the job. Nenzi Patel, she took the bait. It was flighted by Kerr, and she'll have to walk off. Another one down. The Blaze firmly on top.
Oh, great sharp fielding by Plymouth. She's not going to drop those. It was smacked straight at her. Almost sometimes the harder it comes, the simpler it is to take. You don't have to think about it. To Patel's credit, she gave it a good smack, came out of the middle, but Plymouth didn't have to do anything but just put her hands in the way of the ball.
Well, you mentioned it, the Blaze, they're well planned. They had Georgia Plymouth there, and she really was in tight. She's effectively on the catch. Kerr threw it up. Patel, we mentioned her intent. Her eyes lit up, and unfortunately she has picked out cover. She'll have to walk off. Northern Districts 56 for 4 now, and starting to look a little in trouble, although Caitlin Gurry is at the other end.
What I do think when I look at the rest of this batting lineup for Northern Districts is at least battlers. They're not just going to come in and go, oh, well, we'll just have a swing. There is a lot of fight in the rest of the order. So as long as the intent from here is that Gurry is the one to anchor things and that everyone left in the order is here to support Gurry, get her on strike, just build nice little partnerships.
Oh, the reverse sweep. First ball.
And Marina Lamplow. She hasn't played many games this season. I think this is only potentially the second, is it? Around that, yeah. Hasn't had much time, especially, well, in the one-day lineup anyway.
Well, not bad. First ball against the White Ferns captain, and you look for the reverse sweep, so a good sign of intent. This is what they have bought so far, although they will not want to lose another one. She drives that up to mid-off, and that will be the end of Mealy Kerr's first over. It's a successful one. She's got the wicket of Nenzi Patel. Northern Districts 56 for 4, and it was well flighted, Perky.
Yeah, really just tossed it up. Asked Nancy Patel to go on, have a hit if you really want it. Unfortunately for Patel, got stuck between not actually getting over the ball to smack it on the ground, and then didn't get underneath it enough to just send it on its way to the boundary. And when you're sort of in two minds, that's usually the outcome, is unfortunately you heading back to the pavilion.
And a change of bowling from the scoreboard end. Zara Jetley's going to come back for her fourth over. She's already got the wicket of Jess Watkin. Gurry using her feet early. Good positive movements. She can't beat the mid-off fielder there, though. And they will not get off strike. They are up and about the Blaze, as mentioned. They field well. They back up their bowlers. Again, using those feet, but again, she can't beat mid-off.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for Gurry. Again, as someone who's not going to overthink the situation, she will just bat. But she is a smart player as well. I'd say that she's not going to. She's going to pick the right ball to smack like that. She's happy not to try force it, just work it for one. She's going to be relying on her partners at the other end to support her appropriately. From Lamplugh, I want to see low-risk cricket. If I'm the coach, I don't want to see T20 style having a go at the moment. That can come later in the innings if you're still there. At the moment, settle things down, start to wrestle some momentum back.
Oh, and she went back to Jetley. Jetley thought she might have been in business. Yeah, it was a little bit of a wild card selection. I must admit, when the team sheet came through, just had the one bat this season so far.
What I do see from Laplow, though, is someone who brings great energy to a team. And so in those tough moments of a final, if she's someone who can bring a positivity, keep the team up, that could be part of the value that she brings today.
Well, she's got a great opportunity here in the final. She goes to that reverse sweep again. Rebecca Burns gets down. They will get through for a single. It's the second reverse sweep Lamplough's played so far, and that'll get her off the mark, which is always a relief.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to say that is high risk. It's a shot she obviously plays very comfortably. And then to be able to just run on it, so it feels like some reward, no matter what, is really important.
Yeah, well, it's a great opportunity, isn't it? You come in at number 6. You've come in earlier in the game than you're expecting, but you know, you've still got 36 overs to bat, and what an opportunity for a player who hasn't had a lot of go this season in the competition. And she's right in the middle in this HBJ Shield final. Looks like she loves to sweep as well. We've seen the unorthodox reverse and now the conventional. They will just get the one out there. So continuing to tick the strike over, which is important.
Yeah, and as Drummy mentioned earlier in the day, for batters to be able to sweep comfortably and to sweep with just based on instinct as opposed to forcing it really puts spinners, wow, forces spinners to think a little bit again. If you're strong with your sweep, you really shut up areas of good bowling options for your spin bowlers.
Well, that one's beaten cover. Plymouth diving to her left. It was well timed by Caitlin Gurry. She'll get 2. It absolutely has seemed like Northern Districts, they are wanting to attack Mealy Kerr, at least not let her settle in, which, you know, you have to take your cap off to them. The New Zealand captain comes on, the ICC player of 2025. Other teams, especially in the situation, might be looking. That's hit her on the pad. Big shout. Just as I say that, Mealy Kerr with the googly. Caitlin Gurry goes. It's a 5th one down for Northern Districts.
the Googly's right. This time, Gary's gone straight back and played it across her pads. Unfortunately, it's missed it. And has been adjudged that it was probably hitting top of middle and leg potentially. See on the replay, just squared up. Yeah, and hit on the back thigh, potentially taking top of middle.
It's always the risk ball, isn't it, when you're facing up as a right-hander to Mealy Kerr. And that's another one down. Caitlin Gurry, she was looking good, 12 from 13 balls, but she has to go. The Wellington Blaze, they are swarming here at the Cello Basin Reserve. They have Northern Districts 61 for 5.
Yeah, you can see Gurry felt a bit aggrieved as well as she walked off, maybe thinking it hit her a little bit high, but as soon as you sort of just shuffle on the crease, hasn't gone anywhere, if anything, just back. There's not much bounce like we've talked about. It's, yeah, good chance that was hitting the top of the stumps.
You've obviously faced up to Mealy Kerr. Can you tell us about facing that Googly? It must be well disguised, the amount of players she gets out, both domestically and internationally, with her wrong one.
Oh, I was just hoping most of the time when I was batting against Mealy, to be fair. I was very grateful that I had a sweep shot. That became kind of a MO. If it was if it was full, it almost didn't matter if it was the Googly or her standard leg spin, because I could get it on the half volley. Anything that was then a little bit more out of my reach in terms of being able to drive it, I'd probably have to look to sweep and just cover the options that way. And then if it was short, well, thankfully, hopefully I had enough time to deal with it. But yeah, it's an extra mental battle when you're playing someone the likes of Mealy.
Well, a drinks break here in the HBJ final. The Wellington Blaze, after being asked to bowl first, and they have struck. This is the last wicket to go. Mealy Kerr, that googly, and it really kicks on, doesn't it, as well? And it almost beats the batter for pace. She couldn't believe it, but she has to go.
Yeah, not sure if even she thought maybe she'd step further across her stumps and maybe out, not in the line, but yeah. From my umpiring position here, I can understand why it was given out.
Umpire Perkins happy to keep the finger up. And it's two new batters to the crease now for Northern Districts as Eve Wallen comes in to join Marina Lamplout. They have some work to do, and they have the New Zealand captain Mealy Kerr coming at them. Georgia Plymouth, she really is in the game there, the Wellington Blaze captain, right in the hot spot at sort of a cover, but she's a little bit further in than you normally expect. Not quite a catching cover, but she's on the block and she's already taken one there. Oh, that's the one to watch.
Well covered, really. It's that issue of not really sure about it. You end up going back. You've got to make sure you get your bat on it. Otherwise, we could have seen a bit of an action replay.
It was almost curtains. And what can you tell us about Eve Walland?
Not a hell of a lot, to be honest. But someone who's, at this point, is just going to have to absolutely graft away with Lamplow.
Oh, graft indeed. Work to be done here for Northern Districts. The end of the 15th over. They are 61 for 5. Katie Perkins is going to take a spell, and former White Ferns captain Emily Drum resumes back in the box, where the Wellington Blaze, they are firmly in control of this final so far. Welcome back in, Emily. It's been a devastating over since you've been away in terms of a Northern Districts batting effort.
Yeah, certainly the game's changed rather rapidly. It's all one-way traffic at the moment.
Seeing the Kerr's mother there, Joe Kerr, on the screen, watching on. There's a few fans in here today as well, watching the home side, the Blaze. Of course, they are playing at home. Predetermined finals venue. It was actually ND who are the top qualifiers, but at the moment it's the Blaze who are firmly in control. And I guess what is being said in the middle between these two players in a situation like this, Emily Drum?
Yeah, look, I don't think a lot needs to be said other than stop the bleed. Whatever we do not lose a wicket. Or you can just say, look, let's just reset, collect what we can, but we don't give away our wicket. It's a bit of dogged determination that's needed by this pair.
Well, it is a stern test, as we mentioned. This Blaze unit, they are so well drilled, they field well.
Yeah, they are. They just keep coming at you. The quartet of bowlers that's bowled today have just been so demanding. Hardly a bad ball, the odd wide, but just every ball asking questions.
That one's pitched up, and Willen wanted to have a go at it.
Wallen, she's more than capable. Again, played at that under-19 level. Still young, very young in terms of her cricketing career, but another one with potential.
Yeah, and a little bit like Marina Lamplau as well, a huge opportunity. You've got 34 overs to bat here, and you'd like to think Northern Districts are going to want to bat all of them and put some sort of total on the board. Katie Perkins was talking around, trying to get to that 250 mark. Well, that one's hit hard. Great shot. That's what a way to get off the mark. Welcome to the final, Eve Wallen.
Yeah, crunching shot. This is very much her T20 style, all-in-one shot. She's got power. Fortunately, I've been on the end of watching her bat for an ND side against the side I was coaching, and just the power goes from fairly benign to explosive cricket. Jet Li was probably thinking she was in business, but the worst thing she probably could have done is injured her hands. It was hit that hard. You could almost say there was a chance, but I mean, nice cricket shot, but low-risk cricket here from this pair is all I will be demanding from the coach's box. There's nothing they can achieve by trying to escalate the run rates, especially against the quality of these two spin bowling pair of Kerr and
Jet Li in tandem. Northern District 67 for 5. As Mealy Kerr begins with a wide for the 17th over. Yeah, Eve Wallen at the other end, just 19 years of age. And not a bad way to get off the mark as well. That was her first scoring shot off Jet Li. Potentially a chance, but it was struck so firmly. Now, Mealy Kerr, she really will be going in for the kill here. They know they'll keep looking to try and set her up with that googly.
It's a beautiful disguise factor that Amelia Kerr has, that domestic player is not able to really watch out of the hand. Us old folk, we can see it a little bit clearer. We know what to look for, but these young players in finals time.
On the sweep, she'll get off strike. Marina Lamplau moves through to 4, brings Eve Wallen on strike. Just the one scoring shot. It was a powerful drive down the grounds. It caught most of us off guard. Zara Jet Li thought there was a catch on, but it blew right through her. So Eve Wallen, just 19. No fear in this final. She's got a big task ahead of her with the White Ferns captain Mealy Kerr whirling away and the Blaze swarming.
There's no turn to speak of either, so batsmen shouldn't fear Amelia Kerr. You only need to make sure that when you're reasonably near at the crease, expect the googly. That has to be part of your plan as a batsman.
Whoa, that one's come out the back or the top of the hand.
Well, you certainly don't expect those ones, but you almost want to belt that as well because it's such a gift. But, you know, you take the single, I suppose. But the other thing also is get a single and get down the other end is my plan if I was new at the crease, and just give yourself a chance to feel your way into this final and reevaluate.
Yeah, and you know with Mealy Kerr on that the Blaze, they are looking to take wickets here. They're looking to try and put this final beyond doubt.
Yeah, there's a little bit in the shed to come for the Brave, but these two, if they can put together some sort of partnership, at least give themselves a chance.
And that is the end of the over. Just the one run off the bat. A couple of wides in it. Let's have a look at the wickets so far. It was Jess Watkin the first to go. Zara Jetley, a surprise package on for the third over. And then the second wicket down, Jess Kerr. A good running catch there, and it was 2 in the same over that finished the first 10 overs. Nensi Patel, she picked out Georgia Plimmer at cover. She couldn't believe it. And then Mealy Kerr doing what she does, the signature googly. And that accounted for Caitlin Gurry. And just like that, the Blaze have Northern District 69 for 5 here in the final after 17 overs. Jetley to continue.
This is going to be a big test for Lamplout. She is certainly of the T20 mould. Now that has got to be parked. She needs to reset and work hard for her team.
Well, it's a shot she plays.
And play textbook shots like that, possibly giving her teammates a few butterflies. She doesn't need to be too creative. I know this is her game plan, I get that, but just keep it simple, just for the time being. Allow a few more balls to go by. And a rare delivery down the leg side by Jetley. Gosh, she's been good today. Her figures don't suggest that she has been that, but she's just been such a good player.
Tidy from McFadgen down the leg side. That is a wide.
Willie, I'm giving her the big ups, and she's let me down a couple of times. But the thing with someone like Jetley is because she gets inside your head, as Katie Perkins has mentioned, she's creating more problems for the batsman.
Marina Lamplau, of course, played for Hong Kong so far, 26 matches. So she has got that international experience, and she's got a huge opportunity here in the final. The Northern District's needing her more than ever. She advances, beats Jetley, but can't beat mid-on. I think that's Jess Kerr there, leading from the front, the senior pace bowler. And they're not going to give them much out here.
I quite like the use of the feet. It's a better option for me than a reverse sweep from leg stump. Just makes more sense to me to keep it simple.
She's a stump-to-stump bowler, Zara Jetley, isn't she? That's what she's attacking. Those pads, those stumps, always at you.
No flight to speak of, really. Quite flat.
And that is a dot to end the 18th over. Northern District 72 for 5. Jetley finishes her 6th over. She's got 1 for 26. There's Emily Drum. Look at her up and about. Looks to throw it back. She's an action-packed cricketer.
Yeah, she certainly is the full package. She's a certain sort of player that you want on your team, not the other team. She's quite unique in that regard. A lot of players don't like to be above the parapet and stand out and be a bit of a lightning rod. She certainly is that player, but she turns up every game.
Kerr to continue. Oh, and Marina Lamplau came down the wicket. It looked like the genuine leggy had almost got past her. The wickets have been shared around so far. Jess Kerr with a couple. Zara Jetley with 1. Mealy Kerr with 2. They're applying the blowtorch to Northern Districts. Oh, and slap back down the grounds. A shot of authority. And that is a much-needed boundary.
Excellent shot here. This is, again, a much better option, hitting through the line of the ball rather than across it. You're not getting prodigious turn from Amelia Kerr, but it was full. She was able to really connect on that half-volley length and just hit through the line. Unusual sweep shot down the ground, but still well executed.
That one's a bit shorter and it's wided. Mealy Kerr with a look to the umpire. Did turn a little bit of turn out there.
Fair call. Look, sorry, Meals, you are captain. You are top of the pile, but Every bowler will be judged on their deliveries, no matter what.
Good use of the crease there by Lamplau as well. She really plays the sweeps, is prepared to go down the wicket and also go deep in the box to try and mix up the lengths.
Sort of player that keeps you in the game as a bowler. You know you've got a chance.
She goes on the sweep this time. It takes a top edge out to a vacant deep mid-wicket. The chase is on, but she will not get there. That's a second boundary in the over. Marina Lamplau getting the momentum in this innings.
Not perfectly timed by any means, but again, a good option. No one out there had to get maybe 2/3 of it, and she certainly did. Sort of trickled away to the boundary, but again, a good option. I like this sort of cricket rather than the reverse sweep when you don't need to. It's just simple stuff, really.
Oh, now she's bowled a quintessential googly from Mealy Kerr. Just as Marina Lamplau was getting the momentum into her innings, Kerr has done her with another great piece of bowling.
Trademark really needs to have that word trademark just on next to googly. Lamplau just crease bound, no movement, almost you could say relaxed after a couple of boundaries, was feeling good, and Kerr has done absolutely a beauty, just straight through, top of, it's a perfect dismissal, top of the wickets, and the googly is going to be probably the delivery that the Northern Brave are going to hate the most and reflect on today, because it's just doing the damage.
Marina Lamplau departs for 13. She'd struck a couple of boundaries in the over off Mealy Kerr, but it's Kerr who has the last laugh, as she so often does. She now has 3 wickets for 20 runs. And the hole gets deeper for the visiting side here.
Well, lots of mini starts, Willie. That's the problem for me. 10, 16, 12, 13, double digits. It's not going to give you a scorecard to be really excited about. In finals cricket against a good opposition, you need to come up with a plan where you can be out in the middle and really nullify the strengths that the Blaze bring, and they haven't been able to do it.
The new player is Holly Top, wicket-keeper batter, 24 years of age. She's had a couple of handy scores down the order so far this season. A 40 not out against Canterbury down in Christchurch. And 16 not out in the last game against CD, which of course was weather affected. And she is going to have to come together with Eve Wallen here, as you can see. Those starts mentioned by Emily Drum, but no one has kicked on so far, as 19 overs have been completed. Northern Districts 82 for 6 after winning the toss and electing to bat first.
Yeah, you'd like to think when you won the toss that you wouldn't see the wickets column being so strong by the Blaze. Everybody's contributing, not really able to dominate any bowler as such. There's been little patches, little moments of momentum shifts, and then the Blaze have just come back and swamped the Brave, and taking wickets back to back has really hurt them. There's no rebuild yet.
Another change of bowling. Jess Kerr back into the attack, replacing Zara Jetley. Must be said, Georgia Plimmer in her first season, sort of full captain, she's worked the bowlers pretty well, Emily Drum. She's changed them up, and it's hard to argue that the changes haven't worked. Yeah,
I think the strength that she has is the bowlers available to her to dip in, dip out, and that's a luxury as a skipper to have. Often you've got your top 2 or 3 where you know that you need to get the best out of, so you shield them in some ways.
It's well struck from Holly Top. Out to the cover sweeper. Yes, she certainly does have an arsenal of bowlers. And this is a team that knows how to win, certainly in the Super Smash. They, of course, won 7 of the last 9 Super Smash titles, but they haven't won the HBJ since 2023, so a few years away from the final. Of course, the Otago Sparks the reigning champions. They are not here today, so we will be crowning a new HBJ champion. That's what Kerr does, and it just works away at those stumps, coming wide of the crease, changes up her delivery position.
They haven't had to use any more than 4 bowlers yet, but they've certainly got enough there. They've got plenty of options in the bank. They don't need to really do anything more. Got Colbeard, got Francis who can bowl. They've got plenty of options.
Can't beat point fieldsman Zara Jetley doing the tidy up work there.
There's nothing worse, Willie, than being top of the tree and having won the toss. You've got everything, you've done everything right, except the performance is not matching or reflecting what you've done so far in the season. It's a really tough sport to lift and shift into the most important game of your season.
Yep, and they are looking to, of course, create history, their first ever title, and the weight of history. There is no place for sentiment in sport.
No, look, Katie Perkins and I, we've been in finals where things don't happen for you when you just expect it, or on paper you've scored 300, but in reality it's far from that. So it's tough. It is really tough. You've got to turn up.
Can't beat Jetley again. Well, while there is players at the crease, there is still hope. Holly Top has joined Eve Wallen out there. Mullama down still to come. Northern Districts, they are 83 for 6, and that's the end of the 20th over. And I'm going to step out of the box, and then to join Emily Drum will be Katie Perkins, fellow former Auckland Heart, here in the HBJ Shield final.
Crowd certainly enjoying what is a beautiful day in Wellington. Amelia Kerr certainly having a day of it too. Wide down the leg side, missed by McFadgen, running away. It's going to go for 4. 5 wides to start the over. Never a great place to be as a bowler, and it won't bother Amelia Kerr too much. She's already done a lot of damage, but if ND are to post a score of substance, they will gladly take this. Katie Perkins, what have you made of the last sort of 5 overs? You've been watching, thinking?
I was going to say classic Amelia Kerr to pick up 3 wickets in 4 overs, isn't it?
It certainly is, and goes from pretty ordinary ball to another testing delivery, and the only thing that springs straight into mind is that these players are not used to facing Amelia Kerr, the quality day in, day out, and she's exposed them a little bit. Holly Top getting onto a slightly loose delivery down the leg side, out to the square boundary just for the single.
Yeah, and again the difference of merely being able to come in for an extended spell. In your T20 cricket, it might be 1, might be 2 overs max. You might see her for a bit, and she might pick up 1 or 2. She might get hit for a couple boundaries here and there, but Millie will love the challenge of being able to work a player out.
And safe.
Like Millie won't mind. She's just got hit for a couple. It's like, okay, cool. That's the type of delivery that they're happy to go after. I might do something similar again, just take a little bit more pace off, see if I can get them to sky it.
I watched Amelia Kerr now for the best part of 10 years, and I could not believe the control she had over her wrong as a 17, 18-year-old. It was unbelievable, and the accuracy. Driven up to mid-off with a bit of control. Eve Wallen doing the best thing she can do, is playing within herself, exactly what the Brave need. They need her to occupy the crease. There's such a long time left to go in this game. Slightly beaten, flighted. squirted out on the leg side for a single.
Willie asked me earlier, oh, what do you know about Eve Walland? And I was like, honestly, not a hell of a lot. So I quickly did a Google search, and it's like, hey, she's got the same birthday as me. So that's a tick number 1, July the 7th. But then how much after me she's born, that was hard to read.
Big appeal. And not given. Don't mind this not given. That's the end of the over. 92 for 6. I feel like it was hitting just outside the off stump.
Yeah,
just
I agree.
saved her, I think, Katie. But I have to say, and I know this might sound a little bit critical of Amelia Kerr, I don't believe she's as controlled bowler as what she was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. But she has the ability to land the ball, like we've just seen there, in such demanding areas where the batsmen don't know what to do with it. And that's the inexperience of the batsmen. You're seeing them being bamboozled, being tricked, and it's costly, deadly in terms of your wicket. Jess Kerr on to continue her 8th over. Call of yes and no, and nearly a little bit of a indecisive call resulting in potential run out. Jess Kerr, what a day out she's having as well. We talk so much about Amelia, and I've just given her a little bit of a thumbs down in terms of her control. It's a bit rough when she's got 3 wickets, but Jess Kerr certainly being dominant again.
Yeah, looking through the team lists, and for Wellington, they've actually, and Northern Districts, they've had very settled lineups all year. I've written down 8 of the Wellington team have played all games so far in the HBJ. 7 of the ND girls have also played all 10. And Jess is one of those players who's been there throughout the entire campaign. So she is such a leader for this group in so many ways. She might not wear the captain's armband, but she leads with the ball. She comes and wins games out of nowhere with the bat. And although Amelia is the superstar on the world stage, you've got Jess, who is just a superstar for Wellington, and then also obviously in the White Ferns, just works hard, works away, and gets the results as well.
Strongly driven down the ground, not able to score. Eve Wallen, 4 dots from Jess Kerr, just been miserly, only gone for the 23. And what's been really nice is that all the White Ferns have been available pretty much, apart from Amelia Kerr, for the whole of the domestic season. It's very rare in the current environment of international and franchise cricket that has been the case, and it's certainly been good for the standard across the board.
Love it.
And another demanding delivery from Jess Kerr. There hasn't been too many maidens of note, but the wickets column has certainly been active, and the best thing that Jess Kerr can do is just keep bowling, and it's good to see her healthy, Katie. She's often had some challenges with injuries and illness, and she certainly looks fit and leading the bowling attack as she always has done so well.
The dot, and potentially, the first maiden of the day. There was always a little single here and there, but Jess Kerr doing what she does best, gets it on a string, and now you've got Jess and Mealy, the Kerr sisters, bowling in a very annoying partnership if you're Northern Districts.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a partnership starting to build here. I've said that a few times already today. There's not much more they can do, really, other than just bat for time. It's the scoreboard's almost irrelevant. They're not even halfway through the innings, and there's 6 back in the pavilion. They need to find a way just to bat for time, even if there are collective maidens. It doesn't matter. That will change. Momentum is all about finding ways to occupy the crease. And Amelia Kerr starts with a beauty. Last over was a poor delivery down the leg side. Gave her a bit of grief for being a bit wayward. This one, certainly handy to start the over with a good delivery, and Holly Top not able to really get anywhere near that.
Yeah, for me now, the interesting decision for Georgia Plummer as captain will be how long to keep Amelia and Jess bowling this Kerr sister combo. They are their key bowlers, their frontline bowlers, and knowing 1 or 2 more wickets in the next 6 overs, let's say, is really going to stunt any opportunity for Northern Districts to get to what could be a potential match-winning total.
Well, the beauty of one-day cricket, you just mentioned it before, or 50-over cricket, is Amelia Kerr can bowl right through. She can bowl, she's only halfway through her potential full quota, but that's not much. As she comes in again, a nicely executed sweep there, this time by Top, but it's not much that the batsmen are going to get a relief from. There is no, generally you've got a couple of those 5th, 6th, 7th bowlers that come on and give you a few freebies. There's none of that. There's no gimmies. There's very few easy scoring shots that I can see or have seen out there so far, Katie. And whilst these two aren't the most fluent or the heroes that we've seen for the season, it's certainly hard and slim pickings out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of graft that has to happen between Walland and Top. And again, they will guts it out. They're not going to just lie over or fall over and be like, oh, well, like, we tried. Like, they're going to guts it for their team. But what does gutsing it actually then produce? Will they be able to get to, like, 200? Is that now the score that is going to have to be the goal at this point?
Oh, I would certainly take that. Anywhere near that would be, for me, a really good outcome from where they are right now. Big appeal by the Blaze. Bat involved. The right decision by me, and I think all of us watching. No foot movement from Eve Wallen. Got away with that one, but what a much better directed over from Amelia Kerr. Very accurate and demanding. It's certainly Amelia Kerr at her very best. Big inside edge, right decision. Well, the Blaze would love a 7th and to send back Eve Wallen.
Yeah, Eve's part of the New Zealand under-19s setup, so definitely someone that New Zealand cricket have their eye on long term as well.
Yeah, Tash Wakeland, former under-19 representative, so really impressed with the ND setup that they've got at the moment. A mixture of youth and experience and some very good performing players. It's important that sides like that do get success along the way, but there's no guarantees with finals. You've got to bring your best game to finals, or else you're just almost eroding all the good work beforehand. Change your bowler into the crease. They go for a quick single.
Would have been
Hannah
a long
Francis.
way gone. Would have been a long way gone of a hit.
Hannah Francis coming into the attack, the 5th bowler for the Wellington Blaze. She's certainly been a really good, solid contributor this season for the Blaze. Good shot at the stump, but not really the accuracy that was needed. Don't mind the single being taken. Probably the risk is really the only thing I'd question. And the factory of players from Wellington continues. Gosh, they've got some depth. Swing and a miss. Walland eyes lit up. Wanted to send that one absolutely sailing over the top. Don't mind the options so much, but no footwork to speak of.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hidden hope kind of swing. Maybe almost one of those ones you're lucky you didn't hit it. Not sure where it might have landed. Yeah, talking of the Wellington depth and just how much Wellingtonians do love their women's cricket down there. Had a funny interaction during the week with one of our new students at Te Wānanga Ihurangi where I work. And earlier in the week, she's like, I know you from somewhere. And I don't know. Anyway, she then sees me a couple of days later. I used to come and watch cricket at the Basin. I've seen you play cricket. Oh, and another wicket this time. Wallen charging down to try hit Francis back over the top. And McFadger behind the stumps. It's simply just removed the bails, and yet another wicket down. 7 down now, Northern Districts.
Disappointing here from Eve Wallen. Did all the hard work again, 29 deliveries. Getting a little bit frustrated. The runs are dried up. Wanted to get on with things. Hannah Francis is delighted. Pitched it up into that area where tempting the batsman forward. McFadgen up to the stumps. Made no mistake. And the 7th wicket is gone. It's just been so dominant here from the Blaze and just not able to get any presence into this game, the Brave.
So if we're looking at our, is Marama Downs, who is the new batter for Northern Districts. Again, someone who will be able to graph things out with her mental application. It's just, as a batter coming in as a number 9, and you're looking at how much longer, you're looking at that going, in a T20 game, I have less time to bat than, like, I've still got over this half of this innings to go. It's a long way to go for a number 9. But then, depending on how she sees it, it's like, well, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for.
That's
all
right.
Season.
They haven't been in this position very often. They haven't had to recover from some damaging positions like this before. However, they do bat all the way down. But finals, it's tough. Off the mark, working it onto the leg side. She'll be happy with that. Good start to her innings. And Francis, delighted with the wicket, jumped in the air, just looked to be ecstatic. Not really a bowler that's going to blast the side out. She's very military medium, but a good 5th bowler option, Katie, in my opinion. Cut hard through backward point, out to the cover fielder who cleans up. And that's the end of the over. 96 for 7, coming up to the halfway mark, 24 overs gone. This is certainly not where the Brave thought they would be, and a bit of an experience, I would like to say, in that dismissal, and a bit of impatience, frustration building, and the T20 feeling I can't help escape my mind in terms of just not being happy with dot balls, not being happy with seeing just the picket fence being built. When you're 19, you're not really going to be able to see the big picture that easily, and when you're out there in a final, you're feeling the pressure. You just can't get yourself into that mindset very easily, and she was doing an absolute fine job for the Brave, and disappointing. She'll know that. Amelia Kerr just going to keep rolling in from one end. Swept hard out to the sweeper.
As a batter, when you get out and then you've got to reflect on your innings, it's like wrong decision, bad execution, and sort of simplify it in that way. And I guess we saw just then with Walland that it was probably a bad decision. Like, the execution obviously then followed, that wasn't great either. But under pressure, like you're talking about, just the decision to, under pressure, the decision to charge down.
Yeah, just watching that replay, she's even shimmied away to leg, as we naturally do, because we want to free up our arms, but you just can't help but just wrap that inexperienced piece around that type of decision. Driven nicely. Run out's on. Oh, that's very close. Holly Top not super quick between wickets. It's a tight single. I know Marama Downs can shift. She's got some wheels on her, and certainly looking at, I like her intent. I like that, but let's keep the risk as low as possible. If you are thinking about trying to build an innings, you could possibly say that was a well-judged run looking at the replay, but just keeping it low risk is really the order of the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of sketchy running from a lower order is not unheard of. Bit of sketchy running alongside me in the middle order's not unheard of either, but yeah, I wouldn't bet against it to see a potential run out in the sort of for these last group of batters for Northern Districts, just as they try and force the issue at times, potentially feeling that pressure of needing to find some runs somehow.
Swept hard out to square leg just for the single. I like the way that Holly Top is trying to keep things as simple as possible. With that single, up comes the 100. It's always nice when you get to those 3 figures, whether you're 1 down or 7 down, you'll take it.
It's a psychological thing, eh?
Yeah,
Seeing those 3 figures instead of just the 2.
Yep. Full delivery, missed by all. Don't think there's any bat on that. It's raced away down behind with that third man region. She's hasn't signalled. The umpire has not signalled anything, so runs to the batsman.
Yeah, it's chopped it down. And these 2 batters, Marama Downs and Holly Top, both part of the Northern Districts Wahine Māori team. Dragged down, and then so they'll be teammates from various aspects, so they'll be used to playing alongside each other. Marama Downs no Tiwi Ngāti Wharetoa and Holly Top no Ngai Tahu. So awesome to have those teams available for just extra competition throughout a season. I know that the Northern Districts Māori are looking to find some more games, potentially against the Tamaki Makaurau Wahine Māori later in the season.
Lovely shot by Marama Downs. Squirting out through that point region for a couple. It's been a decent over for the Brave. They'll enjoy that. That's the end of 25, 105 for 7. And already Marama Downs certainly looking like she wants to get on with things in a really positive way.
Yeah, exactly. And just bat on ball. And it's just a bit of intent. Hopefully try and wrestle back some momentum as we look at the Manhattan from the Northern Districts innings so far, and it's the number of dots as well as that one that had the double wicket was a Jess Kerr over at the end of the power play. She got Yaz Kareem and Wakelin out in the one over, and that was a real momentum shift. G'day, Willie.
Hello, Perky. Yes, it is all to do here for Northern Districts, the Wellington Blaze. They are a big-time team. They got big-time players, and so far in this final, they have showed their class. They have been relentless, put all the pressure on Northern Districts. And there really has been no let-up, as Emily Drum mentioned before. Fielders have backed up their bowlers. The Kerr sisters, they've shared 5 of the wickets so far.
Yeah,
very impressive.
Clinical Wellington display so far, something that we're just fairly used to seeing.
The outside edge, that'll fly away. Francis, she tucks the arms under, but they'll take those, will the Northern Districts, the visitors. That'll move through to 110 for 7. Marama Downs, she got a bit of width. She threw the hands at it.
That's something that we will see again with Marama Downs, is a positivity with the way she plays. With that can bring that potential of catching opportunities, a little bit streaky shot making here and there, but the positivity does also create opportunities for run scoring, which is going to be order of the day now for Northern Districts. They need to find a way to keep boosting that total as high as possible. Just runs on the board in a final, you just never know what can happen. We did see Wellington get rolled by Auckland Hearts only last weekend in the first match of the 2 matches that weekend. So Wellington, yeah, they can crumble given the right conditions.
Oh yes, anything can happen, and it is a final as mentioned. As Top just knocks that one out to extra cover, and we were talking about how many runs were enough, and I guess any total you have to back yourself to bowl at, but where do these two start setting their sights, or are they just batting in, you know, potentially 5 over increments, or looking to go up in 10s just to try and, you know, you get to 150 and then you build onwards just to give themselves anything to bowl at?
Yeah, I think it's small bites of the elephant at this point. If you give yourself a big number like 200, 220 at this point, it can feel a long way away. But like you say, just might even just go over by over, just checking in. Oh, how do we go that over? Oh, heck, we got 6 off it. That's great. If we keep going to that, we'll be sweet. There'll be a couple of overs here and there. Oh, 1, 2, 3. As long as the runs are ticking over, that's the key thing, until I'd say around the 45th over is the kind of reality for them. You can't launch at any point until, yeah, you're in your last 4 overs, while 7 down.
Yep, well, a change in bowling. Amelia Kerr is out of the attack. And for the first time today, Nicole Baird will come in with her left arm orthodox. She's going to bowl around the wicket. And the Blaze now going to their 5th and 6th bowling options.
Another player from the Māori setup in Aotearoa, Nicole Baird, or Ngāti Nui.
Drops the back leg, works that out, but there's 2 sweepers out there on the leg side. The field is set to defend the big shot to the leg side. The Blaze keeping the screws on here, mid on and mid off, up in the circle, catches well in tight at mid wicket and cover, so no lead off here. Bottom down, she can't be backward point. That's Zara Jetley. Fantastic little fielder in her own right.
Oh, absolutely. Live wire to the frustration of any opposition team.
You can just see there the 2 main gaps square of the wicket. The sweepers are out, 3 out on the fence. And Downs picks that gap. So it is a partnership forming. It's a small one, but this is what the visitors need. Get their momentum back into the innings.
Yeah, absolutely vital. And just quite a cool screenshot with the picture of just the bowler, batters and the keeper. You've got your Wahine Māori teams represented there, with both McFadden behind the stumps as well, from Ngaitahu. So, you know, people who wonder if Māori play cricket, I tell you, they sure are. And that was a perfect example just there.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the Rangatahi Cricket Festival just completed at the end of January up here in Auckland as well. A great show of culture and cricket. And there's a genuine pathway now as well to the top. So the likes of, you know, Reece Mariu coming through the Māori secondary school program, making his Black Caps debut in the last season. And that's the over for Nicole Baird. It's the first of her spell. She's conceded 4 runs. And it's Northern District's 116 for 7 after 27 overs. And wherever you are joining us, welcome in here to the Basin Reserve, the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington. It is the finals weekend, the one-day finals weekend. It's fantastic to have you with us. Northern District's women, well, they're the top qualifiers in this competition, but they are on the back foot against the Wellington Blaze, who have really put the acid on right from the top. There's been little starts, there's been little partnerships, but unfortunately for Northern Districts, they have not been able to kick on. But there's still 3 wickets in hand as Hannah Francis continues. Oh, that was an outside edge.
I thought it was. Again, don't get me umpiring anyone.
Potentially a little noise. It did seem to leap. Caught McFadden by surprise. She's been good today behind the stumps. She's already collected a stumping. Yeah.
Yeah,
huge deflection. She did well to actually get, I think maybe her leg on that. Yeah. Just a little bit of movement for Francis. And just the chip and run. Mealy Kerr there fires at the stumps. Oh no, and that's going to be some buzzers, some overthrows, some much needed overthrows. They will take them any way they come, Northern Districts. Just a little bit sloppy from the Blaze after we've been talking up the fielding effort.
Yeah, very unnecessary. Just wonder whether where the players were backing up, I don't know if we have a wide enough shot to be able to tell. But
Beat
I'd
one.
say unnecessary throw in the end.
Yeah, it looked like sort of Rebecca Burns and another scrambling to kind of get him behind there. That is one of the features of the Blaze. They like to ping the ball around, throw, show that intent. But on that occasion, it's 5 on the scorecard. Moves them through to 121 for 7. They will take them any way they can. You can hear a dog barking in the distance there at the Basin. A lovely day here for finals weekend of the one-day competitions. Another single for top.
That's all Northern Districts really need to do now. Like, gifted 5 runs earlier by the overthrow, and now just knocking it around. When they get to the end of the over, they'll be able to reflect and be like, oh, yeah, awesome, we've scored 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll see how the rest of the over plays out. But just chipping it away in these small bits is going to be key.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. High elbow. The sweeper is out there, though. Well, yeah, they're going nicely, these two. Really nicely. In fact, if you look at the partnership, 29 off 24 balls. So not only have they come together and put on runs, but they've done it at a good clip, Katie Perkins.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It actually doesn't matter where you're batting in the order. A partnership can happen at any time in cricket. Or you can only ever have 2 batters out there. Well, who cares where they come in the order? If they can do the job, that's the most important thing. And so top and downs doing... Oh, what a funny combo, top and downs. But anyway, I digress. They are doing exactly what is required of them in this moment right now. That's the most important thing.
And they're picking up the singles in between time. And Solly Top moves through to 15. The score 124 for 7 after 28 overs. Anna Francis completes her 3rd over. She has 1 for 18. And Katie Perkins, it certainly seems like just a little period of respite here for Northern Districts. We've seen the Kerr sisters, they've taken 5 wickets. They've come out of the attack. And, Georgia Plymmer really is being forced to use her 5th and 6th bowling options here, knowing she doesn't want to get caught short. A lovely day on the bank. Where would you rather be? With the sun shining in the Basin, watching their home side, the Wellington Blaze.
I was thinking a Saturday in the sun, watching a bit of cricket. It's definitely where I prefer to be rather than out in the middle these days. I don't miss too much of the playing, except maybe batting well, but, you can't always guarantee that's going to happen.
Oh, and they'll take a cheeky single. Not sure Blaze would be that happy with that. Yeah, it's interesting, Perky. So you don't miss playing at all?
Nah, I think I'm done, eh? Like, I miss the team stuff and the batting well, like that feeling. But cricket, as Drummy said earlier, you make one mistake, day's over. And
certainly for the batters, yes.
So I enjoy just sitting back and chatting about it more so than anything these days. And it's cool, like seeing the next generation coming through is super special. Actually, got a phone call from Dean Flyger just yesterday. Dino rang and said, Perk, we should have a reunion for our Westlake girls team. See Beard come back in. Should have a reunion. It's been 20 years since we went to nationals, and the girls at Westlake, they're going all right at the moment. I was like, okay, Dino. And he goes, you know what, Perk, this team playing, they weren't even born when you were here. And I was like, oh, shut up, Dino, I'm going to hang up. So that aged me in very quickly.
Yeah, it is incredible to see, I guess, the depth and the skill of the players coming through now. That you mentioned the under-19s program. There's now a national under-17s program as well for the girls. So they are starting to get the pipeline of players and pushing for higher honours, whether it be domestic and into international. That one's short. Oh, it's a mix-up. Burns, can she hit? She can't. The throw is wayward. Oh, no, and it's beaten mid-off again somehow. Mullima Downs is on the ground, so she'll only be able to get up, and they'll eventually they will get a single.
It's like pinball out there. Like, no one really wanted to stop it anyway.
Smiles all around. This could have been trouble, though. just got it off the splice. Downs thought there was one. Holly Top was still down on one leg from the sweep shot. There's no way she was running. And the ball's beaten mid off. And then at the end of all of that, it is a single.
Not the most orthodox single you'll see today, but entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, that's well played by Marama Downs. It's another good over for Northern Districts. They're ticking it over. There's 4 from it. Beard finishes her second over, none for 8. Northern Districts 128 for 7. 29 overs down here in the HBJ Shield Grand Final. Northern Districts against the hosts Wellington Blaze. Northern Districts, of course, trying to make history, trying to win their first ever title, while the Blaze, they won it just 3 years ago. And of course, as we know what they do in the Super Smash, so they are perennial title winners. They know how to win the big games. As we look back here at what I would describe as just an action-packed delivery.
And Downs just lands on the ground and just decides to have a moment to herself, stares to the ground, has no idea where the ball is.
Well, it would have been out, I think. Yes, it would have. Hannah Francis to continue. And the Blaze seemingly happy just to concede that one out to the cover sweeper, Perky. They want to, I guess, support Hannah Francis to be able to bowl that off stump line and not concede a boundary.
Yeah, which is understandable in the position. They're not worried that a few ones here and there are going to do much damage to the overall score, and they need Francis to really get through a few of the overs here as sort of their number 5th bowler.
I guess that's the reality, isn't it? They've bowled 5 between them now, another 5, and then from then on it's the Kerr sisters, it's Zara Jetley. They can bowl through.
Yeah, I just wonder if they could have kept their strike bowlers on longer. That would be my one reflection at this point.
Oh, a bit of width through the hands at it down. She's disappointed. She knows if she can beat point, get it behind point, that would be a boundary. Yeah, it's always her way up, isn't it?
I'm definitely that sort of foot on the throat kind of captain. When I was given the reins in that way, I would look to sort of shut the game down as fast as possible, but it comes with the risk.
That's the outside edge, and it beats short third. That will run away. More runs for Marama Downs. She moves to 25 from just 20 deliveries. The partnership, it's up to 40 runs. They're rallying here, Northern Districts. A rear guard action from Marama Downs and Holly Top.
Yeah, positive batting from Downs. It's not always going to come out of the middle of the bat, but with that intent, it means there's enough power through the shot. And there's no one down there, only had to beat that short third. And on the good outfield, that is the Basin. She gets the full complement of 4 runs.
Yeah, you do wonder if Georgia Plymouth will be thinking about bringing back one of her strike bowlers potentially. You know, they are one more wicket. You're into the number 10, Kaylee Knight, and then Lucy Boucher, the number 11. So feels like another wicket, and they can really expose the genuine tale of Northern Districts here.
No, absolutely. And I just wonder, yeah, if they've just been able to, well, for Northern Districts, they've definitely been able to.
Got her. Francis strikes. A great catch from Jess McFadgen up to the stumps. And just as we were talking about the partnership, it comes to an end. Marama Downs caught behind. Northern Districts 8 down as Emily Drum joins me here in the box. And it's another wicket for the Wellington Blaze.
Well, that completely changed what I was going to say. That's just changed the whole outcome. Gosh, the momentum was building nicely. A timely intervention there by the Blaze needed that. I thought that these two were really starting to take hold of this game and put something together that was respectable and giving them a chance to defend. But I really enjoyed watching Marama Downs play. She came out with the right intent. Her shot options were good, but just not able to live long enough out there to keep it going enough to be on top. And I guess that's why she bats down low the order. They're not the genuine batsmen, but the Blaze will sigh a big sigh of relief. I think that would be fair to say. They felt that they were probably losing a little bit of grip some sloppy fielding. The 5th, 6th bowlers been under pressure a little bit. So that's just changed the outcome immediately for me for the situation.
Well, it was the biggest partnership of the match to date. 40 runs between Marama Downs and Hollytop, but the partnership has been broken. The new batter to the wicket, Kaylee Knight, just called up for the White Fern series against Zimbabwe. Called up for her bowling, though. She's going to have to do something with the bat here if Northern are to push through to a total that they will fancy defending. As Nicole Beard continues.
Yeah, like really excited. Us as a team.
Little interjection there from Georgia Plimmer. I imagine is very excited the way things are going here. 135 for 8. Let's have a look at that. McFadgen up to the stumps. She's been very proficient today.
Yeah, she's been very good, and it's not easy coming up to the stumps, and not a lot of foot movement there for Marama Downs, and all that, again, all that hard work, the starts. Just not able to convert, Willie. It's hard to watch as a coach and
I'm hearing that.
Well, you want to see these players convert on the biggest stage of all, finals. This is finals cricket. You've got to really make it count.
Yeah, and every time they have looked like some semblance of a partnership or edging themselves back in the blaze, they've been good enough to snuff them out. Knight will get off the mark with a single out there. Yeah, Predict Viz on the scorecard, nzc.nz, 159. Would that be enough if you
not really.
bowled and fielded to the best of your ability if you're Northern Districts?
You need a little bit of magic.
Almost a mix-up there.
But they have to bat as long as possible. That is number one. Bat as long as possible. See what you can get. Yes, 170, 180 gives you a chance. Anything below that, it's hard work.
Turns it into the onside. There's no run. Beard, she's completed her 3rd, and it's a good over that. No, just the 2 runs from it. The new batter, Kaylee Knight, she's off the mark. 136 for 8 after 31 overs. As Emily Drum mentioned, there is still 19 overs in this innings. The visiting Northern Districts will want to be batting all of them, and you said it at the start as well, Drummy, but yeah, starts in that order, and a few batters who would be wishing they could have just gone on and made a real score that counts.
Yeah, there's got to be some batsmen sitting there feeling a little bit sick, feeling pretty down in the dumps. They haven't contributed. They've made probably some average decisions, and feeling that pressure of finals type situation, just not able to handle it. They'll be disappointed.
Zara Jetley back into the attack. She has 1 for 26 from her 6 overs. Claimed the big wicket of Jess Watkin early on. And you can see the bowling scorecard. The wickets have been shared around by the big 4 up front. But Knight looks like she can certainly hold a bat. She's scored a single on each side now, and she needs to play a role here for Hollytop.
Yeah, she does, and she has had a really good season in both bat and ball. Looked really good in Super Smash, and certainly able to hit a ball more than comfortably. But in a situation like this, it's always hard. She knows that she has to be... It's kind of like you almost don't want them to play their normal, natural game, but she's probably thinking, I can't do that. I've got to be a little bit more circumspect.
Well, Hollytop is looking very composed, and rightfully so. She's scored over 200 runs in this HBJ season so far. She's the 5th top run scorer for Northern Districts, so she should have confidence.
She should, and I reckon that she's probably scored 80% of them off the sweet shot. The one shot that I think gives you so much return and the ability to occupy the crease with.
You a big sweeper?
Not from the start. I was always using my feet, but I had to learn how to sweep because bowlers work out that if you use your feet, they're going to drop a little bit shorter. So I had to learn. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
Oh yeah, it is incredible to see how much it's played in the modern game, particularly with the advent of T20 and the high volume of spin that is bowled, players being able to sweep, lap, reverse, the works.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of reversing. I don't think it's that necessary. If you've got 3 scoring shots off spin bowlers, that should be enough. So for me, it's all about footwork. If you've got the right footwork, everything else follows.
Another lovely sweep from Holly Top. Round the corner, she'll pick up a single. And that is 4 from the over. Jet Li's 7th comes to an end, 140 for 8. It's a lovely day in Wellington. The sun is shining. You can't beat it on a good day, as they say. And the fans are enjoying the home side, the Wellington Blaze, putting the foot down here. And Georgia Plummer, you just saw her before, but she wants to put the foot down. She's bringing Mealy Kerr back, her trump card. And she has she's bowled a few wayward ones, but when she's got it on target, she's proved too much, and that's why so far she's got 3 wickets.
Yep, I said earlier on, I called out that it probably not the accuracy that Mealy Kerr had previously, but she's deadly. She's got wicket-taking deliveries, and that's more important. Starts with the googly straight away. The thing about it is that no batsman can guess when it's coming, except when you're new at the crease or you think that she's coming back into a new spell. You know it's going to be first or second ball. She has some pattern to her bowling, so you've got to be aware as a batsman.
There's that sweep shot again, very profitable for Holly Top.
I mean, it's not the most fluent of technique. It's more of a hockey sweep, very bottom hand, but that's okay. Who cares? It's doing the job. They scored 4 off the last over without any risk. Just good, solid watch ball, high to low technique. It's not rocket science. Trust me, it's not. It's just smart.
Right, well, a big assignment here for Knight. Coming in at number 10, and you're facing Mealy Kerr, who's bowling over the wicket. So far, she's accounted for Nenzi Patel and also Caitlin Gurry, Marina Lamplau, both of them done by the googly. 1 back through the gate, 1 LBW. So it's the ball coming back into her stumps, which is the threatening one. Yeah, that's well run.
The thing for me, facing Mealy Kerr, especially if she's coming back on for a spell or you're at the crease, you've got to get your front pad out towards the delivery, bat and pad together. Do not let the ball go between bat and pad and be prone on your crease. You've really got to go out and get the ball, smother it if you have to.
It's almost been that delivery there, Emily Drum, the one slightly shorter where, I think both Gurry and Lamplau went back, and it was curtains.
Yeah, well, they crease brown. They're not getting back and across. It's actually a problem in the women's game. We tend to play from our crease too much. We don't get right back and in line with the ball. If you're watching it, you're able to really adjust. But if it slides on or it skids, you can't do anything. It's too late. You get beaten.
Oh, they'll pinch a single as well. And Mealy Kerr, a great exponent of changing her pace as well and her flight. And, there's a reason she is one of the very best players in the modern game at the moment. And here are her wickets now. It was Patel, who was looking dangerous. Picked out Plummer at cover. And that was followed by the googlies we're talking about. That was Caitlin Gurry, really disappointed. It's the kick of the ball which just fizzes on. And in all 3 occasions, all 3 batters were looking quite set. And Mealy Kerr had otherwise had plans, as we have a drink here at the Cello Basin Reserve. It's Northern Districts, 144 for 8 after 33 overs. Wherever you are joining us from, we welcome you. This is the story of the tape so far. The wickets have been tumbling.
They certainly have, and as Kareem getting caught there by Baird, and then closely followed by Jess Kerr getting into the act. That was right at the top of the order, and really since that moment, that was curtains for the top order, and it's been a slow procession since.
Yep, they've had some starts, but the Blaze, as mentioned, a formidable bowling attack, backed up by their fielders. They really haven't put too many foot or feet wrong so far. And at the moment, they are firmly on top. And wherever you are joining us from, watching here in New Zealand on TVNZ Plus or on the NZC YouTube Sport Nation, we welcome you in to the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield final. Northern Districts, they are trying to do something that has never been done before, and that is win a domestic women's title. History within their grasp. They've been the team all season, only defeated once, but that defeat was to the Wellington Blaze, who had to beat the Auckland Hearts last weekend just to qualify. And if you look at the bowling card, it's been their big guns who really have fired. 5 wickets between the Kerr sisters. They have bowled well for their 16 overs. Zara Jetley picked up 1 for 30, but it was a crucial wicket of Jess Watkin, the first one to go. And contributions further down as well. Hannah Francis came on. She picked up 2 for 24. Nicole Beards bowled 3 overs. And Jess Simmons also 3 up top. So there's 17 overs to go. And they've just got to dig in.
I think we've said that every time they've lost a wicket since about the 4th wicket. Got to dig in and find a way. That is really the art of when you're under the pump, is finding a way to eke out basic runs, ticking over 3 and 4 and over. If we're looking at innings situation, what can they achieve? I mean, you can't be greedy. You need to really be realistic too. It's only 2 wickets and the shed really left, but if we talked about 170, 180, they'd take that right now.
It's Jetley to resume her 8th over.
That one just kept a little low and talked about potentially a little bit of low bounce. It's going to creep in as the day goes on. LBW in play because of that.
Well, they do bat deep, Northern Districts, and I think that's been shown in the way they have came out. They've tried to have intent, haven't they? Right through the, they haven't been accused of going into their shells. They've tried to put pressure on the Blaze.
Yeah, well, run rate of 4.32 says that they have kept going.
Amongst wickets falling,
but
pretty much
the problem is they can't build any momentum, and the one time they have, that got totally destroyed. So it's been tough work for them.
Kaylee Knight turns that one around. Will she look for 2? Yeah, good running. And she's come in and played a role quite well here, really. Holy Top just needs someone to stay with her.
She certainly does, and I like what they've done. Low risk collection. They can just take off little bite sizes of the 17 overs to go, what can we achieve in 3 overs? Well, let's try and get to 10 in 3 overs, or 12. 3s and 4s. That, for me, is the only way you can approach it. Low risk collection cricket and see where that takes them.
Well, Kaylee Knight, she had 36 runs in the competition to date, and they would dearly love a contribution like that from her today, would Northern Districts. Jetley finishes her 8th over, just the 2 runs from it. But crucially for the visitors, no wickets. They are 146 for 8. 16 overs remaining here in the first innings. The Northern Districts, the #1 side on the table, they elected to bat first after winning the toss. But it's been the Blaze who have been making all the plays. And Mealy Kerr, 3 wickets to date. And she's going to continue looking to attack the 2 right-handers. Sticking with that same field, 2 sweepers out on the leg side, and just the cover sweeper as well. Everyone else in on the 1.
And it's interesting seeing that they're going to probably go through with Amelia Kerr now, try and see if they can nab a wicket with her last couple of overs. I really do believe that this is a really good opportunity to knock these last couple off. No point holding her for a later time, and now is the time to get her into these 2 batsmen.
That's a nice looking shot by Knight. She might even get a single. Holly Top has a look. They'll just keep the 1, but a nice looking shot. Got into a nice position. Pretty good for a number 10.
Yep, they bat all the way down. Even Lucy Boucher's a nice handy 11 actually. So there is depth all the way down, and I believe that's why they've had such a strong season, with that confidence of that batting lineup.
And Top, if we were to look at her wagon wheel, that sweep shot has been very profitable from her. 3 singles off 3 balls to start the over off Mealy Kerr.
It might be time to bring Jess Simons back in, just so you got a spin maybe at one end, and just because Holly Top's so comfortable with that sweep shot, ask her to do something else. Just a thought, because you've still got Zara Jetley with 2 more overs to go, so they're not going to be terribly expensive, I wouldn't think, but just to even Jess Kerr, get her back in, almost go for a little bit of, right, let's try and knock him over now.
Kaylee Knight doing a good job here for her side. Able to find her way off strike. This is Amelia Kerr's 9th over. She's 3 for 48. And if you're a Northern Districts fan, you'd dearly love to see at least one of the Kerrs bowled out. As the closer they edge to the end of this innings. The 150's up now.
You'd dearly love it to have 0 in the wicket column too. You know, that they always come and grab their wickets, always.
Yes, and great to see them out here in the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield. That's the end of Mealy Kerr's 9th over, 3 for 48. Northern Districts 158 for 8. And that's the delivery. She continues to pepper the Northern District side with that googly. But 15 overs to go, and I will sub myself out. Katie Perkins in to join Emily Drum.
Well, the Northern Brave eking their way to a total that they're going to have to defend at some point in the next wee while. Meanwhile, Jetley continues hitting down the ground. Nice cricket shots we've seen. Low risk, simple cricket. You'd like to say, where's this being from the majority of the innings, but it's not quite as simple as that, is it, Katie Perkins?
No, there hasn't been that many dismissals where it's been like a big shot that they've gone after. I can think maybe a couple of them. But it's more just been just maybe bad execution in the moment, just missing the straight one, not being able to play mealy. And no googly as proficiently as hoped. It's not like they're getting caught out on the boundary or anything like that. It's just cricket's not going their way today has been more the issue.
And some good backyard cricket there, squirting out onto the onside. They won't mind how they come. You jam down on it and you steal whatever runs you can get. But I'm really enjoying Holly Top playing the way that she's played today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just bat on ball, like that positive intent. And when she was in with Marama Downs, that was how the partnership was just flowing. Again, low risk, but being able to rotate the strike. And so for Knight, it's probably also provided some clarity on what her job is to do with Top. Yep, see out the good ball, but where there is ability just to rotate the strike, that is job number 1. If they do get a bad ball, where can they try get 2, 4 even?
Down on one knee, sweeping hard again. And top scorer of the innings for the Brave now, Holly Top. An incredibly important 27 off 41. In the air for a little bit, no chance of a real catch there. And the 4 singles off this over. Again, we talk about the job to be done. 154 for 8 of 36.
Yeah, chip away like this for the rest of the innings. You get over that 200 mark and you get to a position where we didn't think they'd probably even get to maybe 150 or get to this point a while ago. So that recent partnership between Top and Downs has really provided a bit of hope for this Northern Districts batting innings. 200 now doesn't feel far away. 14 overs, yeah, these two can work through that, especially the way Top's going.
Amelia Kerr starts the last over of her spell today. And the standard shot by Holly Toppers, that sweep, not able to connect, just off that back pad. A little bit of excitement, thinking there was a chance of an LBW, but not really threatening the stumps at all. And for me, the Brave just need to see off Amelia Kerr last over. Even if they see out the dots, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is such a big over in the context of this back end of the innings. See Amelia out, one run already off the over. If it's all the rest is dots, the main thing here is that there's no wicket lost by the end of the over.
And she'll be pulling out all the tricks, all the googlies, all the variations to try and force a wicket. Googly number 1.
Yeah, called it straight away.
She's such a competitor, and I just love what she brings to the side. I've never played with her, but it must be so exciting being on that field, knowing that if ever there's a player that's going to make something happen, it's Amelia Kerr.
No, you're not wrong. It's something that, yeah, when I got the privilege of fielding in mid-wicket while she's bowling to the Meg Lannings of this world, you just know you're always in the game. There's always an opportunity that a wicket is not far away. So you're right, the excitement factor is always there when Amelia has the ball in hand.
Lovely delivery. That's a quality leg spin, stock standard delivery. She bowls so many variations. It's rare to see the ball actually bite and turn away. And
you can see that effort she's given it at the moment. She's really ripping it, trying to find a way to get one more wicket. It's her last delivery of the day.
And just pushed out onto the onside for a single to complete the over and spell for Amelia Kerr. Fantastic. 3 for 49, a little bit on the expensive side, but she'll take those 3 wickets ahead of the run column for her. And the end of 37, it's 156 for 8. Knight and top, trying desperately to push and extend this innings as far and as deep as it can go. Everybody on the bench will be willing them to do so, but the crowd is certainly enjoying the occasion. It's a beautiful day in Wellington. Just, if you could dial up this weather for cricket, you would every time, Katie.
No, absolutely. And at the Basin, it is a beautiful setting to play cricket in, and again the ability for the public just to walk through and enjoy it as well on their way as they walk to town or wherever they're off to. It's a pretty special place. I understand why it's one of Amelia Kerr's favourites.
Driven down the ground for a single. Jet Li into her last over. So it's going to be the end of 2 of their more dominant bowlers today. They do have the 3rd spinner in bed, but Jet Li got a lot of wickets this year and has been super consistent. Dearly love to get another one before she's done.
Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely.
Yeah, I wonder if they've also just had a talk in the middle prior to Jet Li bowling her last over around the situation. Are they aware this is her last over? 3 more balls, see her out. One of those people you don't want to give success to at this point in the innings either. It'll just give her a bit of energy for the rest of the innings, or for the last couple of wickets anyway.
Down there, Drew.
A lovely shot. No run. And 1 delivery in Jet Li's spell to come. And as you say, put a full stop on Jet Li and Amelia Kerr, and they can start to look elsewhere.
Oh, well done, mate.
And the end of a very good spell by Zara Jet Li. 1 for 37. Done a great job all season. She'll be quite happy to say she's put in a pretty good shift this season. She will be keen, as you say, and as you've done a bit of research, Katie, she wants higher honours, and she's doing everything she can, but as we both know, it's out of your control. you really look to put the performance out in the field. And as we look at the bowling card, the fall of wickets, really, that's the problem for me. Couldn't really get going past. Thought they'd set them at 39 for 1. I thought they'd set themselves up for some total. As Bed comes back on, just worked onto the onside. Again, good cricket. The picket fence is alive and well. Katie, we're just collection of singles is the order of the day.
Yeah, don't mind a picket fence in this situation because they are playing the situation on its merit. I've started to see big swings and misses and lots of dots and the odd 4. I'd be like, are you playing the situation in front of you or not?
No slip, of course. They're going to run away a little bit slow. They come back for a 2.
Yep, take them however you can in that way. And again, it's just sort of looking for runs and they're not trying to slash at the ball super hard. They're just playing it under their eyes. Cool, tickle away for a couple of runs. In the scorebook, it's 2 runs. Doesn't show where the heck it went.
Hit hard out to the cover sweeper. Slight misfield, but she's in quite quickly. Doesn't result in any extra run, but that 2 is a welcome change from singles, and there's a little bit of momentum going your way. You tend to get the breaks. The edges don't go to hand, they run away. And she's gone through it. Knight's gone, clean bowled, the first sign of aggression. That was slightly short by Bed, skidded on. Knight looked for something to free her arms with and just missed it. Just went straight through, not a lot of foot movement. Disappointing end to another partnership that started to give dividends, and disappointing for Kaylee Knight. 14 off 31 and ND 161 for 9. You'd be disappointed, Katie Perkins. We've said this so much today.
Frustrated for them. Yeah, and for Kaylee Knight, who grafted away, was definitely had seen, 30-odd balls by that point, and then she gets one that looks loose. It's a bit short. Yep, great. I can just smack this into the deep somewhere, maybe pick up 1, 2, 4 if I hit the gap. And then whatever happens, you don't quite watch the ball because you're just excited the ball's finally there to hit, and you miss it, and your day is over just like that. And yeah, just a frustrating moment as a batter when that happens.
The problem with Nicole Beard is she's skiddy. She's round arm, so it didn't bounce as much as what she'd like. Yes, it hit the top of the stumps, but it was short, and what I've seen today so much is batsmen getting defeated without any foot movement.
Yeah.
It's cost them their wicket almost every time, whether they've been LBW or bowled, and it's just been the theme. But now down to the last wicket, Lucy Boucher.
Yeah, it's very much ball by ball, over by over for Northern Districts now. Don't want to say it's about survival, but it's
somewhere in between.
Yeah, just stay positive with the most low-risk cricket you can, because you can't obviously afford to lose another wicket. Your day's over as a team if that's the case.
Yeah, and she's not the worst batter. I know they do bat all the way down, but finals cricket is a tough, uncompromising position to be in. You have to make good choices. You almost need to dial it back a bit as well. And that was Kaylee Knight wanting to send that way back over mid-wicket. Believe the shot was on, but the execution was just nowhere near where it needed to be.
Yeah, I'll say she should probably just reflect and say, actually, I just didn't quite watch the ball onto the bat. My eyes lit up as an opportunity finally to free the arms. Sort of like why a full toss gets so many players out, because it's like, oh, this one I could put it anywhere, and you end up in about 3 different minds and put it down the throat of some random fielder. And so again, it's just that discipline to be able to recognise that's the ball to hit, but you stay in that moment and finish the execution of the shot.
Jess Kerr coming back into the attack. Georgia Plummer looking to finish this off now for the Blaze. Just worked into the onside. she won't mind that. Wanting to bowl to the new batsman will be Jess Kerr's preference.
Yeah, just thinking about how we've got two teams here. One never has won this competition. Another dominant, just finds a way to win. And that habit of winning, that understanding of how to win in the big moments, it's almost the craziest mismatch we're currently watching in terms of teams that define either end of the continuum almost in that ability.
Yeah, you're absolutely bang on, Katie. And one word that will wrap that all up is what happens in finals is pressure. Who can deal with it the best? Who can deal with normalising and taking away the emotion that the final brings and can grip you? If you're not used to it, it's very, very difficult. We've witnessed that ourselves and lived and breathed it. These guys, it's a whole different game.
Yeah, and back in the day in the Auckland Hearts, we couldn't win anything, but we then had Stefani Taylor, who back then was the young up-and-coming amazing all-rounder for the West Indies. She came into our team and she brought this confidence and this level of performance that we didn't have within ourselves, but she brought it into our team and we then followed her lead. And I just wonder if that's something for Northern Districts at some point. They just need someone who can teach them how to win and how to I don't know, there's a mental shift, a confidence shift that means you step up in the big moments, because that set us up for a little period of great success over a few years. And the Northern Districts team, they've got the talent, it's just that next step into turning that into titles.
Sometimes you've got to lose a bit to learn a bit to win a bit. Have you heard of that kind of combo? So
absolutely, but they've lost a bit. When do they get to win a bit?
Gone straight through Boucher, and that third man boundary picked that up straight through the keeper as well. There's a little edge in there. There's no signal from the umpire.
And maybe, I hope Northern Districts, prove me wrong at this point and they come in and they roll Wellington for their own sake, for their own...
Oh, there's certainly an opportunity to do so. That the game's not done dusted by any means, but this is only their second final in their history.
Yeah, that's
Lovely
true.
shot by Holly Top out to the boundary. But sometimes you've got to actually work really hard to understand. Sometimes you have to lose a final to understand what it takes. And we used to get rolled by Canterbury a lot back in my day. And learning that to perform on the big stage is the hardest part of what you're doing as a cricketer.
Yeah.
And they've got to learn to do that. They've got to learn to bat. You've got to learn to bat properly, like normally, without, and almost just no fair cricket. But they haven't bowled yet. The true test is seeing both sides bat in these conditions. So, we can't assume that nothing's gone. They'll be disappointed with this total by any means, and they have to give it a go, and we don't know what the outcome is yet. But if every run they score is one more, we talk about every run is an additional run that we have to make the opposition get. Nicole Baird into the attack. Continuing to bowl, and the regulation sweep shot from Holly Top continues to be the scoring method for her, which is great.
Yeah, well, it just proves to have that sweep shot in your arsenal against spin just makes you really hard to bowl to. It just provides the ability to rotate strikers. See this one just beat the cover fielder, potentially Georgia Plummer in there, who's missed it on the block. Not the easiest to be fielding on the block. Oh no, that's unfair. Georgia's in at mid-wicket, so whoever that is in short cover.
Yeah, Nicole Baird has had a fantastic season for the Blaze. No Amelia Kerr pretty much through that whole Super Smash, barring a couple of games at the top, and they've relied on her heavily. She's been ever present. Holly Top trying to force it through that offside, collecting point along the way.
Yeah, sort of a pedestrian kind of phase of the game at the moment, just sort of Wondering, there won't be much action, obviously, that's going to come from this point. It's about ticking things over. Simple cricket from both sides, really. As soon as Wellington try and force the issue with the bowling, that's when they can start giving wides, or that freebie that gets hit away for 4, and they lose momentum that they've got.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that groan every time. You kind of just see every ball played out. That rounds out the 41st over, 167 for 9. Certainly just counting down to see how many runs Indy Brave can eke out over the next 9 overs.
Yeah, plenty of starts. Good to see Holly top there. Still battling away, 34 or 54. Lucy Boucher coming in 11, trying to sort of grind her way through alongside top to get to that 50 over mark. Again, if they can get to 50 overs, they will also reach 200 runs. That's where my thinking's going.
Here's Kerr looking to pick up this last wicket in her last over of the day.
Yeah, sort of that last roll of the dice in terms of bringing in the Wellington Blaze Top Gun bowlers. We've got Millie Kerr already bowled out, Zara Jetley bowled out. Georgia Plymouth's like, yep, let's just give it a crack now. Let's see if we can get that final breakthrough and have an early lunch.
Falling straight, trying to get through the defences. You've got to attack the stumps as this last pair. You have to try and force an LBW bowled. Field so spread, catches are a little bit hit or miss because they are far and wide, those fielders. So Plymouth will be pretty keen to wrap this up as soon as possible. They don't want to chase any more than they have to, of course, but equally Northern will want to keep them out there as long as possible.
Yeah, pretty simple strategy for the bowlers at this point. It is just keeping the stumps in play. Something that has been talked about a lot during the Super Smash is just bowl straight, make the batters play, and then if they miss, it's like it's the most simple cricket that exists. And so at this stage of the game, again, now for Jess Kerr,
the hardest to execute. Half the time.
Cricket's such a weird game.
Oh, nice, Jess, nice, Jess.
Perfect execution again from Jess Kerr, forcing Boucher to play a shot. Boucher happy enough just to hit it back down to mid-off, no run. And yeah, dots and ones are just the MO at the moment.
Well, let's just talk about Jess Kerr for a moment. Run rate, 2.84. Only gone for 27. Couple more deliveries in her spell. Just been outstanding again. Lovely shot down the ground. Lucy Boucher. That is how you play a straight drive. What a delicious shot that was.
Very good shot. I was about to say, out of the runs that Jess Kerr has conceded today, there was 2 fours from Yaz Kareem earlier on, and then she came back not long later and picked up the 2 wickets in 1 over. And then we've just seen Boucher play a beautiful shot down the ground. Not as much swing at that time, just sort of shaped in more than anything. It's a perfect shot.
I'll just put the commentator's curse on it. She put that away nice. It was in the slot, wasn't it? Lucy Boucher is no mug with the bat. She's more than capable. But Jess Kerr, we won't banish her after that delivery, but certainly been very, very good today. Leads her bowling attack so well. Worked round the corner, down to fine leg. Just a single. And the end of the over and spell for Jess Kerr. On for 31, but more importantly, picked up 2 excellent wickets. Certainly put in an excellent shift for her team, and now Georgia Plymouth has to think about her options. What has she got? What can she do with her remaining bowlers? Jess Kerr picked up Yaz Kareem, the first of her 2. Coming round the wicket, changed the angle, and an excellent catch there by Nicole Beard. Really important wicket for that. And then closely followed, in the same over, picked up
Wakelin.
another one at the top of the order. Harsh Wakelin, clean bowled. Nicole Beard coming back on for her 6th over. And some good cricket, pushing out to the offside. Just pushing into the gap and running. Really good tip knees cricket, as we call it. Simple stuff. And to 174 now. It's starting to become something.
Yeah, just thinking that it's runs. Like we were sort of celebrating when they reached over 100 but earlier on. It's like, oh, that's a relief that they've reached there. So 174, it's going to require some application by Wellington, and a couple of early wickets when they come into bat could really start to give a bit of life to the Northern Districts bowling unit and start putting some niggly little doubts in the Wellington batting lineup.
There's nothing like a couple of early wickets to put a little bit of doubt into the batsmen in terms of finals. Lucy Boucher, 8 off 14, 8 off 15 now, doing an excellent job. She's batted in the top 4 for the Brave before, a few years ago now. Don't know why she's batting so low. Slightly beaten there by one just popping a little bit. But the partnership is certainly starting to grow. No, it's only talking 14 runs, but if they can double that and some, start to sniff that 200. Don't want to ask for too much, but you never know. Shot down to mid-on, running with the shot. Good cricket there by Boucher. End of Beard's over. Just the 3 off it, but equally so, Northern are still alive.
There's something with Beard. She's not going to really bowl you out in a way. She sort of just puts it there, puts it there, puts it there. Very simple, and it's more waiting for you to just have a moment of impatience and do something that maybe isn't the right option in the moment. Which is probably what we saw with Kelly Knight, who suddenly thought, oh, that is the one. It was a little bit short, and she went after it and just sort of skidded on past it. But if you're happy just to knock her around for ones, she won't pick up many wickets, but then she's still not going to go for many runs.
That's right. Well, she doesn't really tweak it. She doesn't get it to bite, so she's the perfect candidate to sweep or lap because she's bowling round the wicket and a little bit round arm, so it's coming, angling into the right-hand batsman. Just help it on its way is what Holly Top has done her whole innings and played really good cricket. Francis back into the attack, 2 for 24 to date. It's Lucy Boucher starting to free up those arms a little bit more.
The ball feel nice just having a little bit more pace.
Yes, certainly.
Coming on to it.
Yep, she certainly will enjoy that. She will be quite glad to see that one end must be pace pretty much here on in. Hannah Francis will be delighted with her 2 wickets to date. Quick single out to mid-wicket, sliding the bat is Holly Top. Millie Kerr, never far from the action, is she? She's always prowling, either with the ball in the field, just sharp. She's come back from the IPL or the Women's PL, WPL. Don't quite have the success as recent times, but certainly announced her arrival back with the big 100 against the Hearts last weekend, which coincided this week with the announcement of New Zealand captain.
Yeah, Mealy was always destined for that role of captain of New Zealand. It was always a matter of time. And now, in her mid-20s, I think, yeah, it's sort of the right time. Any earlier would have felt like a bit too much potentially. But she is someone who just naturally brings that team together, and she has done for years. And so just for her to now have that official captain's armband on is is ideal. So just see this one picked up and sort of chipped out to square leg.
Nice little drop kick.
Yeah.
Francis correcting the last delivery is a bit too leg-sideish, and Boucher whipped that away. Holly Top, can't praise her enough today. She's been pretty much flawless with her cricketing execution against a top quality attack. Cuts hard out to point boundary, and that picket fence continues for her. And 4 off the over again, Katie. We haven't seen a boundary for a long, long time. And the Blaze have done very well with restricting that. So they hit that 180 mark. 6 overs to go.
Yeah, again, very simple equation. It's just batting, taking each ball as its own little moment, seeing what comes of it. As a batting unit, obviously there's no, you can't be thinking, oh, maybe we can have a hit out because we've got some mates behind us who can come in. No, this is your last potential partnership. So it's low risk cricket all the way to the end here. But if you can get over that 200 mark, it's such another little psychological boost as you go to lunch going, wow, didn't think we were going to even get close to that today.
No, you're absolutely right. As Holly Top continues to collect, single out to cover point, I think that will be one heck of an achievement if they can get over that 200 mark from where they were. They were down and out.
Absolutely.
For the majority of this innings. No momentum to speak of other than little pockets here and there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then they'll, it's again, all hypothetical at this point, but you walk off 200 in the bank, and then at lunch you're thinking, you know what? Okay, we've fought this hard so far. We'll go in and we're going to fight equally as hard with the ball, and you're going to have to against this kind of batting lineup that Wellington have.
Yep, you're absolutely right. You've got to believe that you actually won 9 out of 10 games, or 8 out of 9 games, for a reason.
Yeah,
you didn't just bat well. Yes, you bowled and fielded well. So we talk about champion sides finding ways to build their way and get to a point where they can have success. Big appeal for LBW, and she's gone.
Yeah.
Baird's got the final wicket.
Top
Not
trying
sure.
to suggest that maybe she gloved it more than anything, but unfortunately, umpire's got the final word.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this is gloved, the way that it raced off underneath. And yeah, just not sure about that one, Katie Perkins, but that is the end. We talked about that magical number of 200. It's not to be. That's the end for ND, 182 all out in 44.4 overs. Nicole Baird picked up the last wicket. A handy little partnership, 182. A decent score, but probably not where they want to be. It may not be enough, we don't know yet. We certainly need to see what the Wellington Blaze can bring. But they've been dominant, the Blaze. They've owned this first half of the match, you have to say, and they will be proud of what they've done today.
Yeah, Blaze just did what they do best, and it's being as clinical as possible for long periods. Northern Districts wrestled back a little bit of momentum here and there at times, particularly while Top and Downs got to have their little partnership that started to provide a bit of belief that, oh, that 200 is definitely on the cards. Then we saw the dismissal of Downs, but Top just carried things on, unlucky potentially in her dismissal at the end. But again, there is enough there. We've seen Wellington get dismissed only last weekend by Auckland for less than that. See, the beginning of the day, things are going pretty well initially with Jess Watkin finding the boundary early, and then this is when the wicket started to fall. Watkin caught out LBW. There was then a counter with a couple of boundaries by Yaz Kareem, but then loose shot, and then caught by Nicole Baird, and then followed again by Wakeling getting dismissed as well. and that was a massive turning point at the end of the 10th over. Nancy Patel, recently put into the White Ferns squad, who came in and got into her work, but smacked one of Mealy Kerr's deliveries straight to Georgia Plummer, and started to feel like there was a massive shift. Again, Mealy Kerr gets Caitlin Gurry, and one of the most recognised batters for Northern Districts. And then from here on, started to feel a little bit of just a bit of push and shove as Northern Districts tried to do their best to wrestle back momentum as often as they could. But the likes of Mealy Kerr using all her class to pick up wickets along the way. And then Walland dismissed, trying to heave it down the ground. Will reflect and be like, probably wasn't necessary in the moment, but what it did bring was top and downs to the crease, and they had the best partnership of the day. Downs unlucky. Nicked through. Top stayed out there though as long as she could to the end of the innings. With Knight, that's right. Saw the one bit short. Let's go to the boundary, but eyes lit up. And then Boucher had that beautiful shot down the ground, but Top, who was the top performer for Northern Districts today, dismissed at the end. LBW, again, potentially a bit unlucky.
Here we have the batting card for the Brave. Lots of double-digit scores, but nothing really to speak of until you get down to Holly Top, with top score of 39. Marama Downs 25. Two pretty big efforts by them, considering they were in real strife for about 95 for 7, and then you had a little bit of a flurry from Kaylee Knight and Lucy Boucher, but put a bit of respectability on the board. But the talk of the day really is about how well the Blaze have bowled collectively. Jess Kerr, for me, was probably the better overall bowler. Didn't quite match it with the wickets column, as often she doesn't, but Mealy Kerr, the magic of her dismissals really killed off the Brave top order. 3 for 49, a little bit expensive, and then you had Hannah Francis and Nicole Beard cleaning up with those 2 wickets. But the fall of wickets, you can see 94 for 7, and then a little bit of a fight back from the Brave and managing to get to 182. Is it enough, Katie Perkins?
No, but we will see a great fight from the Northern Districts girls. They'll come out to give it all they've got. There's no doubt about it. But for me, Wellington will just have enough big game experience to be able to just figure out how to bring this game home for themselves.
What do the Brave need to do to make it happen? What do you think they can do to put doubt or create a little bit of nervousness within the Wellington side?
Big names gone early. Plummer and Mealy Kerr need to be dismissed by the 15th over.
Well, I can't wait to see what the Brave come out with. They certainly have some firepower. They have the ability to do so, but we will soon find out. The Brave will be coming out fizzing and firing. And now we're going to hear a little bit from Dean Foxcroft, the CD Stags, on their recent win yesterday and the Ford Trophy Eliminator.
Yeah, no, obviously very happy about it. It's been a big couple of weeks for us on the road in Nelson, and then come here and play the semi-final basically against Wellington. They're obviously a quality side, so yeah, very happy to get over the line. Will Young's just been class today, show his class. Dane has been outstanding this whole campaign, and obviously Josh Lark's on the back end as well. So yeah, credit to those boys, stuck to their guns and stuck to their good options. So yeah, obviously happy for them as well, and obviously finished on a high note on 350s. I'll definitely take that. Yes, there's a few sore bodies on the road as well. So yeah, hopefully the boys can just probably park up tomorrow and rest well, and then be ready for Sunday on the big final against Cantabs. They've been outstanding this whole campaign as well, and it's top 1 versus top 2, so hopefully we can get one over the line. But yeah, we're just probably going to take it easy and reset, and come Sunday it's a new day and a new game for us, so yeah, start all over again.
There from the Central Stags, who roared into the Ford Trophy final. They will take on top of the table Canterbury here at the Cello Basin Reserve tomorrow. But today it is all about the HBJ Shield final. Northern Districts, they the top team coming into this match, but they have been humbled in the first innings up here, bowled out for 182. The Wellington Blaze showing all of their firepower, all of their experience, but they've got to come out and get the runs on the board. We will find out how that goes, resuming back here at 2:05. But while you're tuned in with us, why don't you enjoy a recent NZC Whakapapa episode charting the 2000 victory by the White Ferns in the World Cup. Emily Drum, of course, part of our commentary team for this match, and she features heavily in this 2000 Whakapapa episode.
Five runs to win for Australia, 1 wicket required for the White Ferns to win a World Cup.
Dramatic scenes here at Lincoln, I can assure you.
The year 2000, we all thought that our computers were going to stop and that the whole world was just going to have to play sport.
And that's a long time ago. I still remember it vividly. I think Nokia 3310 had just been released with the Snake game on it. I remember that because there was only about 3 of us in the 2000 team who had a phone, and yeah, other people were judging us.
Oh, sorry, you just pressed no.
Oh. I listen to lots of music. Don't mind a bit of Westlife, a bit of Backstreet Boys. I might put on a bit of Sash or a bit of techno.
Deary me. Go, how boring, Sash. You probably don't even know who that is. I've never probably played them ever since.
Well, I remember particularly the great memories of the year 2000, probably the 18 months leading up to it, where the current CEO of New Zealand Cricket, Christopher Doig, and the chair of the board, Sir John Anderson, recognised that the women's game needed a higher profile. So securing the rights to host the World Cup was really exciting.
Erin McDonald, Central Districts, one of the 2 new caps in the White Ferns, left-arm orthodox spin bowler and handy right-hand bat.
The squad that was picked had a really nice blend of really experienced players like Debbie Hockley and Catherine Campbell. It had young players in there who were going to provide the fielding dramas that unfolded during the course of the tournament, and we had our fast bowlers and our spin bowlers as well. It was a very, very well-balanced team. And of course, all these players, they were all amateurs, they were holding down their jobs. You had police officers, a lot of them were teachers, and they were there from the kindness of their employers, including Catherine Campbell from New Zealand Cricket, who helped put the World Cup of 2000 together.
Right, okay, so can you set up the scene for us?
We're in the home changing room at the Bert Sutcliffe Oval Pavilion here at Lincoln University. Oh, look, it was a pretty special place. We had a lot of training camps here leading into the tournament, and yeah, this became our base.
Catherine Campbell, an incredible person at that time in the landscape of cricket, player in the New Zealand side, employed at New Zealand Cricket, an unbelievable administrator, and has served the game so well over the last 25, 30 years. I don't even know how long it is, but so special to be able to organise a tournament and then put away the computer, jump onto the field, and away we go. You don't get them like that anymore.
As that saying goes, what, you always give the busy person something to do, and that's, you know, what we all committed to. The 2 guys. Absolutely not. You always want to finish with your reputation intact. Look, I started at New Zealand Cricket in September '97, just leading into the World Cup in India, and 28 years later, September 2025, I'm still here. With glasses on. Cool. You know, I love it. It gives me great joy coming into work every day. I feel a real privilege to be involved not only in cricket but to work for an organisation like New Zealand Cricket. Shall I go first then? Thank you very much. Get in, everybody. Don't be shy. Everyone's normally well in by now.
It was a little bit ridiculous, I have to say. The things that we did, we were training in the morning, often at night, playing on the weekend. We were doubling up something chronic, working full time, and squeezing everything in, just trying to better ourselves, trying to evolve, trying to grow. And the amount of effort and repetitive skill set. It was probably the first time I trained like a professional. We all wanted to win, we all turned up, we all knew what we had to do, and we went and did it.
I remember we hired a spa pool, and Warren Frost, our S&C trainer, bought his paddling pool from home, and we put up a marquee, a small sort of gazebo over the top, and that was our hot cold facility. We'd go from the spa into the paddling pool, back to the spa, back to the paddling pool. You know, if I was to talk to the current players now, they'd probably laugh at that. But, you know, we thought that was, you know, really, really big time then.
I'm sure the women members of the New Zealand team will join me and New Zealand Cricket in welcoming all the visiting teams to New Zealand. Those teams come, as we've seen, from Ireland, England, Holland, India, Sri Lanka, South Africa and Australia.
It was a great time. I remember the opening ceremony. It was raining, and we headed over in front of the library in the beautiful old building here at Lincoln University, and I had the honour to bring in the flag. It was just a great time, great sense of camaraderie between the teams.
So the opening match, full of anticipation, that had all that preparation, things, and people were feeling good about the team. Things didn't go well in that first match, and they absolutely got thumped by Australia.
I got a few whacks myself. I got a finger injury, hit on the elbow, and I was feeling a little bit sorry for myself, but I didn't feel like it was the end of the world.
Stop, Tommy! Keep it going now!
As it transpired, Australia went through unbeaten through to the final, but they had such a good team. I think it probably helped us in some ways. I'm not sure how things would have gone if we'd won, because that could have stirred Aussie up to be even better. The other girls didn't panic, coaches didn't panic, and we just had to believe that what we had set ourselves up for was going to carry us through.
So the question marks were there about, you know, did they have the bottle to come back after that defeat by Australia? The New Zealand team picked themselves up and they went on an amazing streak of huge wins.
There was no standouts in our side. Everybody chipped in. We just had a lot of players that were starting to play really good cricket, just able to demolish sides pretty comfortably.
Got this away fine. Those are the winning runs. Emily Drum posts another boundary. And New Zealand are in the final against Australia, another comprehensive victory.
They absolutely routed India by 9 wickets, which was amazing, and then set up the dream rematch with Australia.
Hello and welcome to the final of the Cricinfo Women's World Cup. A final between, without doubt, the two best sides in the competition. They were the top 2 seeds leading into it, and they have played the right kind of cricket.
One of the other roles that I had during the Cricinfo World Cup of 2000 was working alongside the Sky commentary team, by the likes of Martin Crowe and Ian Smith and others. I was in a very, very fortunate position to get the final as well, with all the heart-thumping moments that were in it. I was there behind the mic and able to see for myself what this New Zealand White Ferns team were going to do.
Yes, look, Drums here in the middle because of this dismissal, and it's McGregor, the outswing bowler for Australia, delivering another expert outswing, but this coming too close to O'Leary, trying to back cut it.
Goes for this, and that's a decisive shot. Emily Drum, who's been New Zealand's outstanding batsman at this tournament.
The opening loss was long gone. I felt like the groundswell and the momentum that we gathered, we've got everything we need to win a World Cup. It's just a matter of putting it out there.
Oh, again, Rebecca rolls with some real power. It's 56 for 1, New Zealand going nicely. Big edge, and yes, Emily Drum will go. And that's a huge breakthrough for the Australians. They are delighted.
It was a disappointing performance with the bat.
Out.
Boulder. Straight through Keenan. That is a great delivery.
There are moments where I remember it, and there are moments where I have no recollection. It was quite a stressful day. I have to be quite honest.
You run out of the bowler's end. Beautiful bit of feeling to wrap it up.
180.
Knocks the stumps dead.
Yeah, it's all over for the white ferns. All out for 1-4.
Do you remember what the conversations were like at the innings break when you knew you had to defend 184?
Well, they probably weren't very polite. I think I had a very grumpy scowl on my face for the majority of that break.
184. In a tournament where I think the average was closer to 230 to 250, which in today's money is pretty low as well, but 184 definitely didn't feel like enough. And I vividly remember Emily Drum stomping around the changing room saying exactly that.
We've defended scores like this before, but we're going to have to be perfect. That's what I do remember thinking about. But I also remember saying to the girls, we leave nothing behind. We go out there, we give it everything.
Edge, and the catch is taken, and that is the big breakthrough that the New Zealanders needed.
We got a brilliant start, some quality cricket, caught behind, direct hit.
Pick up and a throw, and that's magnificent.
Their two batsmen who'd had all the glory for the whole of the tournament were back in the pavilion. A dream start.
Boulder, beautiful piece of off-spin bowling. You don't see it any better than that.
You know, certain players stood up that day and produced the performance of their lives.
Boom! Clark is gone! What a mistake. That could be the defining moment.
So how fitting. After 31 matches in the Women's Cricket World Cup, it came down to the last over of a 50-over match.
Dramatic scenes here at Lincoln, I can assure you. Australia, 1 wicket left.
So I would have been, I'm actually not sure which one on the block, probably in the middle somewhere, and I would have been down at short third man when it all happened. Australia needed 5 runs, we needed 1 wicket. We decided that Claire Nicholson was going to bowl the final over. We're all in position, the crowd is on the edge of their seat, could have heard a pin drop.
Nothing prepares you for a last over decider in a World Cup final, right? That's new territory.
Immediately as a keeper, you know, when the ball bounces, you sort of start to come up. So I'm like, oh, this could go. And I was expecting her to pull it or cut it. Up I went, and then she played the cut shot or a version of it. And then I kind of heard a nick and felt a thump, like within a split second of each other. So everyone just went ballistic. I threw the ball in the air, I never saw it again, which I'll always regret.
Here comes the crowd.
And the crowd here at Lincoln go absolutely berserk. What a moment.
Never gets old, never gets old. The joy, all the demons, all the disappointments, they're just lifted and gone within an instant, and pandemonium after that.
Give all the credit here today to the White Ferns. For a month they played great cricket, and on the day, under pressure, they've done it.
When she took that catch, I remember running, grabbing a stump and running towards deep square, because Katrina Keenan was fielding at deep square leg, and Katrina also worked for New Zealand Cricket. She really had bowled well, and I just remember, running, grabbing the stump, running towards her, and then it was just bedlam. There were just people running on everywhere, and just scenes of, true euphoria.
I don't really have that many things on display. This is just probably the thing that makes me feel the most reward out of my career in terms of, I guess, the biggest achievement as a team in winning the World Cup. So this is a World Cup shirt. I was going to say it's home. But the reason why I chose number 11, because I'm one of 9 kids, plus my parents is 11. So that's why I chose that number.
That's cool.
Perfect ending. And the strength of our collective 11 was what got us over the line. We were truly a team, and the results showed that. We had the experience and the right timing for us to perform to that level that we did, and we saved our best to that particular day. But what a treat to be able to say that I led that side, and yeah, an absolute honour.
This is your ICC Women's World Cup squad 2025.
It is fantastic to be here, and a special welcome to our members of the World Cup winning Cricinfo 2000 team, Catherine Rammell, Rebecca Rolls, Anna Smith, Catherine Campbell, and Emily Drum, the skipper, who we'll hear from very shortly.
We're very privileged to have a little memento that I will ask Catherine Campbell to come on stage and present to you, Sophie. It is a stump, one of 6. I actually don't know where the other 5 are. So this is something for you ladies to take on tour, to help you, galvanise you, and to be with you on your journey.
Those ladies obviously paved the way for us. That was a huge moment in New Zealand cricket's history, and you know, it's our only ODI World Cup win to date. So you know, it'd be pretty cool to be able to go out there in India and do the same thing. And yeah, it's been great to have them here, a part of this event. My mum actually used to work with Rollsy's flatmate a fair few years ago now, but Rollsy found out that I played cricket and kindly gave my mum a Rebecca Rolls white fern shirt and a signed cricket ball, and yeah, for me at the time that was just the coolest thing. So pretty cool to see Rollsy here today. Obviously she's been a massive idol of mine growing up.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, white fern, World Cup champion.
It's amazing being part of the 2025 World Cup team, naming, seeing that group come together, all the work they've done. I guess what's really impressive from those girls, like the likes of Maddie and Sophie and Susie, is their respect for and recognition of the past. They've been a part of it, they've been a part of the change, and you can really see it getting instilled in like the Kerr sisters and the next generations as well.
Summarising the Women's World Cup final, New Zealand 184, Australia 180, all out in reply. New Zealand have won the World Cup by 4 runs. It was a landmark moment for New Zealand women's cricket, New Zealand sport really, and I think a nice launchpad. We had played women's cricket for a long time, and we'd produced some quite good cricketers, but to actually become the world champion, something the men have not been able to do, they'll always hold the upper hand. So really good team, really special occasion for New Zealand cricket. Probably, I won't say the birth of women's cricket in New Zealand, but a long way to establishing the credibility of women's cricket in New Zealand. Great, absolutely great.
The thing about New Zealand and our white ferns is that you can never, ever count them out. They produced their best when it counted. It showed not only little girls and young women that they could play the game, but it showed that when they put their best game together, do not underestimate them. We've seen that in the T20 World Cup win that our white ferns had. How fantastic was that? From 1973 to the year 2000, New Zealand women had been trying to win a Cricket World Cup. It was so joyous and jubilant to think that we'd finally knocked it off, that we had at last won a World Cup title. We'd seen England, we'd seen Australia countlessly pick up the title and have the mana of the best team in the world. It meant so much, all the work that had been put in by previous athletes, previous cricketers, and finally it was in the cabinet at New Zealand cricket offices.
Welcome back into the HBJ Shield Grand Final here at the Basin Reserve, and there is the equation for the home side. The Wellington Blaze, they require 183 to win from the 50 overs. Northern Districts bowled out for 182 earlier today after winning the toss and electing to bat. Bowled out in the 45th over. I'm Willie Nichols. With me is former Whitefern and Auckland Heart Katie Perkins. And in the middle, it looks like it's Marama Downs to begin for Northern Districts. And it's the Wellington Blaze captain, Georgia Plimmer on strike. Hannah Francis at the other end. The second innings of this HBJ Shield Grand Final. A little bit of movement. What will Marama Downs, what challenge will she pose up the top here, Katie?
She'll provide a bit of movement, a bit of swing in the air. But one thing is just that aggression that she has shown all season. She's been one of the top performers, and she'll just stand up. I think she loves the big moments. So if anyone's going to pull things out of the bag for Northern Districts today, I'd say it could be Marama Downs.
A little bit of a way swing, but that is bread and butter for Georgia Plimmer to get her account open for the day. And Hannah Francis earlier today, the other end, we saw her with the ball actually. Katie did a job down the order, 2 for 28. I mean, all of the Blaze bowlers did a job really. It was a total team performance to do the first half of the job.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Hannah Francis as you named them, her as the other opener. I was like, oh, she's had a big day. She's actually a real important cog to this Wellington Blaze team. So to see her do a job in that middle with the ball today, and now to come out here in a final to work alongside Georgia Plimmer to get Wellington off to a good start, that's key for them today. If they get off to a nice steady start in the first 10 overs, the game for me is going to be theirs. It's just this early phase of settling into a final where there's this extra perceived pressure. Because there is. Everyone wants to win this game. This is the one to win if you're going to win any game in a season.
Well, short fine leg has come around onto the offside, so two covers in place, a mid-off, a point and a sweeper. There is no slips. Marama Downs comes in again. And that one, a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. Surprised to not see any slips in there?
A little bit, but again, maybe they've had a read on the wicket that it's not really coming through with great pace. If there's going to be any catching opportunities, maybe it is in front, and trying to just get as many players in front of their eye line as possible, just to create this perception of being a bit hemmed in, and there's just no gaps out there.
Oh, and that's beaten the inside of the bat. Strong offside field for Northern Districts here. You can see the one back on the leg side behind square. This might have just straightened a fraction, playing for that swing.
Yeah, potentially just rolled her fingers on it, which caused it to straighten up. But yeah, you can see what they're trying to do, just force batters to play in front.
Oh, and another whip of the hands, and that goes through to the keeper, Holly Top. Didn't she bat well as well? Top scored for Northern Districts when they needed her most down the order, 39 off 61 to get the visitors through to a total. It's not as many as they'd want, but it is a total and it is a final.
Nah, big credit to Holly Top, who alongside actually Marama Downs as well, did a massive effort for Northern Districts to get them to what is a respectable total. It's not going to be at all what they'd had hoped for at the beginning of the day, but it's something, and a few wickets early on could have them right in the game.
Well, that's the end of the opening over. It's a good one from Marama Downs, just the one run from it. And Wellington Blaze, one without loss. Yes, the opening power play is so important. Katie Perkins with me, top order player herself. What would be the chat in the sheds from the Blaze as they come out and try and take this total down?
It would be, I'd expect that, all right, top 3, top 4, that's your job to just go out there and win the game. The middle, lower order have no intention of batting today. This is a total that it's only run rate required of, what, 3.17. It doesn't need high-risk cricket. If batters want to go out there and be greedy in a way, but being greedy means actually you're doing your job as a top order batter. You've got the time, you've got the luxury of having the ability to get yourself in, build yourself an innings and put on a 100-run partnership. Those would be some like key performance indicators potentially that you could chase today.
Out with Lucy Boucher from the other end. Has a best of 4 for 21 this season. They would dearly love her to deliver that today. And she comes from the scoreboard end into Plymouth.
Oi, good, Lucy.
You can hear that from Holly top behind the stubs. Good, Lucy. Good start. Just going to look to shape the ball away from the right-handers in a similar sort of fashion to Marama Downs.
Yeah, and we'll just keep asking the batters to play as many shots as possible, keeping it in that sort of channel of uncertainty. Again, something that Northern District spoke about a lot during Super Smash, keeping those stumps in play as often as possible.
A little bit of width, and that is crunched by Georgia Plymouth. A shot of class, a shot of authority. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, on this occasion, Boucher's just dropped a little bit short and wide as you picked up, and Plymouth is too good for that. And then quite happily cut that away, dispatch between point and cover. And once it's on that block, it's running all day, but there was no chance that was going to slow up.
Oh, she's got great hands, Georgia Plymouth. And she's been in the runs to a degree, 185. Hasn't played all of the games of the season. The captain is in the middle for her side right now. And that's short again. And bashed a point. Nenzi Patel parries it up. They will get a single. You don't want to be bowling too many there to Georgia Plymouth.
No, you don't want to allow her to really get into any rhythm too early in her innings. All batters are vulnerable early, but to give them a few freebies, oh, that's well washed by Nancy Patel as it's kicked off one of the old pitches. It could go anywhere, and Nancy Patel's not known for her height, so she's done well to stop that.
Oh no, that one's down the leg side, and Top does well to get a left hand on it. That was a real misfire.
Yeah, we saw one similar by Simmons in the first innings where just completely not the delivery that has been expected, has just slipped out of the hand, whether they were going for a change-up or something. But yeah, thankfully, Top was able to get at least a hand on it. Last thing you want is that running away for 5 wides.
It's the last thing you want when you're up to the stumps to the opening quick. She did well, potentially looking for the in-swinger. Lucy Boucher, she's got 9 wickets so far this season. As I mentioned, that best bowling 4 for 21, and they would dearly love a big performance from her today if they are to have a sniff in this final.
Oh, Lucy.
Oh, a little tempter outside the off stumps. Plymouth happy to let it go.
One of the interesting things, I suppose, with the fact that it was required that the lower order do a lot of the work for Northern Districts, has meant that the batters and those key players, Top, Boucher, Marama Downs, they're the ones all in the action now early in the game. Top behind the stumps, Boucher and Downs with the ball in hand so far.
That's short, and that is whacked. Too easy for Georgia Plymouth. She was quick on that.
Yeah, that's a bit of a gimme. Now, it's just an indication that Boucher just is dropping it too short. She's been cut, and now she's been pulled. Already 11 off the first 5 deliveries. And again, this is just going to really be settling Wellington's nerves if they were already up in the pavilion, as they just watch Georgia get into her work. And Hannah Francis is not off the mark yet, but no need to. She'll just be enjoying watching Plymouth get into the action.
No run. That will complete the second over. It was a profitable one for the Blaze. They are 12 without loss after 2 overs. Yeah, Georgia Plymouth, one of the, I guess, younger brigade with the White Ferns, obviously given opportunities. Slowish start to her international career, but really the fruits of that hard work paid off for her, didn't they, in the T20 World Cup? And then we've also seen her in recent seasons starting to understand her ODI game and, you know, scored that 100 against Sri Lanka at Nelson as well. How have you seen her develop, Katie?
Yeah, I think watching her be a player who then had to kind of learn how international cricket worked on the fly tells me something about more so her mental fortitude than anything. This one's just hit down to mid-off Yeah, for a player to have that kind of resilience, because like you say, that the beginning to her international career was more out of the potential player that existed as opposed to the quality player that had developed over a number of years at domestic cricket. So she's come into the environment, had to learn the hard way in a lot of respects. This one just wide by downs. And then now, like you say, there was this shift, there's this moments of absolute brilliance, and she's become one of the key players. I guess that kind of succession planning thinking from New Zealand cricket in terms of, okay, once the Susie Bateses, the Sophie Devines, when they do move on, who are our top order? And Plymouth's really put her hand up.
A little bit of bounce there. And what about across the formats? We've obviously seen the way she can strike the ball in T20 and then in the one-day format needing to elongate those innings and make them big.
Yeah, I think the thing with Plymouth, she loves to bat, and so in one-day cricket it just means you get longer to bat. So if she can, when she applies herself to that, then she can put on big runs. I think she's someone who really benefits from batting around other quality players as well. You see the kind of, she morphs into almost the player at the other end sometimes. So when she's batting with Mealy Kerr, she's almost playing just like Mealy Kerr, that you could almost tell the difference. That she copies the same shots, the same rhythm into the innings and stuff. So yeah, for Plymouth to have grown up in this Wellington Bowls side has probably created the player that she is now, both domestically and internationally.
Oh, there's width, and she goes over the top. Interesting way to get off the mark, but Hannah Francis is off the mark, and it will bring the player we've been waxing lyrical about, Georgia Plymouth, on strike. Just still 22 years of age, but she's played plenty of cricket, as you mentioned, Katie Perkins. Up over 74 internationals for the White Ferns now.
That's crazy amount.
Isn't it?
Wow.
And really riding the wave of women's professional cricket in this country. And she's 10 off 8, off to a fly so far. So good in that area as well, isn't she? Great hands.
Yeah, just watches the ball so well, and she just hits it so clean, really. Like, I remember that being one thing when these new young guns come onto the scene and then they just find the middle straight away. It's like, what? That's so unfair. Like, yeah, and you just know that there's an extra bit of talent about them when they just make cricket and batting look so easy.
Or edge of the bat, and that's sloppy at short third. And if Francis, she wants to, she'll take all the runs she can get.
Yeah, it's the last thing.
Downs, disappointing.
Last thing
tight
Northern
over, wasn't
Districts,
it?
yeah, last thing Northern Districts can afford is these kind of sloppy misfields. I think that's Yaz Kareem potentially there, short third.
Well, a disappointing way to end the third over. The Blaze 17 without loss, chasing 183 for victory in this Hallyburton Johnstone Shield Grand Final here at Wellington, where the sun is shining. It's a lovely day, and the Blaze, they've done half the job if they want to get their hands back on this trophy. Of course, they were the winners in 2023. Northern Districts, well, they are trying to win it for the very first time. It's Lucy Boucher to continue.
Yeah, again, good from Boucher. Straight first ball, we would call like that first and last ball of an over the team ball. So you want to start that over well, get yourself into the over pretty early. If that's getting hit for 4, you're on the back foot straight away. But yeah, stump to stump from Boucher on that occasion. And Plymouth smart enough just to respect it. Strays a little bit that time, more down leg, but with the short fight, no damage done. Boucher just still probably trying to find a consistency of her line and length. It was a bit short in the previous over, and now this time just straying on her line a little bit.
I wonder how long it might be until Jess Watkin looks for a Kaylee Knight. Of course, called up to the White Ferns, as we mentioned. There's that width. Plymouth able to pick out the sweeper this time. That'll bring Hannah Francis on to a strike. I guess maybe even Georgia Plymouth at the other end's not too bad for Northern at the moment. See if they can squeeze Francis at the other.
Yeah, potentially. They must have pushed their cover out just to sort of be like, okay, we'll take the hit, we'll take the single, get, like say, get Plymouth off strike, attack the other end. Because, yeah, unfortunately for Northern Districts, they've allowed Plymouth to get into her work very early, going at 100% strike rate.
Yeah, our early wickets really do feel a must for the visiting side. And there's plenty of firepower in this batting lineup to come.
Oh, bowling, Lucy.
Yeah, nice. And back on a nice tight length, or line, I should say. It's only when she drops it short that the batters look like they're really just able to feast on it. It's not coming through at a rapid pace, so there's plenty of time to get back and put it wherever you want, really, if it is short. But bowling stump to stump needs to be the stock delivery here for Boucher today.
Oh, it's a straight back, and she's got her caught and bowled. There's the first one for Northern Districts.
And that's what we were just talking about, bowling stump to stump this time. The line just on that off stump. And Francis thinking about trying to work it onto the leg side, but had to straighten it up. And all she's ended up doing is hitting it straight back to Boucher, who's, thank you very much, I'll take that. Again, that's the big breakthrough early that Northern Districts need, and will likely now bring Mealy Kerr to the middle.
Yes, Anna Francis, she has to go 3 off 11 balls. A good caught and bowled from Boucher. A much better second over after a little bit of a wayward first one. She's made the first breakthrough, and Northern Districts will be absolutely delighted with that. And of course, that does bring out the ICC Player of 2025, the new White Ferns captain, and a player of immense class, coming off 100 in the last game she played for the Blaze here at the last weekend against Auckland Hearts. Mealy Kerr. Let's have a look at that wicket again.
Yeah, nice stump to stump, and Francis just trying to really work it a little bit too much into the leg side, needed to disrespect it and hit it straight back down the wicket. And in the effort of trying to turn it into the leg side, it's got more of a leading edge potentially, and it's popped it back. And yeah, important breakthrough for Northern Districts. They'll need to ride the energy of that and do whatever they possibly can to break this partnership early now between Kerr and Plymouth.
Well, here is the big fish herself, Mealy Kerr. One of the very best players in the world at the peak of her powers at the moment. And if you're a Wellington fan, just the player you want when you're trying to chase down a lowish target to win the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield. Yeah, it's a good over from Boucher, a really good comeback after her first. She picks up the 1 wicket and concedes just the 1 run. And the Blaze 18 for 1. And as we mentioned, they wanted early wickets because there is plenty of firepower in this Blaze lineup, and you want to get them out there early, Katie Perkins.
Yeah, really need to find a way to at least get another 2, well, sorry, at least 1 or 2 other wickets in this power play, just to really put more of the nerves into the Wellington team, and that when the new batters come out, they start to have this little bit of doubt. They start to prod at the ball as opposed to come out and just feel like they can keep flowing some kind of momentum. So really, really important phase of the game, this next 6 overs within this power play.
Yes, and you saw there Jess Kerr, Rebecca Burns, a lot of firepower in that middle order. Jess McFadden down at 7, so they do bat deep. As Downs continues right on the money first up. Plymouth, plenty of respect. They'll know the longer that they can deny Northern Districts wickets, the easier they can make this chase.
Absolutely. It's a funny score, this sort of 183 area. Like it's a low score, but it's not, I wouldn't call it one of those low awkward scores where you know you should win. There's all this weird mentality that goes on. This one again just hit down to Jess Watkin at mid-off. If it was more like a 120 or 130, you go out there knowing, oh my goodness, we should just walk this. And then you can almost mentally check out or have these weird expectations of yourself as a team. If it was over 250, 280, you go out there, you got nothing to lose. Whereas this 183, it's like it's going to require some batting, and they should be able to get there. And
Well, they'll take the single on. It's good running, not particularly great fielding.
Again, wayward. Northern Districts need to be real sharp in the field. We've already seen now a couple of sort of slight average pieces of fielding. If Northern Districts have any chance of winning this game today, it's going to have to start with their fielding. They're going to have to back their bowlers up 100%. A couple of specky catches, which we know this team can absolutely pull off, but you need to be backed up so well in the field.
Yes, I'm sure that is what Coach Peter Boren and the support staff would have been reinforcing to the side as they went out in the field. We saw it from the Blaze. They fielded well. They took their catches. And they really backed up their bowlers. It was a superb effort. But it is half the job done. And they know this run chase, it will still take some getting. Oh, good balance from Kerr. Just works that on the onside to pick up a couple. Open her account for the innings.
Yeah, beautifully timed and just leant on. Wasn't trying to force it too much, just whipped it into the leg side. But allows it to come in under her eyes. Hands aren't too far out in front of her at all. Just, yeah, textbook really, I'd say.
Yeah, classical technique. We obviously saw her come through, really announced herself, didn't she, at international cricket over in Ireland, the world record, double 100. And she's since gone to almost make the batting her better suit of the bowling, would you say?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. And I think leg spinners...
Hitting and running, aren't they?
Yeah, it's all a bit easy for them at the moment. Leg spinners got to be one of the most difficult arts in cricket to be able to master. And to be fair, she mastered it very early. And so it's a massive, massive part of her game. But now the batter that she is world class. We just see the hitting and running is pretty much, as long as it's somewhere near a gap, they look like they're pushing through. They're both good runners between the wickets, these two.
And a good finish there from Marama Downs. Just 4 runs off the over. Blaze 22 for 1 after 5. And one fine top order player to another. Emily Drum joins me in the seat. Drummy, we're just talking about Mealy Kerr and her batting and how it's developed over the years. How have you sort of charted that as a fellow top order right-hander?
She's always destined, wasn't she? She's always had the ability, but you've got to learn it. You can't just turn up on the international stage. And probably one of the worst things of the score in the UK and Ireland, in fact, probably made it worse for her to learn how to bat against the Australians and the Indians. It's a different game. You're talking about different players, different pressures. It's probably taken her maybe 5 or 6 years to find her feet at that level. And sure, she's had plenty of success, but now she just looks like the game is so easy, and good players make the game look easy.
Well, there's going to be a bit of a contest here, because into the attack for the first time today after being called up for the White Ferns, Kaylee Knight, the 22-year-old, and she will be bowling to her soon-to-be captain, Mealy Kerr. So what a great opportunity for the youngster from Poverty Bay, Gisborne. Oh, and she'll start with the old bumper.
Welcome to the game. She's a bit of a character, Kaylee Knight, and what a name you would make for yourself if you could knock the poles over or dismiss Mealy Kerr. She's sharp. She's been around for a wee while now, but I think it takes time for players to find how they fit at this level. Success doesn't always come instantly.
Kerr on the cut, running with the shot as well. They have run well so far, the Blaze batters. Yeah, well, the keeper's been up so far, so going back for Knight, and we saw exactly why with that first delivery.
Yeah, by far the quickest bowler on show, but it's no good if you don't have the accuracy or the field set. With a total as it is, you have to be really accurate, try and force a mistake, build a little bit of pressure, and funny things can happen when you get those combinations working for you.
Oh, cramping Plymouth there. Well, of course, the White Ferns set to take on Zimbabwe in the upcoming series. Emily Drum, you'll be calling that for us on TVNZ as well, and I guess a great chance to see some of the next sort of players. Obviously, Nenzi Patel and Knight on display here today will also be in that series.
Yeah, Kaylee Knight, really excited for her and excited to see what she can do.
Oh, maybe got to go away with one.
Certainly did. Yeah, the important thing when players get called up for their country after they've been playing that domestic level for so long is they don't have to do anything different. You got picked because you did what you did for your province. So finding that new feeling at another level up, that's what these players need to work on really quickly.
Now, she's not going to miss out that time, Georgia Plymmer. That is a little too easy. She's got that great set of hands, whips it around the corner, another boundary.
Yeah, too easy here for Plymmer. Not a well-directed delivery. Plymmer is very strong, short deliveries around the park, cut, pull. She's got it all. We know she can drive, hit the ball really hard. She's got a pretty good sound game, but Knight needs to make sure she gets that ball further up. It's too short.
And get it up she does for the final delivery of the over. It's the first one down, a boundary off it and a single. That's 5 runs. Wellington Blaze, 27 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, good series to blood some new players in. That sort of, I see the Zimbabwe series, no disrespect to Zimbabwe, but a really good opportunity to bridge that gap between NZA and White Ferns. And there needs to be a view of the future. We're coming to a new World Cup cycle, I believe, and just trying to lengthen the players that the White Ferns have at their disposal is really important. The players need to feel comfortable in that environment. They certainly need to feel like they fit in. Certainly a lot easier against Zimbabwe than straight into a World Cup.
Struck on the pad. The finger goes up. Marama Downs. Mealy Kerr. She has to go. She can't believe it.
Yeah, right. Look on the face of Mealy Kerr. She's trying desperately not to look at the umpire. I feel like she has gloved this or got some sort of glove bat onto pad. There was potential. Just a little bit of a combination. It cut back in. It's hit a little high. I don't think height's the issue. It's certainly fairly adjacent, but I feel like she knows something that we don't. And it kind of, I feel like a little bit of both teams have been exposed to some potentially dubious calls, but what a huge wicket for the Brave. Is this the breakthrough that they desperately needed? Mealy Kerr, she's got to go.
Well, it's a huge moment in this match. The best player in the world last year in international cricket has just walked off the Cello Basin reserve, and all of a sudden the Blaze 27 for 2. Mealy Kerr is out. Her sister Jess Kerr arrives at the crease, batting, as we've seen quite a lot through the domestic seasons, up the order now for the Blaze. She obviously did such a great job in the Super Smash. And she is indeed their leading run scorer, 274 in this campaign so far. And they will need a contribution from her today. But, wow, it feels like a seismic moment, doesn't it, when Mealy Kerr is out early in a run chase like this on her home ground.
That's a very appropriate description. I feel like the game has really been shaken up and opened up potential. There's a lot of batting to come, of course, for the Blaze. But if ever there's a player that you want to get out early, that was it. Big moment in the game, as you say. Jess Kerr needs to step up.
Downs has hit her on the pad again. Oh, that one looked pretty close as well. Hands on heads for Northern Districts. It's all happening out there in the middle in Wellington.
My goodness, this is 2 and 2, and this has hit her possibly right in front on the knee roll. somewhere near the stumps.
Well, Marama Downs, she has started her fourth over, right on the money. She has hit both Kerr sisters on the pads. One of them's out. One of them has scampered through for a leg bye. The pressure is right on here. That one gets through cover. Plymouth will go down to the other end. We'll have another look at this one. This was the Mealy Kerr dismissal. You know, Mealy sort of seemed to gesture like she might have hit that, but it's hard to tell on that camera angle. It didn't look like it would have been a huge deflection.
Yeah, what you've seen today is players getting quite reactive over their dismissals, so you feel like there's something not quite right. However, they need to accept the decision as it is. I guess it's no different to a bowler being disappointed, right? When you gesticate that you don't agree with the decision. But my goodness, Jess Kerr looked even more out than her sister. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. That's why I love this game. There's no... We're not robots, right? We're not robots, and you just have to take each ball as it comes.
Yeah, well, everyone on the edge of their seat, including the umpires here. This is a tense start to a run chase. And without labouring on the point, let's have a look there. That was the first one of Mealy Kerr.
I can't see any problem with that. I'm happy with that decision. We can't see any obvious deflection or anything. Sorry, that was Jess Kerr. I can't see anything wrong with that.
Well then, yeah, Jess Kerr, the very next ball, first up, got a good one.
If we get to see Mealy Kerr's dismissal, it'd be really good just to have a look and just see if there's any deflection or slight, gosh, controversial, final pressure, things are happening, let's all go.
What would a final be without a few moments of controversy? Well, Marama Downs' fourth over, it comes to an end. She's got 1 for 11 and the big wicket of Mealy Kerr. And there's this close-up. It's hard to tell without here. Unfortunately, we don't have Snicko, and of course the umpires do not have all the benefit of the replays that we get, and we're going back and forth, aren't we, Emily Drummond? Even we're still not sure. They get one take at it on the field.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is just a little inside edge, if that's her reaction. But that's life. You get some duds and you certainly get the breaks.
Gets through to the keeper. Yeah, it's a job not for the faint-hearted umpiring out there in the middle, especially in a final. We talk about the pressure on players, but also the pressure on the two standing at each end. Tina Simmons, Greg Pennell out there today.
Tina Simmons has been under the most pressure in terms of dismissals being asked of. It's not easy.
Talk to us a little bit about Kaylee Knight and what you see in her bowling and her action.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work. When she came onto the scene, she was quite slender. She's only young, probably 15, 16. Ran in hard, thumped it down there, but she was going to break. There wasn't much there to really support that high pressure, high intensity bowling.
She's got it, just as Emily Drum spoke about. Caught on the circle by Jazz Kareem. Brilliant piece of work.
This is an outstanding catch by Yaz Kareem. It flew. It's one of those ones where you don't think about, you just put the mitts up there and hope it sticks. And this one had stuck like glue. Luckily, it went straight to her. Unlucky for the batsman, that is, because if it's past, it's 4. But this flew, got the hands up, and what an incredibly important breakthrough, especially through the disappointment of the previous over. Maybe unlucky one way, but it does swing and roundabouts. That's how the game goes. But big wicket, Plymouth gone for 18. All of a sudden, the Wellington Blaze are 29 for 3, and the Northern Brave, they've got their tails up. They can smell an opportunity here.
Well, yeah, quite an incredible run of play in the last couple of overs here. Georgia Plymouth, she is the last player out. That is a big moment. All of a sudden, it's the number 4 and 5 for the Blaze coming to the middle. Knight, that's her first wicket. And didn't that fly, Emily Drum? It does show you the pace that she has on offer right to Kareem on the circle at a sort of a short third, but it flew and she took it above her shoulders.
She certainly did. And the only thing I was going to say about Kaylee Knight, she hasn't quite got her action where I'd like it to be. Just with that front arm, it does tend to pull it down quite quickly, so she does tend to bowl it quite short because it doesn't hang up there long enough. But the pace that she's bowling with is just catching these players off guard a little bit.
Well, if you thought this was going to be a walk in the park and the Blaze were going to cruise to the title, you've got another thing coming. Northern Districts, they have turned up with the ball here. 3 wickets in the power play so far, and there's still a couple of overs to go. And as you saw from that delivery, all of a sudden it does look quite tough out there.
Yeah, there's just the heroes of the T20 final are out in the pitch now, so a lot resides on these two, I believe.
Oh, Burns. She's not going to muck around, just back of a length. She's quick on the pull shots and momentum into the innings.
Yeah, typical Rebecca Burns, get off the mark by dispatching a shorter delivery, and this is where Kaylee Knight needs to be careful. Her length is critical. You take the wickets when they're on offer off short balls, and they're generally a bit of a bonus, but you're not going to be able to get away with that length bowling to someone like Rebecca Burns. She's too good. She'll cash in. Most good players will, so got to keep that ball up there.
Oh, this time in the inside edge of the bat. That's a lively over from Kaylee Knight. The wicket of Georgia Plimmer, the Wellington Blaze captain, on her way for 18. The Blaze 33 for 3. Let's have a look at that wicket again. Got a big piece of it, just picked her out. Yes, Kareem, well done to hold on to that. That was flying.
Oh, Georgia Plimmer livid with herself, as you would be. That's 4 all day, any other delivery of the match, and you do wonder how on earth the cricketing gods can be so cruel, picking the one fielder out when you deserve 4. It wasn't the best delivery that we've seen today, but that's how the game goes.
Well, this is exactly what Northern Districts wanted. 3 wickets up front. They've got the middle order in. They have a chance now to really squeeze a wicket each. Lucy Boucher, she got the first. Marama Downs then picked up Mealy Kerr. She almost had Jess Kerr first ball. And then Kaylee Knight into the attack, claiming the wicket of Georgia Plimmer.
Yeah, Marama Downs, certainly one of the most economic bowlers of the season for the Brave. You can see why. Just back end of a length, super consistent. Her action allows her to repeat every time. And just builds pressure, builds that dot ball pressure. Just ask the batsman to force something they don't want to do.
Nice little bit of nibble there from Downs. She really has set the tone for Northern Districts here.
Suddenly 183, Willie, seems a long way away. It's not a huge total, and there's plenty of time left in this game, but Wellington, they need to consolidate. Partnership that we've barely seen during this game needs to formulate.
Knocked her over. That's 4 down now. Marama Downs, she pitched it up. She got the nip. Jess Kerr goes for a duck.
What a big wicket in the context of this game. Probably got a life the over before from Marama Downs. This was a beauty. The ball before went away, left the batsman. This one's hit the seam just enough and gone through the gate. Jess Kerr not able to get the bat and pad close enough together. And the game has just changed in the form of probably 3 overs, Willie. 33 for 4. I asked for a partnership. That's clearly asking too much.
Well, they were 18 without loss, the Blaze. Now, 4 wickets have fallen for 15 runs, and this was a good delivery. That jag back, gap between bat and pad. I know you're going to say it, Emily Drum.
Yeah, it is. And let's be fair. Let's give full credit to the bowler. Always tend to blame the batsman or it's a batsman error, but the bowler, tip my hat to Marama Downs. This was a beauty. Hit the seam, bowling that fourth line stump and jagged back. Jess Kerr couldn't really do much about it. So quality bowling, Marama, and certainly, wow, the Brave completely on top here. Zara Jetley.
Yeah, well, Jess Kerr on her way, 287 runs for the season. She was their top run scorer. The next is Zara Jetley, who's new to the wicket now. And boy, do they need some runs for her. I apologise. Jetley has 367 runs. She is the leading run scorer for the Blaze and third in the competition. So she's having a good season.
Oh, if you could dial up a delivery as a bowler, that would be it. Seam, jag, clean it up.
End of the Downs over. It's a good one. It's a wicket maiden. And the Blaze limping at 33 for 4 after 9 overs.
I feel like the top order bats of both sides have forgotten to bring their equipment. Or they're borrowing the gear, because I just don't see, or maybe they've left their cricketing heads in the shed, because I don't see a lot of real application going on. Sure, you're going to get a beauty like that one to Jess Kerr, and the LBWs are potentially, you could argue for and against that. That's the game, but just don't know if I'm seeing finals cricket really be owned by any top order bat today. They're the ones that have to do all the hard yards. They're the ones that take all the glory when sides win, you feel. But bowlers got a little bit too much of a domination in what should be more of a dominant batsman's game, I feel.
Yeah, there's been some good bowling on display, and there does seem to have been enough in the wicket. Is that fair to say, Emily? We've seen the ball nip around, and the batters have been challenged.
Well, I would agree, but that we haven't seen too much. Like that ball we saw to dismiss Jess Kerr, that's probably the biggest jag I've seen of a fairly straight up and down bowler we've seen all day. The ball's relatively new, it's only 9 overs old, so you should have a little bit of nibble. But that did, one of the few that have really moved quite extensively, that was it.
They go up. They're all up. Rebecca Burns is unmoved. Greg Pennell is unmoved as well. There may have been a sound, Emily, but I'm not sure how close that was to the bat. It definitely moved.
Well, you've got all the field.
It's all happening.
They're all excited, I know. They're on top, but I don't feel like she hit it. That's my gut feel from watching. However, the field is not. I didn't feel like Kelly Knight's appeal was convincing either. It was almost an afterthought.
Well, no better place to be in the field when you've got a team 33 for 4, and she's going short, and Burns has a real swipe at that. And a good contest on here at the moment as we watch the replay of the ball before. Yeah, she did watch it through to the keeper, but let's have a look from behind. Looked like she might have been just looking to run that potentially.
Wow, it's the greatest poker face you've seen for a while.
Oh, short, edged down. Oh, that would have been a 5th wicket. I'm sure that's come off the bat.
I agree. It's been put down by Holly Top.
Knight's been peppering her with the short ball. Burns is not afraid to take it on. Ah, that could be a big moment. Rebecca Burns dropped on 4. Let's have a look at that. Duggan again. Oh, just above the head. Couldn't hang on. So I think that is a life for Rebecca Burns. And Zara Jetley yet to get off the mark. Sorry, we'll just clarify my statistics before. Zara Jetley has the 3rd most runs for the Blaze, 223 this season. Jess Kerr the most on 274. And what a time for her. They're in trouble here early, the Blaze. Very similar to the Northern District's innings. Knight is firing in, and that will wrap up the power play. You'd have to give that one to the visitors, the Wellington Blaze. They are 34 for 4 after the opening 10 overs. I'm going to sub myself out. Katie Perkins is going to join.
Now, the first wicket for Lucy Boucher, dismissing Hannah Francis. Closely followed by a big appeal for Amelia Kerr. Marama Downs got the breakthrough. Kaylee Knight came on. Georgia Plummer got a thick outside edge, taken well, and then Marama Downs cleaned up Jess Kerr, won that jag back. There's been something in this wicket for the bowlers all day, Katie. I don't know if there's been heaps in there, but there's enough probably to unsettle the batsmen. But I feel also the batsmanship hasn't been where it needs to be today. I feel like there's that final nerves that just hasn't been able to be broken free of. But I'm just stunned at the state of play. We talked about the Brave not having enough runs and potentially not being able to get themselves in a winning position. But my goodness, the game's completely there for them to really take on here.
Yeah, I spoke about earlier that the opportunity here for Northern Districts to potentially get into a winning position will be the importance of that power play and picking up wickets, being Plummer and Kerr. And while they've picked up both Kerrs, like, I'm pretty sure Northern Districts don't want me actually commentating, because it was when I walked away, then all of a sudden the wickets started to fall. So we'll see if the trend continues or if Wellington now start to find some runs again. But Northern Districts are riding a massive wave of momentum at the moment.
On the back of some really quality, good bowling from Marama Downs. Kaylee Knight getting a little bit short, but getting away with it because of her pace. Against stronger batsmen, you may not get that break. You may be punished. But Rebecca Burns, my goodness, she needs to really take control of the game here and try and curb that natural instinct of hers.
Yeah, that'll be the test for her, whether she does have that ability to gear down just for the situation. Like, I spoke earlier about Dean Fleischer giving me a call yesterday. One of his favourite sayings be, what does the situation require of me now? And that was his mantra in all the teams that he coaches. And this would be the thing for Becky Burns now to be considering as well. What does this game situation require of her to gear down potentially from the natural flair that she has as a batter and then just graft and create a massive partnership with Jet Li?
Yeah, well, Jet Li's probably the right temperament for this time of the match. As easy, we got the easy bit talking about the game because we've been there, done that, seen it all pretty much. It's easy just to talk about what you should do, but when you're out there in the heat of the moment, you need to just potentially park that scoreboard. It's irrelevant right now.
Yeah, completely irrelevant. If these two can just settle in and create a partnership, that 100-run partnership, they're on their way. They'll then be able to walk in at the end of the innings because they have the depth of the batting order to do so. It's just this phase here in these next 15 overs around grafting through. It might not be a massive amount of runs they're able to pile on, but wickets in hand now is a crucial thing.
Just accurate bowling from Marama Downs. As I mentioned, she's got one of the best RPOs going round in this format. And at the end of 11 overs, 35 for 4 wickets, fallen rather recently. As you can see, Plummer, Francis, both Kerrs, all gone. Not really putting a dent in the score as such. It all started quite pleasantly and easy for them, going along nicely at 18 or so before losing their first wicket. But the game has changed very, very rapidly. And all credit goes to Northern Districts.
Absolutely. As soon as they were able to get that first wicket, there was a little shift in this moment of belief. Then Amelia Kerr dismissed. You know, she might argue that there's bat on it. We can't say from here, but
we've all had those months.
We've all had those. It sucks for Amelia that it's in the final, but also you could probably argue there's been other moments in the match that decisions went their way. So that is the ebbs and flows of cricket. But yeah, to be able to Well, if someone had told Northern Districts at the beginning of the match that they'd have dismissed Wellington's top 4 for a total of 25 runs between them, you'd be taking it and running as fast as you can with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Long way to go in the game, of course, but what it's done is it's changed a game that we thought was going to be a regulation chase for the Blaze now into a fight for survival. What have they got in the tank?
I suppose the interesting thing with the target being 183, because it's not as high as Northern Districts would have hoped, it's that sort of low middle range of a score. Wellington are always going to be in the game as long as they bat. It sounds so ridiculously cliche.
You're never out because the scoreboard run rate is never going to be that much against you unless somebody really bunkers down and chooses to dot up for a while.
So the way to win this game is to get wickets, and so that makes, in terms of the Northern Districts game plan, pretty straightforward. If you're ever going to err one side or the other, like attack versus defence, well, you're going to err attack because you need the wickets today.
If you're going to bowl like that, Kaylee Knight, you're certainly bringing the outside edge into play. That's the length, that nasty little length in between. We call it back end of a length where the batsman's not quite sure whether to go forward or back, so they often get stuck on their crease and their hands chase the ball.
Yeah, she's asking plenty of questions now, Knight, and there's a lot of energy about it. And again, as someone newly named into the White Fern squad for the series against Zimbabwe, she'll naturally have a desire to be sort of proving that selection as well, as she's out there this afternoon bowling her heart out for Northern Districts.
Yeah, and she certainly looks like she's got rhythm. We talked about in her first over, or second over, that front arm for her is everything for her delivery. If it doesn't get up nice and tall, she's going to dig it in too short. Once it hangs a little bit longer up, she's able to keep that ball further up. Once she pitches that ball up, she's a handful.
Yeah, she's hitting the bat hard as well. You can see the Jet Li getting in behind it. The ball's really smacking into her bat. She just drops that into the offside and into the 12th over. Wellington Blaze 36 for 4. Who would have thought?
Kaylee Knight. Really good view of the action there. That front arm's got to get nice and high. She's a front arm bowler. Feet are going to land poking straight down the pitch. I feel like she's got even more to offer as well. It's not that she's bowling within herself. I just feel like she's a rhythm bowler. Still learning her craft, still relatively young, but the confidence is there. And confident teams tend to really build together and collectively. We talk about partnership bowling a lot, and there's been one heck of a partnership between her and Marama, who continues into her 7th over. 6 on the trot. You don't see that much, although we do see it more with spinners, but not with the pace bowlers. Tails up, you want to make sure that, is this her last one? Jess Watkin, really smart captain, probably one of the better captains going round that I can think of in terms of being able to react and move quickly, but I'd say this may be her last. She's obviously doing an incredible job for the Brave today. Becca Burns fighting the demons, probably feeling nerves like any other batsman. She knows there's a lot that rests on those really big, strong, free-hitting shoulders of hers that she wants to unleash. She can hit a big ball. She can do anything out in the field there. The thing that she fights so much is herself, Katie, as a batsman. That's where she's at right now. Downs, gosh, again, testing every ball.
Downs giving absolutely nothing. She's got on a string. And this is the attacking option that I was talking about before, like which way you're going to lean. You have to lean into the attacking options here. Again, nice areas, forcing Becky Burns to play regardless. and Becky Burns fighting all her natural instincts. Yeah, Burns just wants to be able to unleash really and have a go, but when you have to then fight your natural instincts as a batter, that's a challenge in itself.
That's the two minds, caught in two minds cricket you do not want to be. And Becky Burns, I was here, just take one ball at a time. Just remember how awful it will be sitting on the sidelines if you've made a poor judgment of error. Oh, misfield down the ground.
Yeah,
and that's the sort of shot that you've got in the armour like that. Why do you need to do anything else? But yeah, a little bit, am I too cruel on the fielder there? I think that those sorts of 4 runs is critical at the moment, and you don't want those momentum shifts. A little bit over the top of the ball, and Becca Burns hitting the ball very crisply.
Yeah, it's just a flick really by Burns, but shows the natural power that she had. She does have. Probably unfair for Downs to probably have conceded a 4 though on that. A single could have been a fairer result. She finishes off the over this time, not quite sneaking through, but only 4 off it. Downs going well. Two wickets for 16 off her 7 overs. Such an amazing start.
40 for 4 Wellington after 13. And you've got Jet Li quite happy to anchor down at one end. Burns quite happy to hit it if it's there to be hit. Fighting every single demon going on. And there's a little bit of what's going to give, who do you want to bowl to? That's the thing. If I was the Brave, who would you want to bowl to, Katie? Is it Jet Li or Rebecca Burns?
I'd want to bowl the majority of the balls to Jet Li and then hope that Burns had just got impatient, and we'll have to just head out with Knight back into her 5th over.
And cleaned her up. Kaylee Knight's gone right through her. What an excellent dismissal. Just no footwork whatsoever. Wellington Blaze, 40 for 5.
Outstanding from Knight, and that is why she's now in that White Fern squad. Just beats her for pace. Has just been attacking those stumps, sometimes a bit short, but always with pace and grunt behind it. And well deserved. Knight picks up her 2nd wicket. She's got 2 for 10, and Wellington completely on the ropes here, 40 for 5.
What an excellent delivery. There's something that's been said to these players probably before they went out. You've worked so hard during the season, let's not die wondering, making sure that we make it as hard as possible. But there's just been some excellent bowling. I don't know whether the confidence is just high or they've got the rub of the green, they've got some big name players out, and now their tails are well and truly up. And this is a quality dismissal, angling back in, that nasty little length, but Jet Li, no defence. Didn't commit, no commitment, not able to get out and across. You've got to get out of your crease to these cricket bowlers. Jess McFadden, she would have been sitting pretty at half-time thinking, wow, we've done a blooming good job. Suddenly, 40 for 5, she wouldn't have liked to have been putting the pads on, let alone being out in the middle.
No, exactly. As again said earlier at the beginning of the innings, what's the coach saying? Well, all right, top order, go do the job. Just go settle in, have a couple of big partnerships, and let the middle to low order have the rest of the day off. But no, they've had to turn their minds very quickly now, this lower order, middle to low order, into coming in to save the game.
Batting very deep in the crease, Jess McFadden. And we've mentioned quite a few times today, Katie, that the lack of footwork has exposed a lot of these players against a track that's been moving a little bit, and probably a little bit more grass on it to cover the 3 games that are playing on it. But they seemed to cope all right yesterday, the Central Stags. Lovely pull shot by Jess McFadden. Back in the crease, able to get that bat up high, roll those wrists, and away it races. This is a great outfield. You don't have to do a lot to earn a lot here. You just need to play good cricket shots and tighten up that defence, and you should be able to occupy the crease. Quality.
Yeah, and McFadden is a quality batter. She has often opened the bats in that top order for Wellington. So a short ball's a short ball at the end of the day, and she'll put it away quite comfortably.
Bit more respectful that time, McFadden. They won't mind the odd boundary. They know that that means that the batsman is potentially bringing in a mistake. Look, Jet Li looked all at sea. Too tentative for me. You need to not go too far in your shell. How are we going to find some ugly runs, scoreboard runs? Just didn't look like she wanted to score.
Yeah, end of the over. 14 overs gone. Wellington 44 for 5. And yeah, like you're saying, there's that balance for when with Jet Li out there, now with Burns out there, trying to find that balance between that scoring intent and that being there as long as we possibly can intent. And for Jet Li, she went too far one way, too far just to occupy the crease side of things. Burns, she's tracking fine, I'd say. She's finding a rhythm. I think McFadden out there with her, these two have batted many times together, opening the batting for Wellington many times, so they know how to work together to build a partnership. This moment right now with this partnership is going to be the making or breaking probably for Wellington winning this match.
Yeah, I totally agree. See a change in the bowler, giving Marama Downs a well-earned spell. 7 overs, 2 for 16. Misley taken a number of wickets this year. Jess Watkin, top of the pile for the Brave. Oh, and this is a contest that could be interesting. Becky Burns likes to deal in boundaries, and Watkin likes to deal in wickets.
Yeah, it's an exciting little match-up because Burns will think she can probably have the opportunity to free her arms as she does on that occasion, just hitting it out to the deep cover fielder, which is Kaylee Knight out there having a little bit of a rest and breather after all her hard work bowling some wickets. But you've talked about what a smart player that Jess Watkin is, and that captaincy now. So just thinking about this Northern Districts team, they're not full of those superstar players like Wellington are, but here they are, top qualifiers, putting on a great performance right now. That tells me that they are a team that rely on each other. They get team wins as opposed to relying on one or two players to get them over the line every game.
Yeah, you certainly don't win 8 out of 9 without having a complete lineup, and it's been consistent players playing week in, week out. They have turned up every game, and they're turning up today. Didn't quite go to plan in the first innings, but you could say it's going to plan slightly in the second innings.
The only bad marks are a couple of misfields. Like, you're exactly right. You would be going, yes, absolutely. 45 for 5 against Wellington. We will take that.
Worked nicely by McFadden down to square leg. What a player to be able to call on if you're going to need a player to come in. Katie Perkins.
Yeah, no, McFadden with all her many years of experience now in this Wellington lineup, she's someone who just loves to play for her team. She's the Wellington player through and through, and she'll want nothing more now than to dig in alongside her mate Becky Burns and get her team over the line. It's going to take a heck of an effort, as we now see Nancy Patel, also the recently called up new player to the White Ferns, yet to debut. So Nancy Patel herself will have a little bit to prove, potentially, even more so to herself than anyone. She's already proved everything she needs to the selectors, but now for herself today, she'll want to repay that with a great performance herself. There's my mate Willie's back beside me. Willie.
Katie, it's all happening, isn't it?
What the heck's going on?
Well, as a neutral, you've got to be honest and say You don't mind seeing this.
Nah.
A low-scoring affair. The Wellington Blaze, they would have been the hot favourites at the halfway mark, but Northern Districts have just come out and they really have shown why they were the top side through the round robin. They've put pressure on. The bowlers have performed, and this game has really flipped. So work to be done now. Nenzi Patel and Jess Watkin into the attacks. A spin from both ends. And just looking on the NZC scorecard there on the analysis, CricViz, which does the old CricViz WinViz over time, and at one stage that was way down for ND, but right now it is absolutely surging up over 85% in their favour. So it is theirs, but as we know, this game ebbs and flows. And there's still a long way to go here. 35 overs of batting. Jess McFadden and Rebecca Burns, two players who like to bat together, as Katie alluded to before.
Yeah, that simple point on the screen, you'll be able to see the current run rate and the required run rate from here. The required run rate is just simply not intimidating and is unlikely to ever become so. What is intimidating for Wellington is the 5 wickets down. And the fact that this Northern Districts team are really up and about. Saw before just a simple ball out to one of the fielders. The other one came around and gave her a high five. Like, there's positive energy, and they're just riding a really good momentum at the moment.
Yes, you love to see it. And I do wonder how big removing the Kerr sisters will be, just for the confidence from Northern Districts. And that's no disrespect to the players at the middle at the moment, but so much talk about Mealy Kerr coming off that 100 and to send her back, and then followed by her sister, who of course has been the Blazers' top run scorer this campaign, would have really given some confidence to the Northern District side. As they look, of course, as we mentioned earlier, to create history. They are trying to win their first domestic title in women's cricket. And they've started the best way possible here. They've reduced Wellington to 51 for 5.
This time just hit down by McFadden to the long on, and they just scamper through for the single. End of 16 overs now, Wellington 52 for the loss of 5. And you talked about, Willie, as a neutral fan, that this kind of game where it's sitting at the moment, that you wouldn't be mad about it in terms of seeing Northern Districts just doing so well, being on top of a dominant Wellington side. Oh, as we now go to the drinks break.
Yeah, drinks here at the Cello Basin Reserve, and I think the Wellington Blaze will happily take a break and a little bit of a respite, because it is the Northern Districts dishing out the pain with the ball so far. They have been brilliant up top. 5 wickets down. Kaylee Knight, as you can see on the screen there, Lucy Boucher, she got things going with the first dismissal. And it was a caught and bowl back, a decent catch to remove Hannah Francis. That got things going for Northern Districts, Katie.
Yeah, it certainly did. And then we saw the RBW of Mealy Kerr. She wasn't stoked about it, but had to go. And then Georgia Plymouth has found a streaky outside edge, trying to place it behind. And then Downs, it comes back. Beautiful delivery to Jess Kerr.
There wasn't much Kerr could do about that. That really did jag. And then another good one from Kaylee Knight. Straight through Zara Jetley. No questions about those last 2 dismissals.
No, and that's the thing, it's beautiful bowling by ND. Sometimes you just get a good ball as a batter. You have to walk off and just, you know, doff your cap to them. And for Jess Kerr, I'd say definitely she got done over by a beauty. Zara Jetley got a great ball, unfortunately, probably in her sort of more tentative mindset at the time, was unable to deal with it or manage it enough, and saw her lose the top of her middle stump as well. But yeah, a drinks break now probably couldn't come soon enough for Wellington.
Well, that is the state of play. Wellington Blaze, 52, and they have lost half of their batting order, and it is the top of the batting order. The first 5 batters all back in the shed. Rebecca Burns, she remains, and she is a real key, vital part of this run chase now. She is 12 not out. Of course, she was dropped on 4. How big will that moment be later on in this match? Still a long way to go, as mentioned. Wellington Blaze, 52 for 5. And it is probably important to mention as well, Katie, that Northern Districts also found themselves in a similar predicament with the bat. If you look at their innings, and they were able to bat their way out of it, find their way to 182. And I do just wonder about how important those lower order runs from ND. I think they were 7 for 94. They added 88 runs with the last 3 or 4 batters, and you know how important that could be in the end of this match.
Yeah, you can see just on the worm here, regardless of the number of wickets that were being lost, there was still that steady climb and runs. There was no massive spikes, but there was no sort of times where it just totally fell away, which can happen when you're just really against it. So credit to Northern Districts, their bottom, or their lower order I should say, kept finding a way to tick it over. Wasn't necessary fancy big shots, but they grafted, and that's what Wellington need to now learn and follow suit if they've got a chance of winning this game.
Now will Marama Downs to continue. She has bowled 2 for 16 from her 7 overs. She's been so impressive up top. And we saw a little bit of spin before the drinks break, but they're now going back to Downs, sensing if they can take another one here, they can really rock the Blaze. That one's whipped across the front pad of McFadden. And I guess what Downs has bought is good, proper old school bowling, really, isn't it? She's put the ball on the length, she's kept the stumps in play, and she's got enough nip to challenge some of the very best players in this country.
Oh, and she's a key player in any team that she plays for. I think of the Aotearoa Wahine Māori team, no Ngāti Tūwharetoa ia. She's from Ngāti Tūwharetoa, and she's a leader in that context. She's a leader here in this Northern District side. And for her to be able to take the ball and bowl 7 on the trot, have a quick break, and now come back, they know she's the hot hand today, and she wants to just keep finding a way, keep leading from the front.
Well, she's a great character. Marama Downs appeared last year in the NZC Matariki Day video as well. Great exponent of all-round cricket and a good person as well, an advocate for the game in this country. There's no run there.
Big shout from Burns, waiting. So even that kind of presence from Burns tells me that she's starting to really lock in here. The drinks break, there would have been no doubt a few messages around what's now required of her and McFadden. And yeah, this next little bit will be interesting. See how she does lock in as she just works this one off the pads into the leg side, just for one.
Yeah, and if we look at what's to come, Isla McKenzie, Jess Simmons, Nicole Beard, Rachel Bryant, how much faith will McFadden and Burns have in them? How much will they be thinking they need to do here, Katie?
Oh, these two need to do the bulk of it. McKenzie, I'm pretty sure it was her that last week had a good little innings with, who was it? Someone, McFadden potentially, but sort of helped get Wellington out of a bit of a rut that they were in at one point. So we know that she can also bat and is not afraid of these kind of difficult batting situations. But still, it's a long way to go in a final. That's the thing. What makes this game different is that there's this finals pressure. Again, Downs just really stump to stump.
She's attacking that front pad, isn't she? She thought she might have been in business then. McFadden happy to play across the front of her pad, backing her eye. She'll pick up 2 runs. That finishes the 8th over from Marama Downs. She has been almost perfect with the ball, really, 2 for 20, and that would have been a good shout had she missed. But no point worrying about what would have been. It's a collection area for McFadden, isn't it?
Yeah, she's playing it well. She's not trying to force it too much. As soon as the ball is straying potentially a little straight, although I guess that's the other side to it. When you bowl stump to stump, if the batter is good enough just to let it come, play under their eyes, they're going to, be safe as houses. It's once, I know there's a change up in the pace or something, the batter gets through the shot a bit early, brings in that leading edge opportunity, that's when things can start to go awry as the batter.
So another change as well. Kaylee Knight back into the attack. They are bringing back the big guns, Northern Districts, going for the jugular. She has 2 for 14 from her 5 overs. The recently called up for the first time Whitefern, and she is showing everybody well and truly why she has been destined for higher honours for a while, as she comes in again from the scoreboard end, looking to bowl that back of a length that we've seen, Katie. Yeah. Not your traditional length that you'd see in women's domestic cricket, but it's hard to say that it hasn't worked at times. There's some messy overthrows there. You don't need those.
Yeah, it's those little frustrating misfields, overthrows, that just, those free runs that you don't want to be giving a Wellington side to make themselves feel more comfortable out there in the wicket. Suddenly starts to make the wickets that have been lost irrelevant if these two batters can get in and feel comfortable out there.
Burns just turns that one around the corner and she'll pick up another one. You're just looking through that lower Wellington order, and you were right on with your assessment. Isla McKenzie, 44 she added in that game last weekend against the Hearts when the Blaze went down on the Saturday, and that was a really interesting final round of the competition. Of course, the Northern Districts were already through, but the Blaze, they required 1 win. They went down to the Hearts on the first day. The Hearts then had an opportunity to win it on the second day, but rain got in the way, along with Wellington making a score over 300, so they deserved their place in the final, but it wasn't a lay-down misère.
No, I didn't really expect Auckland to probably top Wellington up that weekend, so then to see them do so well in the first game, I was like, oh, we're in here, we're in. And then, Mealy Kerr turned up the next day as well. But that's the beast that is Mealy Kerr. But it's what actually gives Northern Districts the opportunity to make some history today, seeing so much of that top order back in the shed and so much on the shoulders now of McFadden and Burns, if they're going to even get close to winning this game.
Yeah, just looking at that match, and of course Lauren Down with a 50 in that win, and the news this week, Katie, Lauren Down pulling stumps on her career, a great servant of both Auckland cricket and the White Ferns as well. Someone that you played a lot against. Yeah, a word on Lauren Down.
Oh, she goes down as one of the best friends I'll ever have as a result of getting to have her as a teammate. Yeah, someone I got to spend a lot of time with, travelling with the Auckland Hearts. I loved playing for the Auckland Hearts. We were like a family, and so Loz is somewhat of a sister in that context. And to sort of just see her grow in that team into the White Ferns, and now to then have become a mum. Yeah, she's a pretty special human. And yeah, I'm just really happy for her that she's finished up her career probably, hopefully on her terms, and that she'll now get to just spend more time with her baby Ruby.
Yes, well, I actually was flying back and sat right next to Lauren Down during the week, and her little bubba Ruby, who's given me a few stickers. So Lauren Down, we wish you all the best with your life after cricket. Great servant of the game. As Knight digs that one in again. Doesn't quite get up as much as Burns thought it might. Strikes her on the pad, and that is the end of the 18th over. The Wellington Blaze, 60 for 5. They are pursuing 183 to win the HBJ Shield final here at the Cello Basin Reserve, their home ground in Wellington. The sun is shining, but the pressure is on. I wonder if this is another bowling change here. Are they going to leave a couple of overs up their sleeve with Marama Downs, or is she going to keep going? It is going to be Marama Downs. They're going to bowl her out. They want to try and take these wickets. And it's all seen from both ends after a couple of overs sort of spin just before the break.
Yeah, it's an interesting little phase here. If you're McFadden and Burns now, you think, you know what, if they're going to bowl Downs out, we'll just settle in here. We'll probably just look to play her out. This thing, these batters are quality enough that they have that skill just to dot her out if that's what they turn their mind to doing. Which then potentially could be a bit of a waste of Downs. Do you want to bring on some spin and see if Burns gets sort of sucked into trying to have a bit more of a shot? Free the arms.
Lucy Boucher's only bowled a couple of overs. It's been Downs and Knight, the destroyers. They have 4 wickets between them, but they've only got 5 overs after this between them. But Jess Watkin assessing that the time to strike is now, of course, with a lower total, there is only still 120 further runs needed. So it is a real balancing act of how much to sort of look to you know, kind of control the run rate, but also try and take those runs. And that required run rate's absolutely fine. It's pretty much where it was at the start. So there's no issues there for the Blaze. They might look to see Downs out here. Or not. Or not, Marama Downs. She can't be stopped today. Jess McFadden chops on. The Blaze are 6 down now and in all sorts of trouble.
Well, she was looking just to play her out. She was going to be happy with just another dot, but no. Downs with the magic arm today, and McFadden's chopped it on. That was not at all where the ball was meant to go. But again, when momentum's going your way, it's going your way in Northern Districts. Pick up a 6th wicket. You wouldn't read about it.
Well, it does feel like a tough day to be a batter. Jess McFadden has to go 12 from 25 balls. Katie Perkins is a former batter. It just feels like the dismissals just keep coming thick and fast.
And they're not from big, elusive, trying to smash it out of there kind of shots. It's good, consistent bowling, and for whatever reason, maybe there is just enough assistance out there on the pitch that the ball's doing something. It's grabbing the inside edge instead of the middle of the bat. Maybe it's just the pressure of a final and batters aren't fully engaged in the shot that they're playing. But for whatever reason, it's just not going the way of the batters generally. And then the only way to score runs is, like we're seeing with Burns at the moment, just grafting in and playing a more, I guess, compact kind of style of game.
Yeah, well, it seemed for all money the game plan was to see Marama Downs out and potentially just a slight little bit tentative, just looking to poke it inside edge. And McKenzie, the new batter in. And, well, what an opportunity this is for Isla McKenzie. As we look back at that dismissal, you know, and you just get into that frame of mind we were talking about where you are looking to defend and potentially see Marama Downs out, and you somehow find the inside edge, and then it somehow finds its way onto your stumps.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the decision to sort of shuffle across. McFadden maybe needed to sort of get more positive out on the front foot and cover off the options by sort of just shuffling across the wicket and not really getting behind the ball. It gave that opportunity for that inside edge. But yeah.
Well, it's a fantastic over from Marama Downs. It's a wicket maiden for the 19th. It puts her side right in the box seat. They have the Blaze 60 for 6. Rebecca Burns remains unbeaten on 16. She is absolutely crucial to the home side's run chase. She has just been joined by Isla McKenzie, as we mentioned, just 18 years of age. What an occasion for her. She is coming off a couple of scores, 23 against Otago, 44 against Auckland last weekend. So the young 18-year-old has a job to do here with Rebecca Burns, because as you can see from that scorecard, 6 Blaze players are back in the hutch and some pretty good ones too. Oh, Knight looked like she might have just done something to her leg there. It's going to be a wide. You do wonder which way Rebecca Burns goes here. She's just watched Jess McFadden play one on, potentially being a little tentative. We know the way Becky Burns can go. She can really whack it. It feels like it could be one or the other here.
Yeah, I was just wondering that when seeing that she's now got, this new partner with McKenzie out there. the responsibility 100% for the rest of this innings now lies on Burns' shoulders. And that kind of shot says, yep, she's locked in. She's understanding that responsibility. But it's a lot to now carry. You've got to really bring your team home. You've got to make sure you're out there for the remaining 122 runs remaining. Did I do that right? I did that right.
Correct. Yeah, well, they desperately need a partnership here, the Blaze. It has just been a free fall of wickets. It's been swatted away to the leg side, but it will be only one run. Not a bad result for ND. It'll bring Mackenzie onto strike. They only need to look at, as I mentioned before, that Northern Districts innings. They were 6 for 81 themselves, so 6 for 62 is not too dissimilar, although when the first innings went on to score 182, it does look a little bit different.
Yeah, it just goes to show the application by that lower order from Northern Districts. Every single run was so important. And I guess from Wellington, they can say, well, if they can do it, so can we.
Struck on the pads, looked to be just sliding down. Another good, strong appeal. One credit to Jess Watkin as well. We spoke about the potential of bowling out Marama Downs, who had already bowled 8 overs, and whether they might want to keep her back for the back end. She was richly rewarded, picking up another wicket in a crucial breakthrough.
Yeah, Jess Watkin make yourself look like an absolute genius, when it works out like that, and good on her as well. Marama Downs deserves every wicket that she picks up today. She's just got it on a string. Simple kind of cricket now for Northern Districts so as well, with all that. I imagine as a skipper out there, you'd be like, right, we'll put the field out. When Burns is on strike, we'll bring it back in. When Mackenzie's on strike, let's get Mackenzie facing as many of these balls as possible. Just knowing that the hitting power that Burns has, and also try build some frustration as well that she's not going to see the ball.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Katie. Put the pressure on the young 18-year-old shoulders. Isla Mackenzie out there with Rebecca Burns. Really got her crack this summer, the young right-hander. As I mentioned, she's coming off a few scores. 50 against Otago, a 23, and then a 44 last week against Auckland. So she should feel confident, but this is a totally different scenario, a grand final. And she leaves that one alone. It's another good over from Kaylee Knight. Just the 2 from it. Katie Perkins is going to step out, and we will bring back in Emily Drum as we look at the 2 worms. And if you're a Blaze fan, that worm is not looking overly healthy, Emily, but as we saw in the first innings and one-day cricket in general, the game can turn.
Yeah, it certainly looks a bit sick, needing to recover, not rapidly, but it certainly needs to trend upwards. It's been pretty much dotted with red dots from both innings. A lot of wickets have fallen, and just looking at the scorecard around the bowling for Jess Watkin, she's got some choices to make. Marama Downs bowled 9, Kaylee Knight 7, so she needs to dip into her other bowlers now.
Well, Nancy Patel back into the attack. She has herself, Jess Watkin, of course, the leading wicket taker for the Northern Districts before this game. Nancy Patel has also been in the wickets as well, I guess playing on pitches that might turn a little bit more up at the Mount and in Hamilton potentially.
Potentially. The smiling assassin, I call her. She's always happy, cheerful, up for it. Really like her attitude. She's really matured into a fine cricketer. While it didn't go away with the bat, she still might have a part to play with the ball.
Struck on the pad, and the finger goes up. That's the big breakthrough. Becky Burns has to go. Oh, and look at what it means to Northern Districts.
This is a huge wicket. Biggest appeal you've ever heard. I think the whole of Northern Districts was going up for this one. The whole region willed this wicket. Becky Burns trying to sweep. It's fairly much in line with the wickets. You can't really have too much complaint unless you've got a bit of glove on it. A lot of players gesturing to the umpires saying glove, bat, this and that, can't be out, but the scoreboard says you're out, you've got to go. 62 for 7. Nancy Patel with the big wicket, Willie.
Yeah, huge wicket that. Rebecca Burns, the last of the recognised top order batters for the Blaze. That was the wicket Northern Districts desperately wanted. They knew how dangerous she could be. She's out for 17 off 30. And it's Jess Simmons joining Isla McKenzie. 2 new batters. And a lot of work to do here in this final. And, well, you said it at the start. The umpires, they've been in the game. But when you get hit on the pad like that in front sweeping, you are at the mercy of the umpires, and that was judged out. The Blaze 7 down now, and the mountain is getting higher. Credit to Nenzi Patel as well. Stump to stump bowling. Let's have a look on the replay here. Emily Drum.
Well, it's not going over. I just feel like I could just see the ball change its direction, hit the underside of the glove and into thudding below the knee roll, potentially, if my eyes are not deceiving me.
Well, we've said it before as well, the beauty of being able to watch replays back and from different angles. We're still a little undecided up here, but
the reality is you start sweeping, you bring the umpire into play. It's as simple as that. You've got to be really good, accurate, you've got to execute. If you're sweeping half-hearted, which Rebecca Burns does, at the end of the over for Nancy Patel, the big wicket, if you just watch the ball, just potentially just change its line.
Look at that appeal, Nancy Patel. Yeah, love to see it.
Celebration.
You love to see it. That's how much it means. We spoke about that history as well. Imagine being the first team to do something that your major association has never done in women's cricket. And they are getting within touching distance now of bringing home the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield. There's still a fair way to go, but 3 more good pieces of cricket for Northern Districts, and they will lift the HBJ for the very first time. And here's the captain, Jess Watkin, back into the attack. She really has juggled her bowlers well today. She's going to leave Marama Downs with another one. That one's gone past the outside edge. Looking tough out there now.
Every ball is like a grenade. Not sure what to do with it, what's going to happen, how it's going to be out. And just what a player to have to deal with. Jess Watkin, the damage has already been done. But Isla McKenzie, don't rule things out. She is a stunning player that's come through the ranks and still very young. Scores run for fun. Bailed Wellington out of a real sticky situation the other day. Got a lot of time for her.
Yeah, well, at just 18 years of age, a glimpse into the future here, perhaps.
Yeah, Wellington aren't done until you get the 10 wickets. As far as I'm concerned, they're a quality, they're a top-class side because they find ways.
Jess Watkin, she's getting lovely little bit of swerve on that ball away from the right-hander, threatening to turn it back in, but beating the outside edge.
It's bowling almost little outies because it's not really gripping and turning.
Oh, and then that one a little bit more bounce and a fraction.
Yep, just like that one turned.
Yeah. And isn't it just the way when you're chasing runs in a final and a few wickets go down, all of a sudden, like an absolute minefield out there. And Watkin probably just sensing now 2 new batters in, both on 0, chance to get through some overs, and that is another maiden backing up Nenzi Patel's wicket maiden. I think Downs' over before was a wicket maiden, so the screw's really on here in the capital. It's the Wellington Blaze, 62 for 7. They're chasing 183 to win the HBJ Shield for 2026.
Just going back to the Blaze versus Auckland game where they were rolled quite badly, you would say, by the Hearts. I just wonder, sometimes games like that can really sit in your mind. You kind of, it only happened recently, just whether that put a little bit of, I don't know, not so much doubt, but you remember those games. And you look at that scorecard, Plymouth was the only thing that got anything in the top 7, and then along comes Isla McKenzie. She's very capable of batting deep. Not much else after that, and you just wonder how much that played or has played in the mind. Edge down through, slip for...
Well, it was on this very ground, was batting first, and as mentioned, the Hearts were able to chase that down and set up a grandstand finish to the final round in the final match, but Blaze came out and scored over 300 runs to put that to bed. But they are back in the quagmire here. They've got Isla McKenzie. She did score an unbeaten 44 in that match that we were talking about last week. She's got form, and she's got Simmons with her. They're going to need to work hard and give themselves a sniff on their home ground here.
I mean, this is a massive task here for Wellington to get up and out of the mess that they're in, so it's a long way away.
Good footwork. There's 2 sweepers out there. And credit to Northern Districts as well, Emily. They sort of stuck to their guns, really. The bowlers have done the job up top. They've bowled stump to stump. They've bought, the dismissals, top of the stumps. There's been LBWs as well, which tells you they are keeping the ball adjacent and making the batters make the play.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more that the accuracy that the Brave have displayed at the end of the over, 64 for 7, it's been far more demanding than, it sounds a bit weird to say that, but I think it's been more demanding than what the Blaze displayed at the same time. And even though they were rolled for 182, I feel like the accuracy of the Brave has just had a bit more added pressure on the batsman to deal with the straighter delivery, especially from Marama Downs. You bowl straight, you miss, you're generally out. Bowled or LBW, it's as simple as that.
Watkin to continue. Her and Patel are now in tandem, looking to potentially just get through a few overs here, Emily, even if they don't take wickets, but drive that required run rate up. As you can see, the actual run rate has now dropped below 3, and it brings out a sweep shot from McKenzie. So although at this stage completely under control, that's also another weapon that Northern Districts do have if they can continue to push that required run rate up and get it closer to a runner ball, which puts the pressure on players down the order who aren't as used to potentially scoring at that rate for as long as they're going to need to out here.
Absolutely agree. Any added pressure is always going to be more damning towards, especially the inexperienced tail-end batsman. And I just see Jess Watkin just attacking the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket. You miss, you're out. Pretty straightforward cricket for me.
Slip goes in now. We've seen Watkin looking to just drift that ball away from the right-hander. She is getting good bounce as well.
Yeah, and the old one to turn, and you're right, a little bit of bite tends to create potentially top edge or sweeping brings in catches.
In the field, all in, hunting on the offside. The screws continue to be tightened here on the Blaze. If they want to win this final, they're going to have to come from a fair way back here. It's Jess Watkin and Northern Districts, the top team in the competition right the way through. And they are showing their pedigree here in the final at present. On the legs. There's no one back there as well. That's going to be cut off by Knight. A couple of runs, though, and they're going to have to keep ticking the scoreboard over. That brings an end to Watkins' third. Just the 3 runs off it. She has none for 5. And the Blaze, 67 for 7 after 24 overs, approaching the halfway point of this chase. The Blaze on their home ground, in front of their home crowd, right under the pump.
I just wonder what these two can produce, Willie. I know Isla McKenzie, huge future ahead of her and present as well. Clearly capable. It's just whether Jess Simmons, they can build something together. And as you say, dotting up those balls, pushing that run rate up. If it starts to get deep into the fives, then it starts to give the batsmen something else to think about, and then they have to do something different.
On that sweep again, she's got that a bit finer. The spin will spin it away from the boundary rider. That is a much needed boundary for the Blaze. You can hear the applause from the fans in here at the Cello Basin Reserve.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Not a great delivery. Two-leg side for me. This is pretty easy for Isla McKenzie. Clearly capable at sweeping. Swept hard. And the sweeper was not able to get around. And a welcome boundary. Gosh, it's been a while since we've said that.
It does seem like the pressure release shot for McKenzie, doesn't it, against the spin. And they have been, apart from potentially that delivery, quite accurate here. Watkin and Patel just looking to, as we mentioned, bowl stump to stump, ask the batters to take a risk to try and accelerate that run rate. Oh, that one's got through everybody. Might have kept a fraction low.
Oh, it was quicker too. It skidded on, went back to cut, just got beaten for pace. My goodness, the coat of varnish off stick was certainly being nearly greeted too.
There's that sweep shot again. And they've got two out there on the leg side protecting that. You do wonder if that deep square maybe could go a little bit finer.
Yeah, I'd also want to bowl to Jess Simmons more. I'd just try and starve McKenzie of the strike. They are quite close, those two players. Probably need to go to the edge of the pitch. Those warm-up pitches probably could be slightly backward just to hedge your bets.
Sweeping with the spin as well. And that will end the 25th over. It is the Wellington Blaze 72 for 7. They require 183 if they are to win this HBJ Shield final, and to bring in another batter to work out with Emily Drum how they can chase this down. Katie Perkins will enter.
Wellington Blaze, desperate need of a partnership. The crowd will be desperate just as much as the team will be. The spin twins of Patel and Watkin, just miserly, not giving them anything, fairly accurate. Welcome boundary, of course, but just not able to have the breathing space to accelerate. Katie Perkins, it's tough out there for these batsmen.
Yeah, Willie's asking us for our advice on how we get if we're batting out there, how we get ourselves out of this trouble. Like, well, we're probably both out at this point if we're 7 down, so sorry guys, you're on your own. Yeah. But nah, hopefully it'll be one of us helping to shepherd the team through the rest of the innings. But it's a long way, definitely a long way from here.
Just Watkins putting pressure straight away. First ball, big shout for LBW, pitching, landing, hitting in line. Probably about 4th, 5th stump. Not really dismissal territory, but already McKenzie under pressure.
It's good to see that she goes onto the sweep though. It must be, well, it's a shot she's obviously comfortable with. Trying to bring it out. It's just that balance in between forcing that kind of sweep shot, because it's one you think you need to play versus it just being that instinctive, intuitive kind of shot. Again, just backed into the offside. No damage done. Yeah, it's hard work out there for these two batters at the moment. They're going nowhere fast.
But the sweep shot has been the shot of the day.
Absolutely.
It's been the most reliable, prolific. Playing a miss there by Simmons. Just edging so close to the stumps, backing away. Just needs to support her mate down the other end. She can do the scoring. She can't do it when you're out in the back at the pavilion. Exposing those stumps with her defence shot. Jess Watkin asking questions the whole time at the end of her over. Gone for 6 runs off 4, 73 for 7.
Yeah, she's into her work. She knows exactly what she's up to. Since I was sitting in the seat last time, that required rate has jumped a good, well, nearly a whole run. Yep. Like, that's when you're dealing with really a small run chase, to see it go up that much is pretty impressive. So that is a reflection of how well Jess Watkin is bowling and how well the whole bowling unit are just dotting things up. It's so hard to score, but it's also because there's almost nervousness within the batting unit at the moment to know exactly what to do, how to go about this.
Nancy Patel, I feel like Mackenzie is grabbing most of the strike rate. I like her intent, I don't mind that, but she just needs to not be loose. Throw a wicket away. Go back to what works well.
Smacks that one onto her pad.
Anything that's hitting the pads, they're up, they're keen. There's so much action already in the 26 overs that we've had. You don't blame them for appealing for everything.
She smacked that.
She's pull cued that onto her pad. No chance of a dismissal there.
Yeah, the sweep shot is the go-to at the moment, which is, it's smart because it is taking away any opportunity for the ball to spin. I think going back has not been the best option. Generally, we've seen people getting out either, well, yeah, falling over all over yourself. Yeah, going back has not been the best option today. That, just being solid on the front foot or going to the sweep, I think those are the best options generally at the moment.
Agreed, and I think she needs to take majority of the strike anyway, so I feel like there's quite a good head on that young shoulders, taking their responsibility ball by ball, making sure that she makes the right choice. There's so much time left in the over in this game that the overs don't really matter just yet. That run rate is not out of control.
Yeah. It'll be interesting just who else will be those back-end bowlers for Northern Districts at this point. So this one's cut away. But yeah, little damage done with the sweepers out there.
First real short ball by Nancy Patel, finishing out that over. Misley again, just the one off it, 74 for 7. Gone for only 14 off 5. The duo of spin is certainly doing the work, keeping things pretty much in check. Not really much more they can do other than dot it up, but they'd definitely like to bowl more to Jess Simmons. I know that for a fact, and it's not like Mackenzie's getting away. Her runs don't really look like they're escalating too quickly, but I can tell she's getting a little bit frustrated. She'd like to pick up another boundary or two. Sweeps hard.
Target fielding.
Yep, through for a sneaky little single. She kind of didn't quite get all of that, but tried to. Stepping across the stumps, need to be careful that you cover your stumps where you don't expose them too much, because we've seen many a player get bowled round their legs by doing that. So just walking around the wicket, just looking to change it up. Again, smart to do something different. And just the 5 bowlers being used as far as the overs are concerned. They don't need to find another bowler. That's gone through everything. Pitched outside leg, couldn't be LBW, but Simmons.
It's gone through the legs.
It's gone. Let me try and explain this one. She's gone back to pull it onto the onside, probably square, and she's missed it, gone through the legs and the keeper. She's very lucky not to be bowled. Slip in place for her. Is Jess Watkin as a more regulation field for Mackenzie. Very good on that sweep shot. Might push for 2. They would decide against it. Probably for the best. They don't need to take any silly risks.
No, exactly. The unseen advantage of having Watkin and Patel bowling in tandem at the moment is that they will sneak through a number of overs very quickly.
I was just thinking we are racing along, and that's the worst thing for a batsman to look up and all of a sudden it's 30, when a moment ago it was 25 overs gone. In the air, and gone, caught. Jess Simmons hit one straight through to mid-off. The 8th wicket is gone for the Blaze, and just when we saw a sneak of a partnership start to build, Katie Perkins, Jess Watkin threw one up, and Jess Simmons couldn't help herself, hit it straight through down to mid-off's throat.
Yeah, of all the dismissals we've seen today, that probably felt almost like one of the more softer ones, where it was more just a bit of a prod at. Jess Watkins smart enough to give it a bit of flight to see what Simmons might do to it, and then Boucher down at mid-off was more than happy just to cover it off and take a very simple catch, but it does put Wellington in even a worse state now. 77 for the loss of 8, 28 overs gone. Doesn't really matter how fast or not the bowlers are getting through the overs now at this point. It's a heck of a job for Wellington to do.
Just got even harder. We were thinking it was hard at 77 for 7, now 77 for 8. And as Jess Watkin completes her 5th over, 1 for 8. 1 for 8. And deciding to bring back Marama Downs for her last over, I think is a good move. Get her in there. She's red hot today. Just watching Jess Simmons walk up past her teammates. They're very quiet. You'd think they're feeling pretty down right now. And any glimmer of hope is fading. Only 2 wickets left. Just watching Jess Simmons wanting to hit it. Caught in probably 2 minds. Should have followed through a bit more. Would have cleared mid-off. Straight to Lucy Boucher in the breadbasket. Didn't make any mistake with that. I don't mind bringing back Marama Downs, but Nancy Patel was doing a very good job, I thought, too.
Yeah, whether it's a match-up decision, kind of doubt it. Like, at this point in the game, I think it is just more that Downs, you've been on fire. Just let's see if you can sneak one more wicket earlier in the match in this second innings. But yeah, this is her last roll of the dice anyway. She has to bowl it at some point. She might as well get it done now.
And worked off her pads. Isla McKenzie keeping a little bit low. She misses that. She is gone burger. Nicole Baird hasn't batted a lot this season, so she's probably thinking, all I can do is just hang around for my mate at the other end, see if we can take this game a little as deep as possible. You never know. Oh, poor delivery, Marama Downs. We've probably not said that at all today. And a gift to the Wellington Blaze. It just drifted down the leg side and kept going. Keeper couldn't get across, and away she goes for 5 wides.
It's so random. I just was not expecting that at all. So no doubt next delivery will be back on script, but you know, if you're allowed to make one mistake a day, that's okay.
Yeah, well, the Blaze had one of these too, so it happens when the keeper's up and they miss it. Certainly races that scoreboard along. Big shout for LBW.
Yeah, just tracking down leg side. I don't think anyone was super interested in it.
Wasn't the worst shout though, Katie. Might have been going down leg, but man, those stumps are fully exposed, and you just feel like Nicole Baird, she's got to find a way to occupy the crease and score runs, feed McKenzie the strike.
Oh.
And that's not her strong suit. She's a bowler. It's a tough job when you're not really accustomed to this pressure, finals pressure, trying to find ways to bat like Millie Kerr.
Yeah.
Good luck. Not many people can do that.
No, well, her job is to be a bowler, tighten things up for this Wellington Blaze team, not to come in and have to be a part of a 100-run partnership to try and win the game for them in a final. So yeah, it's not what she probably signed up for.
Another beautiful delivery from Marama Downs. Just being able to get the ball to nibble. I know Jess Kerr was getting it to swing and move a lot, but I just feel like Marama Downs has been able to have it hold its line and just ever so slightly move away on the seam. It's delightful bowling.
Thought that one had got through. My goodness. Marama Downs finishes off her spell, 10 overs, 3 wickets for 26. Outstanding performance, and, well, seeing how it all falls at the end of the day, she'll be right in line for player of the match performance, I'd say.
Yeah, certainly. Her batsman should be running up to her, patting her on the back, saying thank you so much for giving us a chance and putting us in the position that we're in, because she has done a fantastic job. I can't sing her praises enough. She doesn't look threatening. She doesn't look like she's going to blast the top off the sides. She doesn't look like it because she doesn't run in hard. She just rolls her arm over, but she's accurate. And on a wicket that's given her assistance, she has used all of what she's had on offer to her advantage, and well played, Marama Downs. Meanwhile, back to skipper, Jess Watkin. Misley Watkin starts her 6th over, and Mackenzie takes the single off the first ball. Is it too early to say, does she really want to be doing that? How does she play this now, Katie Perkins?
As opposed to, should she just be looking to rotate the strike? As, like, she needs to hog the strike more, is what you're suggesting?
Yep. So right now, single off that ball, single off the second ball. Does she back Nicole Baird to hold up the end comfortably, or should Isla Mackenzie be looking to really take on the bowling now?
I think for me, there's still way too many runs to get yet to not be able to have to rely on your mate at the other end. So regardless, Baird is going to have to find a way to get into the innings and score some runs herself. Mackenzie can't do it all her own.
In the air. Is there a fielder coming around? Yes, there is. Oh, opportunity potentially grasped, and they come back for that second.
That shot is an indication that Mackenzie is thinking it is going to be more on her than anyone at the moment to score the runs.
Miss-hit, really. Marama Downs been so good with the ball, did all the work, but just not able to get her hands around the ball. And fairly comfortable, a life given for Mackenzie. That would certainly have been curtains for me. Mackenzie is the only one I can really see them having a chance while she's there.
Yeah, it'll definitely relies on Mackenzie, but it does absolutely require Baird to be able to play a hand as well. I think she can. She has the ability to knock the ball around. Again, the required run rate, only 4.8. The issue for this pair and for Rachel Bryant, who coming in 11, is that there's still 20 overs remaining here that they aren't allowed to make a mistake in. So that's a long time as batters and pressure of a final to have a pretty flawless kind of game. So that's where I see the biggest issue for them at the moment. Again, if we look now at the Northern Districts bowling, Marama Downs, yeah, take a bow. But everyone just keeps bowling a partnership here. It's Nancy Patel back into the attack, and Willie back beside me.
Thank you, Katie. Yes, closing in on what would be a pretty significant piece of history in the women's game. Northern Districts, the women's side, joined the competition, I think, in 99, 2000. So 26 years in the competition. They found their way to their first final in 2018-19, snuffed out by your Auckland Hearts.
Not sorry about it.
And they've got their second chance here today, and at the moment they are well and truly taking it and on course for what would be a really significant win in their major association's history. But standing in their way, as you mentioned, Isla Mackenzie digging in, the young 18-year-old. She is 15 off 40. She's got the experience of Baird with her, and they have a mountain to climb. Struck in front, probably just going down. Patel sort of bailed on the appeal halfway through, having a little chuckle.
Yeah, was it going down or did she actually get some bat on it? Again, I'm no umpire. Not going down.
Yeah, I do really have a bit of empathy for the umpires. You know, we watch it up here and you watch the replays and you're still not actually sure, and you try and be out there in the split second to make a decision. Certainly not easy. It's pushed into the covers, only good enough for one. And that required run rate just ticking up towards 5 and over. But I guess Mackenzie and Baird are doing the one thing they need to do, which is try and build a partnership, try and get some momentum. We saw it in the Northern Districts innings, 88 runs produced from their last 3 wickets. The Blaze would dearly give to have some lower order runs like that here today in the final at home. The 18-year-old Mackenzie, she's done a good job so far, and that's the shot that she's employed most regularly. Love to see her wagon wheel.
Yeah, she's keeping it fairly simple. Sweep shot and then a solid forward defence as we see Patel finishing her 6th over. Again, only 2 runs from it. She's miserly, super miserly.
They're racing through the spinners here, aren't they? Patel and Watkin bowled 12 overs between them. They have 2 for 28 runs by my calculations from their 12 overs, right in the middle. We saw Marama Downs, Kaylee Knight do the damage up the top, and then the spinners tying them down through the middle. And of course they still have their pace bowlers to bring back. Jess Watkin, the captain here, she's worked her bowlers superbly today.
Yeah, I guess I'd almost expect that Watkin and Patel will just continue. I feel like when you've got the spin on that sort of that off pace, the batter can think, oh yeah, well maybe once I toss it up I will have a go. As we saw Simmons get out trying to loft one over the top when Watkin did toss it up. So with the spin, it just provides, it means the batter has to do all the hard work. And Mackenzie, yep, she's got her plan. For Baird, I wonder, we haven't really seen enough yet maybe of what her plan's going to be against the spin.
Yeah, well, they are just tying them down. The smother technique through the middle here from Northern Districts. The umbrella field, couple back on the leg side, asking Mackenzie to make the pace, make the play, and she goes on the sweep. It's ballooned out. Wonder if that could have been a chance. It flew a lot further than everyone thought.
Yeah, someone in the crowd go, "Oh!" So I don't know if that was an indication that maybe the dive was on.
Yeah, and she's worried about the spin, quite rightly so. That ripped when it landed. And the slip comes back in for Baird. It's chipped up towards mid-off. It'll be no run.
Yeah, this would be where I'd be getting a couple more fielders squeezed in front, just to create that illusion that they're under more attack.
And that's another dot ball, another good over from Northern Districts. Jess Watkin, just the 1 run from it. Wellington Blaze 90 for 8, the end of the 32nd over. There's 18 overs remaining here. And the target, 183, seems a long way off. But as we've seen today, anything is possible. And these one-day matches do tend to ebb and flow.
You blink and you miss it when Jess Watkin's bowling, tell you that much.
It's certainly been a tactic, hasn't it? Her and Nenzi Patel. And, you know, they came into this match as the leading wicket takers for their side. Jess Watkin with 16 before today, Nenzi Patel 13. Kaylee Knight had 15. She's taken 2 more as well. So the bowlers have certainly put their hands up all the way through the season, and they're doing that again today in the final when their team needed them the most. Be intrigued to know what you do make of the pitch, Katie. You've got to look at the scores and I guess the dismissals and say it hasn't been an absolute road.
No, but I don't know if it's the batters making it extra hard work.
Oh, across her stumps. I don't know if she got glove on it. Bounced, it went over the stumps, which probably saved her. There's been enough in the wicket, though.
Absolutely, there's enough to keep the bowlers, well, you want to keeping that seam presentation up. Oh, that feels like it came off the glove, potentially.
The face says it all. The young 18-year-old Arai Smile. She loves that sweep shot.
But yeah, definitely not a road. So I feel like there would have been just a few more free-flowing kind of shots making today, but see that. Glove
Potentially
forearm.
a little bit of forearm. It might have saved her and just nudged it over the stumps. Northern Districts, they'd love this 9th wicket just to put the game pretty much to bed. Nicole Beard, she can hold a bat. And she's got a role to play here with Isla McKenzie if they are to have any shot at hope at the back end of this match. That run rate required now up 5.3 and climbing.
It's a funny kind of discussion around the pitch, because the reality is the way both teams have lost wickets today, no one has been in a position to actually try to take advantage or play free-flowing cricket. They've had to be in a kind of consolidation mode the entire time. And so out of just pressure, the teams haven't played a relaxed, flowing kind of batting innings. So it could be a road for all we know. They just haven't been able to exploit it. But yeah, end of the 33rd over, Wellington 91 for 8. And that poor old Wellington worm is just not really picking up any momentum whatsoever, and that distance between the two lines is just widening over by over at the moment.
Yeah, well, incredible really. You look at the back half of that innings for Northern Districts. I keep harping on about it. 88 runs with their last 3 wickets. How important that is proving to be in this final. As Jess Watkin continues. Nice straight drive by McKenzie. That'll split mid-on and mid-off. The Basin reserve, they're clapping. They still believe here.
Yeah, great shot from McKenzie. And one of the advantages of being young is that you don't really have enough experience to tell you otherwise that this shouldn't be possible. So she's just going to play with the freedom that's worked for her so far this season, and just hope like heck that her mates at the other end are going to stay around to support her.
It's in the air. Oh, and it's beaten mid-off. Just dropped their hand down there. This could run away. It's back-to-back boundaries for the Blaze.
Great little momentum shift for McKenzie and the Wellington Blaze to get on the attack against Jess Watkin. This could be an opportunity to almost batter out of the bowling attack for the moment, just to have a little counter, see if as a result maybe some bowling with pace comes back in, which could be a bit easier to deal with later on. And then normal business resumes with another dot, but 8 off the over. We haven't seen anything like that for a long, long time.
Well, to your point as well, Katie, good stroke making on this wicket is still rewarded. We saw in the first innings some lovely drives, cover drives by the left-hander Kareem, which showed that there's pace in the wicket. But we've also seen when the ball's on a length, and if there's any frailties in the technique, then a little bit of nip has undone, particularly the top order batters as well. So credit to the bowlers, and potentially to what seems a good fair wicket here at the Cello Basin Reserve.
Yeah, I've seen it. People have got themselves out more through hesitancy than potentially the shot. I haven't seen many catches, for example, today. There's been a couple or so.
Yeah, well, the stumps have certainly been in play, as have the front pads, as the 34th over comes to an end. Wellington, they are coming towards their 100 mark. The issue is they are 8 wickets down, and they still require a further 84 to win. As we look at the batting card, and Georgia Plymmer, their captain, she got them off to a flyer at the start. She was dealing in boundaries, but Lucy Voucher dismissed Francis. Kaylee Knight got Plymmer, and Marama Downs, the 2 big scalps of the Kerr sisters. Well, that was a huge moment in the game, and from there they've just chipped away Northern Districts. And as mentioned, looking for their first ever title in domestic women's cricket. And what will that mean to the region as well, Katie? I mean, huge to bring success like that. Only been in the competition since 99-2000. They haven't won the Super Smash either. What would that mean to the people of the Northern Districts regions?
I think, well, joy, but a great amount of relief, I think. Relief and belief for going forward. They'll believe that their systems that they do have in place are working. And Drummy and I were discussing earlier, they feel like they're always kind of the bridesmaid or close but no cigar situation kind of team. Once they win today, if they do get over the line, it sort of sets them up going forward to build into other winning campaigns in the future for sure.
Well, they will have absolutely deserved it. They've been the form team right through the HBJ. Coming into this final, 8 wins, just the 1 loss, a no result, 39 points. They were 10 clear of Wellington. A net run rate of 1.6, the only team in the positives. They've been the team of the season. If they can go and do this, they will well and truly deserve to be the first team to bring home the HBJ Shield to the Northern Districts region. And a reminder, the ND region covers right up from Northland, Cobham Oval up there, down to Counties Manukau, Hamilton, Waikato Valley, Bay of Plenty and Poverty Bay. Obviously missing out Auckland in between, but it's a wide catchment of region. Bay Oval, Seddon Park, and they will be on the edge of their seats there as Nenzi Patel puts together a quality maiden over for the 35th over. Katie Perkins will slot out of the batting order. Emily Drum whips around the corner, gets the headphones on, and I think there's going to be a drinks break at the Basin Reserve. What a lovely day. Beautiful to see it. Finals weekend, of course. And Emily Drum, is there any hope for the Blaze, do you think? Can you see a world where they can set up some sort of finish here?
Yeah, I don't think you can write them off, especially when Isla McKenzie is capable of scoring quickly. That run rate is not out of control. Nicole Beard's doing a fantastic job. Jess Watkin, she's got to think about how she gets Lucy Boucher probably back into the bowling attack. She doesn't want to leave her stranded. She's got most bowlers towards the end of their 10. Marama Downs is done. Watkins and Patel, they've still got, and of course Kaylee Knight still got 2s and 3s left each. And yes, there's only 2 wickets left, but you've got to have one eye in case you're going deep into that 40th. You just can't always throw all your eggs in one basket and hope. You need to have one eye on what might happen, worst case scenario. But man, they're in such a strong position. You've got to remember that batsmen are allowed to score runs. It's never always just plain sailing or easy. They're not going to roll over and die. They're a champion side. They know how to win from hard places, and they won't give it up. Isla McKenzie, the beauty of youth, as Katie Perkins mentioned, she has the ability to take this game really deep. It's just whether they got a little bit of lady luck and potentially things start to really sway their way, and a little bit of nerves into the final, some mistakes. So it's not done yet. Certainly you feel a couple of falls and the heart rate starts to go up a little bit if you're a Northern Districts player or part of that group. But they're in such a strong position. They've still got to believe. And I think, they are in the best possible place. They'd take this any day of the week, so let's not forget that, but they've got to bowl Wellington out.
Yeah, who are you bowling here, Emily Drum? Are you going for the jugular, or are you just looking to try and squeeze that required run rate up? Once they can get that above a run of ball, you feel like that's going to get challenging. Yeah, but there's 2 ways. There's always many ways you can captain out in the field. Jess Watkin has choices, but you somehow need to remember that Lucy Boucher's got to get back to the crease. She's only bowled 2 overs, and I know the spin's been successful. If Jess Watkin bowls out, then she's got Nancy to come from her, and then that's almost in the air to cover. Yeah. Sort of waiting to see the outcome of that one. So, and then you've got Kaylee Knight with 7 done. Well, we're assuming there is no injury or anything to Lucy Boucher. Just bowling the 2 overs does seem slightly unusual, and that bit of a risk taken by McKenzie with mid-wicket out on the rope. She somehow managed to just lob a little pitching wedge into the middle. It's the 100 up for the Blaze. A bit of a clap goes around the Cello Basin Reserve. Mid-wicket's well and off the boundary for that chip shot, so I don't think they
waiting for the power, or think Isla Mackenzie's got the power to really muscle it over the field. Just be mindful of those fielders, don't get caught in no man's land and concede a boundary.
Yeah, you sense the Blaze do not want to let this get above a runner ball here.
I totally agree. And the best thing that the Blaze can do is have Mackenzie face as many balls as possible, and likewise opposite direction for the Brave.
Oh, in the air and out. There it is. Marina Lamplauer diving in the covers. Jess Watkin, she breaks the partnership, and the Northern Districts are 1 wicket away.
Oh, big wicket. Nicole Baird did everything she could to occupy the crease and give Isla Mackenzie the support that she needed, but just doesn't have the skill set to be able to deal with demanding deliveries in terms of repeat bowling, stump to stump. Jess Watkin had her field set perfectly there. That short cover, Marina Lamplauer just got good hands, able to grab that to her left. And the Northern Brave are 1 wicket away from history. This will be an incredible moment for them and the association, and every single person that's come across the Brave, the wider Brave family, will really feel every bit of their enjoyment if they can get this final wicket. They have played really, really well today.
Yeah, well, we mentioned it, 26 years since they entered the competition. Back when you were playing, Emily Drum, they came in and yet to taste success, and on the brink of it now.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a taste of playing in the Maroon, and it was one of the best times of my life. I loved it. It's a very different playing when you're outside of the city life. It was great. Good times.
Well, the final stand here for Wellington. Rachel Bryant joins Isla Mackenzie. Isla Mackenzie, the 18-year-old, she's 27 not out, fighting a lone hand at the end here for the Blaze. Jess Watkin, the captain of Northern Districts, in for what would be the final wicket, but not to be on this occasion. She finishes her 9th over. She's 2 for 22, a superb bowling spell so far, in tandem with Nenzi Patel. The Blaze 100 for 9. And it really is the last rites here for the home side. You see Marina Lamplauer diving in the covers, making no mistake.
Yeah, just not really getting to the pitch of the ball. Hitting early. That fielder's there exactly for that miss-hit. And they've been very good at taking their chances. Most of the ones that have gone straight to hand, they've been pretty solid today. But my goodness, I didn't see this coming, I have to say. There's too much quality in this Wellington side to think of a scorecard like that.
Yeah, and you start looking through the card and you start wondering who would be the player of the match in a performance like this.
Oh, it's easy for me. Marama Downs wins it hands down. She was the one that's probably batted the best and with the most intent. She gave impetus to push that scorecard right up into 180. Whilst you look at her individual score and you think maybe Holly top, but I think her bowling she has owned the game for me today and would well and truly be easily my player of the match.
Yeah, nice cut shot from Mackenzie, but only enough for one. Yeah, well, Marama Downs, as we mentioned, the 2 big wickets, Mealy Kerr and Jess Kerr, not bad in a final. And then she, of course, came back to pick up Jess McFadden. So 3 wickets and 3 huge wickets to push her side onto the brink of a slice of history here today, chasing their first ever win in the HBJ Shield, their first ever domestic win as well, yet to taste it in the Super Smash. And they are right on the cusp here as they look to surround Rachel Bryant here, the new batter. They've got a short cover in, playing around with another cover fielder there. Nenzi Patel, she really has been miserly with the ball here. Her off spin is into her 9th over. She's only gone for 18 runs. So you did play for Northern?
Yep, and 1 season. It was a lot of fun.
Back end of your career?
Yep, it was great. yeah, just needed a change. 16 years in Auckland and then finished off at Northern Districts. It was full of interesting people, some really good cricketers, and some, yeah, just so good, refreshing. It's got a bit stale, and so it was a good change up for me, and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, it is when you're on the brink of history, you do start to think about the teams that have gone before, the players that have gone before, and Emily Drum with me in commentary here, watching Northern Districts close in on a maiden domestic women's title. Nensi Patel's 9th over comes to an end. And yeah, at the halfway point, Northern Districts bowled out for 182 after choosing to bat first, and we really did think it was Wellington's game to lose, especially with that batting order. Georgia Plimmer at the top, the Kerr sisters in the middle, Jess McFadden, Rebecca Burns, a lot of experience through the order. Northern Districts have shown why they've been the top team all season in a proper team effort.
Collectively, they've been the best group, produced the best across a longer period of the game than other teams, and that wins you more games.
Yeah, it's a great story as well. Katie Perkins mentioned they're not flush with white ferns like some of the other domestic sides that we see, yet here they are dictating terms on the biggest domestic stage. Cover catcher comes in for Bryant. What will her tactics be here?
I think it's a fair call out. Jess Watkin taking a risk moving from CD to ND. She's gone from strength to strength, really solidified the side.
It's well struck, well saved too at cover.
Teams that win generally have good captains and good leaders, and she has certainly been everything that they've needed to really get the best out of some of those players, like the Nensis and Patels. We've been expecting her to produce what she's done this year for a while. So I don't know whether it's just been a bit greedy in myself, wanting these players to give more results because you've invested so much time and effort in them from a association coaching development point of view, and it's all come together. That's the greatest thing of it now. It's all come together.
Mackenzie will pinch a single off the last ball there. That'll bring to an end Jess Watkins' spell. It's been a terrific spell. 2 for 25 from her 10 overs. The Northern Districts captain. And as Emily mentioned, fair kudos must go to the Northern District skipper, Jess Watkin. It would have been easy for this side to have dropped their heads at the halfway mark. You sort of felt like their batting was potentially their strength. They won the toss. They didn't quite put the total on the board that they would have hoped for, and they're coming up against a real quality Wellington side, but they've come out and they've really made every post a winner.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Mortimer Downs, I just can't speak highly enough of her, because just the way that she has led, I mean, look at the figures, just the economy rate, just the relentless back end of a length, gun barrel straight, putting pressure on the batsman. This is what this game is about, and sometimes it's dot balls, but if you're bowling at the stumps, you're bringing the umpire and mistakes into play, and that's what's happened for both sides, to be fair.
Flicked in the air, a diving mid-wicket. They might get two here. They need to get two. Mackenzie needs to get back on strike, but not the greatest of running there.
The other call-out, Willie, that needs to probably be shared with the Northern Brave side is that the players that have come through are now playing for other associations like the Brooke Hallidays, Kate Andersons. They've had to rebuild after those players have gone, and those are good players. Kate Anderson, top of the runs. You're losing players like that when you don't have the depth and the factory of players that the Blaze have got coming through. I mean, that's a result. Really, really important that you rebuild, and the Eve Wallens coming through, getting the opportunity to learn from the Caitlin Gurries and Nensi Patels. It's just that continuity, and they've been able to glue really quickly these new players into the side.
Oh, the outside edge, beating the keeper. It'll get Mackenzie back onto strike. Yeah, it is a great story, really. They got through to that final 2018-19. Katie Perkins and the Hearts downed them on that occasion. But they're back again for their second attempt at winning some silverware. They are 1 wicket away here at the Basin Reserve. And also, I think, the psychological factor of being the top qualifier but still having to go and play in Wellington against the Blaze, you know, because of the predetermined finals venues, which is the reality of the cricket these days. But they've overcome that.
They certainly have. I don't agree with it. I certainly don't think it's the right way to go.
Let's just have a look at that back foot defence. That will bring an end to Nancy Patel's 10 overs, 1 for 20. Her and Watkin together have bowled 20 overs, 3 for 45 through the middle. And that really has strangled this run chase after the initial incisions by the pace bowlers. And it really is just a formality here now at the Basin Reserve. The Wellington Blazers home ground, but it's Northern Districts, the visitors, who are absolutely at home and on the cusp of doing something for their region, for their association that has never been done before. And I think you will see the celebrations and what it means, you hope so anyway, to this side. They can take this final wicket, but looks like we're going to have a new bowler into the attack.
Yeah, moving to Tash Wakeland, who's not the worst. Certainly need to keep spin on.
It's just taking all that pace away from the batters, isn't it?
That's exactly what I feel this decision's all about. Giving the batsmen nothing, asking them to force something. Where's your power shots? How are you going to score runs? And there's going to be a mistake. They only need one mistake and they're there. Down the wicket. Trying to force a shot, Bryant. Don't mind that at all. It's good cricket. Needs to be brave to hit down the ground, go aerial if she needs to. Tash Wakeland certainly started the over very, very capably well. It's a good start from her. In the air. Over, extra cover, out to the boundary for a welcome for Willie. That's certainly something for the Brave to think about.
Yeah, and something for the local crowd to cheer about. This was a great shot. Couple of steps down, watched it all the way onto the bat, over the covers. And while they're still out there, there is always hope. And when you haven't won your first title before, you just want to put this to bed if you are a Northern Districts fan. Bit of width now, and that's cut away. And you can hear the applause. This could be back-to-back boundaries. Well, Rachel Bryant saying it's not over yet. It's 114 for 9 after 40 overs. And as I jump out, Emily Drum, I believe you might have put together your HBJ Shield team of the season as we watch Bryant's second boundary of the over. Katie Perkins, you will jump in for me and you'll join Emily Drum.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries. Here's my team of the season based on a few stats, a few live performances. Not too bad. A couple of maybe contentious ones. Katie Gurry is one that I toyed with quite a bit. Certainly scored plenty of runs, but I've gone for dynamic, multifaceted cricketers here. So plenty of options, Perky.
Not a bad team.
It's all right. They'll do okay. Slot them into the BBL, women's BBL, and we'd be fine.
That would be actually pretty cool to see just how they would go. Organise like a bit of a promotional match or something.
All those players are at the top in terms of stats and performances. And change of bowler. Continuing with the spin, Eve Wallen will be loving the opportunity to get ball in hand, be the hero, potentially pick up the last wicket.
Yeah, I don't mind the tactic of taking the pace off and just keeping with spin, but I'd love then to see the field just squeeze in a little bit more, just to sort of create this idea of pressure that the fielders are right up in their face.
Needs to be careful that she doesn't keep that ball too short, or else it's going to be easy pickings for Mackenzie.
As soon as you sort of bring in the field a bit more, just even at that sort of short, or silly mid off and silly mid on, then it might force maybe that feeling of need to go for a big shot, and then you suddenly bring that catcher in the deep into play.
Well, the 9th wicket fell at 100. Feels like about an hour ago. Much better length there from Eve Willen. Been impressed with all of the bowlers today. A couple of the first overs, I think Lucy Boucher was expensive in one, but apart from that, there's been very good bowling by all of the bowlers. Tidy end to that over by Eve Willand. And the game keeps going. We're expecting.
This is the funny part of the game, where it's like, are you trying to win it or are you not? Because required run rate now, 7.55. So at this point, you got to win the game.
That's right. And Nyla Mackenzie, it rests on your shoulders. Sorry, young'un, this is you really taking the game to the Brave. Where am I going to hit my boundaries? I need a couple of good overs just to get that run rate down and see if we can do something. I know Rachel Bryant had a couple of boundaries, which is really good cricket, but the batsman is Mackenzie. It is her job. That's what she's been chosen for, and she's doing a pretty good job so far. That's where I want to point the responsibilities. Big appeals is the moment. Yes, that's it. The Brave, they've finally done it. LBW Mackenzie is gone, and that is the end of the Blaze for 115. And the Northern Brave, first time winners. What a moment for them. Katie Perkins, tell us what they'll be feeling.
Pure elation, and to come together as a team like that, they'll be just all around each other, realising what they've actually been able to achieve. They deserve this victory. They've had an amazing season, finishing top in a challenging HBJ season. All White Ferns were available, and to come out on top with team performance after team performance, and that is again what they've done today. Another team performance with backs against the wall. Going into the break, I said, no way, Wellington will win this. I'm stoked that they proved me completely wrong today, just through an absolute tenacity of a bowling performance.
And there's the final wicket by Eve Wallen. Big appeal. An LBW to finish the day. It's been a few of those, but it doesn't matter. The Blaze have been completely outplayed today. They certainly can't have too many complaints. The Brave were just too good. They turned up, they fought hard, they fought themselves out of a deep hole, scored a score that was clearly enough for today, and then they turned up with the ball, took their opportunities, and won an occasion. They should be absolutely delighted. The coaching staff, the whole region, they have to be emphatic with this. I just can't state that enough. Getting that monkey off the back. They should be so proud of their efforts. This has been such a long time coming. There should be tears, there should be laughter, there should be everything. And enjoy the moment. It certainly is an incredible result for them. They've had to come away, play what should be a home fixture for being top of the table, and beat Wellington, who have hardly lost a game at the Basin Reserve, and they need to be really, really delighted with this in every way.
Yeah, just seeing the camera focus a lot on Nancy Patel and Kaylee Knight, who were talking earlier, what a big week it's been for them being named in the White Fern squad, and now to finish that week off with a first title for Northern Districts is pretty special. See, Nancy Patel can't really believe it. She's been crying, she's holding her head, she's laughing, and it's completely deserved. And to see some of the wickets that fell, Boucher got the corner bowled early on, LBW, Millie Kerr gone, and was a huge shift in the game early on. Kelly Knight managed to pick out Georgia Plymouth, who tried to chop it away. And then down, continued what would say a man of the match, or player of the match performance. Bowling, Jess Kerr, Kelly Knight did the same. Got rid of Jet Li. Another great piece of bowling. And then it came somewhat of precision. That one chopped on, trying to sort of just play her out, but in the end, a bit of indecision meant the chop on happened. LBW, Nancy Patel screaming her lungs out. Becky Burns suggesting she may have hit it, but can't tell from here. Jess Watkin definitely deserved wickets today as well. Picking up one that got chipped down to mid-off by Simmons. And then picked up her second of the day, just having it poked out to short mid-off. And Lamplow, the Energizer Bunny in there, happy to take a little catch as well. Brought her into the game. And then we saw the last wicket of the day. Another LBW. There were a heck of LBWs today. A lot of just playing across, going back to balls that they probably should have gone forward to. And really, just for Northern Districts, what an amazing day for them and for the association in general.
Pete Boren, coach of the Brave, will be absolutely delighted. He's put a lot of effort into this side, worked with the group to try and get them to play the brand of cricket that they're capable of playing every game, not just a couple of times or half the season. And they need to look at that trophy and know how much it means to the association. It means to the players, it means to everybody that's been on this journey. And they should be thoroughly emphatic because they've just knocked over a very good Blaze side who will be bitterly disappointed. They'll know they haven't brought their best today, but they have to believe that they were just outclassed today when it mattered in the real big moments. Their big players didn't quite turn up with the bat, and they should be celebrating long and hard, the Brave. Can't speak highly of what this result means for the game, actually. It means all that hard work of the years, the 26 or so years that's gone into this association and the backing of the board. There's been so much, and it's just great to see the outcome.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to play for Northern Districts, have your players coming from all parts of the North Island at times to come together. You're really kind of gelling on the road at times. And as we see, we're heading down to the presentation. They've already got their medals, but we'll hear some speeches from the who's who of New Zealand cricket down on the ground at the Basin Reserve.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-match presentation. On behalf of New Zealand Cricket, I'd just like to say a special thank you to Cricket Wellington and indeed the team here at the Cello Basin Reserve for hosting this year's grand final. To all teams who have participated in the competition, along with our match officials, thank you for your contribution to what's been another outstanding season of domestic one-day cricket. To the crowd who have come out today to enjoy this beautiful Wellington weather and the great game of cricket we've had, thank you very much. And indeed to all of our supporters who have been following on our broadcast, thank you for your support of domestic one-day cricket. To Georgia and the Wellington team, another great season of cricket. I know you're chasing the double today, and unfortunately that's not to be, but another great year of cricket, and you should hold your heads really, really high, and I'm sure you'll be back next year strong as ever. So congratulations on a great season. To Jess and the Northern side, you guys have been the front runners in this competition. It's a very historic moment for you guys to celebrate what's been a great season, capped off with a mighty fine win against a really tough Wellington side. So congratulations on your victory today. I'd just like to acknowledge Jess and ask her to come forward to share her thoughts on the game, and then have the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield presented to her by New Zealand Cricket's Liz Green.
I guess I'll start off with all of our supporters that have travelled. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a great season for the girls, and I think it's been a long journey for the last few years where we started. I think our fielding on our first game 3 years ago was pretty terrible. So today to take our catches and get through the season like that is pretty amazing. A big thank you to Pete. I think he's been a massive part of our success. I think the program that we have in ND is pretty amazing, and I think he's the leader of it alongside Ian. Thank you very much for all your hard work that you guys have done. I think this is the reward from that. Wellington, well done today. You guys are a pretty outstanding team. It's always a big challenge, but we finally pipped you. I feel like it's always a hard challenge, so I'm very proud of our team for today, but well done to you guys as well. To the team, wow, it's been a pretty long journey to get to this point. I think the way that we take the game on now is pretty impressive. I think, again, it's been a long journey from the start with the coaching of Pete, and where we've come from the last few years has been pretty outstanding. So well done to everyone. I know Guz is a ND hardcore, so this is for you, Guz, and yeah, thanks everyone for coming. Thank you.
For the very first time in their 26 years in the competition, they've had to wait 9,581 days to be exact, but they have got their hands on the Great Shield. You can see how much it means to them. Katie Perkins, what a day.
Special day, one that will go down in Northern Districts cricket history, and rightly so for Jess Watkin to pick out Caitlin Gurry as someone that this means so much to, and for the team to be able to do it for someone who has been a stalwart of this particular team for a long time. I don't imagine she plans on retiring anytime soon, but she is someone that is one of the lifeblood of this team, and so for the team to get around her in particular today is super special. And yeah, I'm just really happy for them as a unit. They really deserve it today.
And there's the support staff coming in, and of course, as mentioned, Coach Peter Byron, top right of your screen, 3 in, the head coach of the team. But it really is those players, that support staff, they have created the history. That is what it means. 26 long years, and they have finally tasted success in the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield. From Northland to Counties Manukau, Hamilton, Waikato Valley, Bay of Plenty and Poverty Bay, they will be celebrating tonight. We hope you've enjoyed coverage of this HBJ Shield final here at the Cello Basin Reserve. The Northern Districts claiming their first ever title, and of course we will be back here tomorrow for the Ford Trophy final. It is the Central Stags taking on Canterbury, but for today it is the Northern Districts Day in the capital. They are your HBJ Shield winners for 2026.
Yeah, no, obviously very happy about it. It's been a big couple of weeks for us on the road in Nelson, and then come here and play the semi-final basically against Wellington. They're obviously a quality side, so yeah, very happy to get over the line. Will Young's just been class today, show his class. Dane has been outstanding this whole campaign, and obviously Josh Lark's on the back end as well. So yeah, credit to those boys, stuck to their guns and stuck to their good options. So yeah, obviously happy for them as well, and obviously finished on a high note on 350s. I'll definitely take that. Yes, there's a few sore bodies on the road as well. So yeah, hopefully the boys can just probably park up tomorrow and rest well, and then be ready for Sunday on the big final against Cantabs. They've been outstanding this whole campaign as well, and it's top 1 versus top 2, so hopefully we can get one over the line. But yeah, we're just probably going to take it easy and reset, and come Sunday it's a new day and a new game for us, so yeah, start all over again.